Chapter 801. Supremacy. Alahak stopped his moving waist and glanced at the girl who had long fainted below him. He pulled out and turned to look at the distant sky, his eyes flickering. Ahmad could not be considered his proudest successor. In fact, he had only received some cultivation methods from him and had not really taught them diligently like a master. The reason why Ahmad could achieve his current achievements was completely because his talent was high enough. Among the believers under Supremacy Alahak, Ahmad was not the strongest, but he was the most talented. Supremacy Alahak imparted a few of his proudest cultivation methods to the 13 great believers. Among them, the fastest to advance was Ahmad. In Supremacy Alahak's opinion, Ahmad's future achievements should be the highest among these believers, because he was still young and was only 46 years old this year. There were not many martial artists like him who had the strength of a second-stage heaven control martial artist at the age of 46 and were skilled in mastering the cultivation method they had imparted. Probably only the proud disciples of the other star-grade martial artists could be slightly compared. However, now, he had exhausted all his methods but was helpless against Chu Nan, who was not even 20 years old. Supremacy Alahak touched the long beard on his chin, and his eyes revealed a strange light. This kid is really getting more and more interesting. No wonder Muyatong and Kinikov, right, and that old woman, Ovali, are so interested in him. This kid is simply a monster. Damn, this kid is simply a monster. Ahmad cursed in his mind. Seeing that Chu Nan had clearly been slapped back by the angel wings earlier, he flew over as if nothing had happened in the blink of an eye and his speed did not even change from before. Ahmad did not know how to react. He had already used a top-notch S-rank cultivation method like the Holy Sun's Descent. He originally thought that he could easily deal with Chu Nan, but he did not expect that Chu Nan would only appear to be in a sorry state at the beginning. Before long, it was as if he had completely seen through this cultivation method. No matter how the angel's wings of light waved or slapped his body, they could not pose any fatal threat to him. Although Chu Nan's body would be smashed back like a ball every time he was slapped, he could fly back intact every time as if he was not affected at all. After repelling Chu Nan a few times, Ahmad suddenly discovered that other than the powerful internal breath of a second-stage heaven control martial artist, he did not have any other advantage against him. This discovery immediately filled his heart with humiliation. Could it be that if he really wanted to defeat this kid, he had to rely on his internal breath, which was naturally stronger than the other parties, to slowly wear down his internal breath and finally win? Perhaps in other battles, this combat method was not a problem and was the safest method. However, when facing a young kid like Chu Nan, Ahmad was unwilling to admit that he only had this method. Seeing that Chu Nan had already rushed over, with a thought, the angel behind him spread his wings and sent him flying again. Then, he took a deep breath and circulated his internal breath with all his might, causing the spatial energy in the space around him to be absorbed by the radiant angel behind him. Under the injection of huge spatial energy, the light on the angel formed by the huge light behind him did not become brighter. Instead, it dimmed a little, but the entire angel image became more voluptuous and realistic. If it was said that he could only see the shadow of an angel previously, it was as if a true angel was floating behind him now. Not only that, the wings of light on the angel's back first retracted, then suddenly unfolded, turning from 2 wings to 4. At this moment, Chu Nan was flying back at high speed because of the huge force that had been struck. At this moment, he sensed that the spatial energy in the distant space was flowing even more abnormally. He was shocked and instantly felt an intense sense of danger. He barely looked in the direction of Ahmad and saw that the pair of wings suddenly appeared on the angel behind him and stretched to the sides with the previous pair. In an instant, they had already expanded to more than 300 meters long and 40 meters wide before flapping in unison. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The feathers on the 2 pairs of wings seemed to have fallen off at the same time as this flap. In the next moment, they transformed into countless streams of light that shot toward Chu Nan. The speed at which these feathers flew was extremely fast, as if they had passed through time and space. As soon as they were activated, they arrived in front of Chu Nan. Moreover, the range of the light transformed by the feather was extremely wide, causing Chu Nan to have nowhere to hide. Puff, 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 puff. Countless flowing feathers instantly penetrated Chu Nan's entire body and poked holes in his originally intact body. He immediately turned into a tattered fishing net that seemed to have been broken everywhere. Looking down, one could even see several lights piercing through his body and falling, scattering into beams of light. Phew! Ahmad endured it again and again, but in the end, he could not hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. His grasp of the extremely powerful S-rank cultivation method, the Holy Sun's Descent, was not complete. Forcefully letting the angel spread its 4 wings was also an extremely terrifying burden to him. When he used it this time, he suffered a considerable energy backlash, and the meridians in his body had already suffered considerable injuries. However, this is all worth it. Ahmad reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Chu Nan, who was falling to the ground in the distance with extreme joy. No matter how unexpected this extremely difficult kid was, with so many holes pierced through his entire body, it was impossible for him to survive. In the end, he won this battle. However, after this thought flashed through his mind, Ahmad could not help but smile bitterly. In the end, Chu Nan was only a young martial artist who was not even 20 years old, and his true strength had not reached the heaven control realm. He had spent so much effort and even risked being heavily injured to rely on his powerful cultivation method to kill Chu Nan. What was there to be proud of? Moreover, the Supremacy only agreed to his battle with Chu Nan to let him test his strength. Now that he had killed him on a whim, he wondered if the Supremacy would be dissatisfied. Just as Ahmad was feeling a little nervous, Supremacy Alahak's voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. "Alright, come back with that kid. There's no need to try anymore." Ahmad was stunned. Return with that kid? But that kid has already. He looked at Chu Nan, who had already fallen to the ground in the distance again, and was shocked to discover that his body was surrounded by a strange white light. A dense green aura continuously surged in and enveloped his entire body. In just 2 breaths, the holes that had been completely pierced through Chu Nan's body had been filled again. While he was in a daze, Chu Nan's injuries had already healed. His body straightened and he stood up intact. Seeing Chu Nan's calm gaze, Ahmad could not help but gasp. Was this kid still human? Chapter 802. 5 minutes later, Chu Nan and Ahmad stood in front of Supremacy Allahak again. For the first time, Supremacy Allahak glanced at Chu Nan seriously and suddenly shouted, "Take off your clothes." Ah! Chu Nan was stunned. He looked at the 2 girls who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old standing beside Supremacy Allahak and frowned. "Supremacy, you're..." Supremacy Allahak seemed to find Chu Nan's reaction very interesting and laughed. Suddenly, he raised his hand and the thin clothes on the 2 girls turned into fragments and disappeared, turning into their entire bodies. When they suddenly encountered such a change, the 2 girls did not even blink. They still maintained their original posture and did not move, as if they were already used to such a sudden change. Chu Nan's gaze involuntarily swept past the 2 girls before he hurriedly retracted it and tried his best to look at Supremacy Allahak before coughing awkwardly. "Supremacy, you. Take it off." Supremacy Allahak interrupted Chu Nan. Chu Nan glanced at the 2 naked girls who were sizing him up curiously. He thought for a moment and sighed helplessly. He gritted his teeth and took off his clothes. When his clothes were pierced through by Ahmad's wings earlier, countless holes had already been pierced through them. They had long become tattered. Now, with a casual tug, they had turned into countless rags, causing Chu Nan to be naked like the 2 girls. Fortunately, Chu Nan had long experienced the situation of being naked in front of everyone several times when he was on planet Lepler. Although he was a little awkward now, he did not mind too much. He stood in front of Supremacy Allahak openly and pretended not to notice the curious gazes of the 2 girls wandering around his lower body. As soon as he took off his clothes, Supremacy Allahak and Ahmad immediately focused their gazes on him. After looking around, Ahmad revealed a surprised expression, but Supremacy Allahak nodded and said, "It seems that your relationship with that old woman, Ovali, is really good. She actually imparted the true flame of life cultivation method to you." Ahmad was even more shocked. He pointed at Chu Nan's chest and said in surprise, "Supremacy, you said Chu Nan learned Supremacy Ovali's flame of life cultivation method and didn't die just now. What else do you think?" Supremacy Allahak glanced at Ahmad and suddenly sneered, "Idiot. To deal with such a mere void-break martial artist, you actually had to use the 4-winged state of the Holy Sun's descent and know nothing about the martial arts Chu Nan has grasped. You're simply extremely stupid." Ahmad was immediately so frightened that he knelt on the ground. He moved his lips, wanting to defend himself, but in the end, he did not dare to speak. He could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Chu Nan glanced at the silent Ahmad and looked at Supremacy Allahak with a strange expression. "That old woman Ovali? How is she old?" Supremacy Allahak ignored Ahmad and Chu Nan's thoughts. Instead, he sized him up and nodded. "Very good, I acknowledge your strength. With your strength, you indeed have a high chance of obtaining the highest S-rank martial technique reward in the Garden Hunting Assembly next year. However, Chu Nan, have you thought of a problem?" "What problem?" Supremacy Allahak suddenly raised his hand and made a grasping gesture at Chu Nan. He immediately felt as if the space around him had completely collapsed in an instant. The terrifying spatial energy that seemed to be material pressed down on him until he could not move at all and even breathing became difficult. "If I want to rely on you to obtain an S-rank martial technique from the Garden Hunting Meet, the best way is not to make a deal but to capture you and force you to go. Under my hands, you have no chance to escape and can only be obedient. Wouldn't this be much simpler and more worth it than making a deal with you?" Chu Nan's body was completely suppressed by the terrifying spatial energy. The strength of a star-grade martial artist made it impossible for him to resist and struggle. He knew very well that his life and death were only in the hands of Supremacy Allahak, but in the face of such a danger, he did not panic at all. His expression remained calm. He looked straight into Supremacy Allahak's eyes and said calmly, "If you want to do this, I indeed can't resist. However, Supremacy, if I'm threatened by you like this, even if I obtain the S-rank martial technique rewarded by the Declan Empire in the end, I'm afraid I'll leave some special methods in the martial technique because of my resentment and make you suffer because of it. Even if you discover something amiss, I can push it to the royal family of the Declan Empire and announce that I don't know." "You dare to do this?" Supremacy Allahak sneered. "I don't dare, but it's possible for people to do anything when they lose their minds. Moreover, because I'm being threatened by you, I'm afraid I might not be willing to do my best in the Garden Hunting Assembly. At that time, if I can't obtain the S-rank martial technique reward, because there are many experts, it'll be very difficult for you to blame me. Are you threatening me?" Supremacy Allahak narrowed his eyes and a dangerous glint appeared in them. With a slight move of his hand, Chu Nan immediately felt the pressure he suffered become even more terrifying. Even the bones in his body creaked under such terrifying pressure. Chu Nan still maintained his calm expression and continued, "I'm only describing the truth. In short, compared to you coercing me to go as I proposed, it's much more beneficial for you to take the initiative to go. In order for my family to live a stable life in the future and not have to worry about their safety, I'll definitely do my best and think of all ways to perform well in the Garden Hunting Assembly and obtain the reward of an S-rank cultivation method. This way, I can achieve my goal and you can obtain an S-rank cultivation method without any effort. Isn't that good?" "You're very confident," Supremacy Allahak said. "After seeing my performance just now, Supremacy, do you not have confidence in me?" Chu Nan asked. Supremacy Alahak focused his gaze on Chu Nan for a moment before suddenly laughing and letting go. Chu Nan immediately felt his entire body lighten and could not help but exhale. Very good. I like young people like you who are brave, talented, and stronger. If not for that old woman, Ovally, who has already fought to impart the flame of life cultivation method to you, I would definitely snatch you over and take you in as my subordinate. However, it's not bad now. You're very smart and are willing to take the initiative to work for me. As long as you succeed in this matter, I'll give you many benefits in the future. As for your family, there's no problem. Hearing the meaning of Supremacy Alahak's words, Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed. Supremacy, you agree? Supremacy Alahak laughed and suddenly stretched out his hands to pat the two girls beside him. The two girls flew up and landed beside Chu Nan. I've always only followed two principles when using people, either coercion or bribery. Since you're unwilling to accept coercion, you have to accept my bribery. These two girls were only offered today. Although they've undergone training, they're still two fresh virgins. Take them and accept them as a greeting gift from me. Seeing that you should still be a virgin, you'll definitely be able to enjoy supreme delicacy on them. Haha. Supremacy, you're not allowed to reject, or the deal won't work. Supremacy Alahak roughly interrupted Chu Nan. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the two naked girls who had already gotten up and knelt in front of him. He smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly. Then, thank you for your reward, Supremacy. Chapter 803. A month later, a stellar civilian spaceship marked by the largest civilian space company in the Earth Federation, the Sonic Wave Company, stopped at the space station of the second largest administrative planet in the United States of Meleta, planet Tamrel. The passageway connecting the space station opened, and a group of Earth Federation tourists with accents walked out of the spaceship. This situation was not strange to the space station that was stopped by spaceships from other countries almost all the time. It was just a daily routine. However, the tourists who got out of this spaceship from the Earth Federation involuntarily attracted more gazes from the other tourists. The reason was very simple. There were too many young people in the same uniform mixed in with this batch of tourists. Their youthful and energetic appearance was a stark contrast to the other adult tourists who had come for business. Especially since there were many young and beautiful girls mixed in, they were even more eye-catching like bright flowers. Seeing this scene, almost all the tourists revealed knowing smiles. There was no need to guess. These young people from the Earth Federation were definitely young martial artists who had come to planet Tamrel to participate in the upcoming Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. Looking at their energetic appearances, every one of them was definitely an outstanding figure chosen by the various martial arts academies of the Earth Federation. All of them had extraordinary martial techniques. There were less than 3 days until the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition began. Not only could they see such a situation every day in the past few days, but they could even see the same scene in every dock spaceship. To the staff of the space station, it was not strange. The staff of the space station had clearly received special training. After seeing these students get out of the spaceship, someone immediately went forward to guide them. Coupled with the notification of the mainframe AI in the space station, the originally scattered young martial artists were quickly gathered. Under the guidance of the staff, they gathered in the special passageway for the participants. Among them, it was obvious that many students from the Earth Federation had come to the United States of Meleta for the first time. As soon as they got out of the spaceship, they seemed to be extremely excited. They looked around and chattered softly from time to time. Although they were restrained by the academy teacher leading the team, it was difficult for them to settle down. However, if one paid attention, one would discover that although these students were looking around most of the time, they would often cast their gazes at the group of people in the middle of the crowd. Moreover, although the crowd was surging, there was clearly a boundary around this group of people that was separated from the other students around them, as if there was a barrier around them. If they were tourists from the Earth Federation, it was very easy to tell from the symbol on this group of people that these people who were automatically separated by the other students were all from Star Cloud Academy. The number one academy in the Federation was naturally the best in the hearts of the students of the other Earth Federation's Martial Arts Academy. Those who were chosen from the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch to participate in this Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition were definitely outstanding young martial artists. Most of the gazes focused on the few representative students of Star Cloud Academy and landed on one of the male students. There were even many female students from the other academies who stared at this male student with undisguised admiration. This was because this male student was Chu Nan. Ever since he stood out in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition a year ago, Chu Nan had countless magical experiences the past year. Most of them were unknown, but the things he revealed were enough to make him the focus of everyone. Not to mention anything else, just because he had appeared in public alive last month was already a miracle in the eyes of all the people of the Earth Federation. This was because, before him, no one other than a star-grade martial artist had ever survived after entering the Stargate with their body. It could be said that he had created a new path. Although Chu Nan had previously appeared in the various media outlets of the Federation, this was the first time he had casually appeared in front of the public after returning alive. To the other students of the Earth Federation, this was the first time many of them had seen him in person. Many female students looked at Chu Nan with shining eyes. In their opinion, although Chu Nan was also a young student of the academy like them, he already had the ability to fight a heaven control expert head-on. It was said that he even had a close relationship with a few star-grade martial artists in the Federation. It simply exceeded their imagination. In their hearts, or rather, in the hearts of almost all the young martial artists in the Earth Federation, Chu Nan was already an idol. A female student stared at Chu Nan for a while before suddenly mustering her courage and squeezing towards the team of Star Cloud Academy to arrive in front of him. Chu, Chu, Chu. Perhaps because she was too nervous, the female student opened her mouth a few times. Her face was red, but she could not even say a complete sentence. Chu Nan was originally listening to the teacher in charge, Galostin, exhort him to pay attention to some details when participating in this conference. This was because such a huge matter had happened when Chu Nan participated in the trial of the Lepler star system last time. Now, Galostin was especially concerned about him and had been grabbing him and muttering non-stop since he boarded the spaceship, causing him to be helpless and vexed. Now that a female student had finally appeared and interrupted him, his eyes immediately lit up. He ignored Galostin and smiled at the female student. Hello, I'm Chu Nan. After being laughed at by Chu Nan, the female student became even more nervous. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gathered her courage and spoke again. I am Momo, Chu Nan. I've seen the recording of you in the Lepler star system. I think you're so handsome. After saying that, the female student turned around and ran without giving Chu Nan any time to react. Feeling the strange target projected by the surrounding students, Chu Nan touched his face. So handsome? I don't think any girl has ever praised me like this. The other students of Star Cloud Academy rolled their eyes at him with disdain. Perhaps it was because of the female student called Momo, but after she ran away, more female students surged over and forcefully squeezed beside Chu Nan. Compared to the shy Momo, these female students were much bolder. As they continuously asked all kinds of questions, they stared at Chu Nan with undisguised fiery gazes as if they were going to skin him alive in the next moment. Seeing such a lively scene, Chu Nan immediately felt that he had become a celebrity. These female students had transformed into crazy fans. If not for the fact that he had experienced being surrounded by media reporters several times before, he would definitely be at a loss and unable to resist because of these female students' extreme enthusiasm. However, even with some experience, he still felt that it was a little difficult to deal with. Just as he was hesitating about whether to use his internal breath to push away these female students who were getting closer and closer, and some were even about to stick to him, a cold snort filled with disdain suddenly sounded from behind everyone. Humph, a group of bumpkins from the Earth Federation. Hurry up and make way for me. Don't block the way. Chapter 804. Hearing this, the students from the Earth Federation immediately turned around in anger. However, when they looked behind them, everyone's expressions changed. Many people could not help but cry out in surprise. It's actually the Green Academy. It's really someone from the Green Academy. Oh my god, it's actually them. Chu Nan turned around and his gaze landed on the group of people behind him. He could not help but frown. The group of people who suddenly appeared behind him were all wearing the same uniform. There was a very eye-catching symbol on their chests. On it was a pattern that looked like a pine forest surrounded by gold. It was the symbol of the famous martial arts academy of the United States of Meleta, the Green Academy. Just like Star Cloud Academy was the best academy in the Earth Federation, the Green Academy was also the most famous and recognized best academy in the United States of Meleta. However, because of the huge difference in national strength between the Earth Federation and the United States of Meleta, Star Cloud Academy could not be compared to Green Academy at all. In the entire Orion Arm, the Green Academy could be said to be famous. It was called the Three Great Academies of the Orion Arm, along with the Mensk Academy of the Tilladu Republic and the Lord Sachi School of Martial Skill Enlightenment of the Declan Empire. No matter how famous Star Cloud Academy was in the Earth Federation, compared to Green Academy, a top student who was extremely famous in the entire Milky Way, it was still extremely inferior. Seeing that this group of people was actually students from the Green Academy, these students of the Earth Federation immediately became timid. They originally wanted to curse back, but they instantly swallowed their words. Seeing the reaction of the students of the Earth Federation, the young male student from Green Academy who had mocked earlier sneered and walked towards Chu Nan without holding back. Seeing how he strode forward, he actually did not take the students of the Earth Federation in front of him seriously at all and treated them as if they did not exist. The students of the Earth Federation in front were frightened by his aura and could not help but take a step back, automatically making way for him. The disdain on that male student's face deepened. He swaggered all the way over from the passageway. The other students of the Green Academy followed behind. From time to time, a few people pointed at the students of the Earth Federation beside him and mocked without any reservations. Seeing how arrogant they were, even though the students of the Earth Federation knew that the difference between the two sides was too great, they could not suppress the anger in their hearts. However, just as the male students with the hottest tempers were about to move, they were quickly stopped by the teachers beside them. This was the territory of the United States of Meleta. If he fought with the students of the most famous academy in the United States of Meleta here, not to mention that there would definitely be no good outcome, even now, he would suffer greatly because of the huge difference in strength between the two sides. As responsible teachers, they were unwilling to let their students cause any trouble now. Under the powerful restraint of the teachers, the students of the Green Academy were unimpeded under the lead of that arrogant boy. They pierced through the team of the Earth Federation students like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. However, this saber quickly encountered an obstruction. This was because the male student in the lead finally walked up to Chu Nan. "Hey, kid, didn't you hear what I just said? Hurry up and get lost." That male student still had an arrogant expression and glanced at Chu Nan with extreme disdain before looking at the female students who had surrounded him and had already retreated. He sneered, look at you. Could it be that you're still a bullshit celebrity? A celebrity from a rural place like the Earth Federation? Stop pretending. Get lost." Chu Nan looked at him and then at the other students of Green Academy who were watching a good show behind him. He ignored the male student and turned to Golostan. Teacher Golostan, I didn't find trouble myself, right? Golostan's mouth twitched and he frowned. He really wanted to persuade Chu Nan not to cause trouble and endure it. However, in front of the other students of the Earth Federation, if he really did this, Star Cloud Academy would probably lose all its face. Most importantly, he actually could not control Chu Nan now. Ever since the previous incident, although Chu Nan had successfully returned to Star Cloud Academy in name and continued to study in Star Cloud Academy, his status in the martial arts branch had actually become extremely special, and could not be treated as an ordinary student. This time, Chu Nan had come to represent Star Cloud Academy in the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy's alliance competition after signing an agreement with the martial arts branch. The two sides could be said to be a cooperative relationship and not a subordinate relationship between the academy and the students. If Chu Nan really did not want to listen to him, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, when he saw how arrogant and despotic these students of the Green Academy were, he was actually a little angry. However, he was afraid of the various effects, so he did not say anything. Now that the other party had provoked Chu Nan, he wanted to see the result. Using this opportunity, he could also test the strength of these students from the Green Academy. Therefore, he only frowned but did not say anything. Seeing Golostan's reaction, how could Chu Nan not understand what he was thinking? He could not help but smile before turning to look at the male student whose expression had already become extremely unfriendly and pointing behind him. Line up obediently. Don't you know any manners? Oh. That male student clearly did not expect Chu Nan to dare to speak to him like this and glanced at him in surprise. Kid, you're quite bold. What? Are you itching for a beating? Chu Nan shook his head and asked instead of answering, are you the representative student of Green Academy? So what if I am? Since you know, why aren't you getting lost? Could it be that you want to force me to beat you up in front of so many people? The male student still had an arrogant expression. Then what's your ranking among the participating students of your Green Academy? Can you be ranked first? Chu Nan asked again. The male student was stunned, then said angrily, damn, what does that have to do with you? Chu Nan sighed. From this male student's reaction, he definitely could not be considered the strongest among the students of Green Academy. He might even be at the bottom. If he wanted to test the general strength of the students participating in the Green Academy from him, he would probably be disappointed. Chapter 805. When the male student saw Chu Nan sigh with a disdainful expression, he was immediately furious. Kid, you really want to die? Just as he was about to raise his hand and push Chu Nan away, he saw him also raise his hand and grab his neck. Since he was qualified to represent Green Academy in the competition, his strength was naturally not weak. When he saw that Chu Nan actually dared to attack him here, he was not shocked but happy. With a thought, his internal breath circulated and he slapped Chu Nan. However, as soon as he struck out, he felt a huge force surging from all directions and firmly fixed his entire body on the spot. Not to mention being unable to move his feet, even his raised arm was forcefully frozen and he could not stretch out at all, let alone truly slap Chu Nan. He could only widen his eyes in shock and watch helplessly as Chu Nan's hand slowly approached his neck and grabbed it. Chu Nan exerted a little force and picked the male student up by the neck before looking at him expressionlessly. If no one has taught you the principle of first come, first served, I'll teach you now. After saying that, Chu Nan raised his hand and the male student's body flew high into the air, flying back from the heads of the Earth Federation and Green Academy students behind him. Halfway through, one of the students from the Green Academy flew up as if he wanted to stop the male student. However, before he could approach, he felt a terrifying force suppress him from the air. He could only watch as the male student continued to fly back. In fact, it only took an instant for that male student to fly over everyone's heads and land at the back of the crowd. Then, he lay on the ground in an extremely sorry state. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The students of the Earth Federation were slightly better. After all, although not many of them had seen Chu Nan attack with their own eyes, they had more or less understood his strength from the various rumors and knew that he was a super genius who had once fought a heaven control expert and still survived. In some rumors, Chu Nan had even killed that heaven control expert alone to avenge himself. Now that they saw that Chu Nan seemed to have casually stretched out his hand and dealt with this extremely arrogant guy, everyone was only slightly surprised. Most of them were overjoyed and were just short of cheering. Compared to these students of the Earth Federation, the reaction of the people from Green Academy was much stronger. That male student's strength was indeed not the strongest among the students representing the Green Academy in this competition, and he could even only be ranked last. However, he was a true fifth-stage internal breath martial artist. To the young students who were still in the academy, he could already be considered a very good expert. However, now, he could not resist at all and was easily grabbed and thrown out by Chu Nan before he could even react. It could be seen that his strength had definitely far surpassed his. He was already a fifth-stage internal breath martial artist. What could far surpass him should at least be a void break martial artist who had broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, this guy was clearly from a remote small country like the Earth Federation. From his appearance, he should be a student participating in this competition. When did a participating student sent by a small country like the Earth Federation actually have the strength of the void break realm? The students of the Green Academy looked at Chu Nan in shock and disbelief. After a while, a tall young man with golden hair walked out of the crowd of Green Academy and arrived in front of Chu Nan. He seriously sized him up and asked, "What's your name?" Chu Nan discovered that when this young man wanted to ask him, the other Green Academy students behind him revealed even more surprised expressions as if it was very surprising for this young man to ask his name. He looked at the young man and discovered that his appearance was a little combined with the characteristics of the Europeans and Asians in the Earth Federation. He looked extremely handsome. Coupled with his tall figure, he was a truly handsome man. "My name is Chu Nan. What about you?" The young man nodded and stretched out his hand. "My name is Tiago. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to fight you in the competition." Looking at the warm and sunny smile on Tiago's face, Chu Nan could not help but turn to look at the arrogant male student who had just gotten up from the back of the crowd. He thought to himself, why is the difference between this person and others so great? What's his name? Chu Nan did not shake hands with Tiago and pointed at the male student. Tiago looked back and smiled and shook his head. Junior Ivor was rude. "I apologize to you on his behalf. I don't accept it." Chu Nan unexpectedly shook his head. Apology can't be replaced by others. If he wants to apologize, he can do it himself. If not, he can pray that he doesn't encounter me in the competition. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the other students of the Green Academy changed. Even the usually elegant Tiago's expression became a little ugly. He frowned and lowered his hand. The smile on his face faded. "In that case, I'll see you in the competition." After saying this, he waved at the other Green Academy students behind him. "Let's go." Although the other students of the Green Academy glared at Chu Nan, when they heard Tiago's words, they still obediently followed behind him. It could be seen that his prestige in their hearts was very high. However, the advancement of the students of Green Academy was blocked again. Chu Nan stood in front of Tiago and pointed behind him. "I just said that it's first come, first served. Line up behind." This time, the students of the Green Academy could not endure it anymore. All of them glared at Chu Nan with flames in their eyes. A few of them even cursed. "Brat, you still dare to block us? Do you want to die? Damn, Senior Tiago has already spoken to you nicely, but you still dare to do this. Are you shameless? Senior Tiago, don't be polite to this kid. He's only a country kid from the Earth Federation. Teach him a lesson and let him learn the rules." Hearing his classmates' cries, Tiago's expression darkened for the first time. He stared at Chu Nan, who was blocking in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Are you really not planning to move aside?" Chu Nan was still expressionless and could not even be bothered to answer this question. He only stood there casually without any intention of moving. Beside him, the other students from the Earth Federation had already gathered and were looking at him worriedly. Although Chu Nan's martial technique was already extremely powerful in the rumors, they were now on the planet of the United States of Meleda. Was it really good to provoke the representative students of Green Academy like this? Tiago looked at Chu Nan and his expression sank. "Let me ask you again, do you really not plan to move aside?" Chu Nan smiled at him this time, but he still did not speak. Tiago sneered and took a step forward. Chapter 806. With just one step, Chu Nan felt the spatial energy in the space in front of him being driven by this step. As the Tiago stepped on the ground, it pressed down on him with a shocking aura and an extremely terrifying force. Chu Nan could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. From this alone, Tiago's understanding and control of spatial energy had already reached a very high level. He was definitely not inferior to some third stage or even fourth stage void break martial artists he had fought before. It was already quite shocking for him to have such strength at his age. However, Chu Nan could even face a heaven control expert head on now. How could the strength of a mere third stage or even fourth stage void break martial artist make him feel any pressure? Feeling the crazy invasion of the spatial energy above, Chu Nan was a little amused. It seemed that this Tiago planned to learn from how he had dealt with that elf earlier and directly press him to the ground. This way, he would avenge him and embarrass himself greatly, completely saving the face that the Green Academy had lost on him. However, do you think you can do something that even a second stage heaven control martial artist like Ahmad can't do? The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled up and he sneered. Before he could do anything, the terrifying spatial energy that invaded his head had already dissipated and mixed into the surrounding space. The extremely dangerous space above his head that had been surging just now instantly returned to normal without any abnormalities. Most of the students from the Earth Federation were indeed limited in strength. Among them, only a few could sense the existence of spatial energy. They were completely unaware of the secret confrontation between Chu Nan and Tiago, so they did not react. However, among the student representatives sent by Green Academy, even Ivor, who was ranked last, was already a 5th stage internal breath martial artist and had a certain reaction to spatial energy. Now, they clearly sensed the change in spatial energy in the space above Chu Nan's head and were immediately shocked. Their gazes toward him became even more surprised. Earlier, Chu Nan had casually restrained Ivor and thrown him out, only surprising the students of the Green Academy. Now that Chu Nan had easily resolved Tiago's attack, they could not help but be shocked. Could it be that this kid from the Earth Federation was actually powerful enough to contend with Senior Tiago? Tiago also looked at Chu Nan in surprise and frowned. In just that strike, he had already calculated that Chu Nan's true strength was definitely not much weaker than his. If he wanted to defeat Chu Nan, even if he attacked with his full strength, it would probably take some effort. However, this was the space station. Earlier, because of the conflict between the two groups of people, the team had been blocked. If they really fought Chu Nan, with their strength, it would definitely cause extremely serious damage to the surroundings. When he recalled the consequences of this commotion, Tiago retracted his foot and looked at Chu Nan deeply before saying seriously, "You surprised me. I originally thought that the students from your Earth Federation could not be much stronger, but your strength is enough for me to take you seriously." After saying that, he turned around and his gaze swept past the other students from the Earth Federation behind Chu Nan before he shook his head. "No, that's impossible. I don't believe there's another student like you in your Earth Federation. The other students of the Earth Federation looked ashamed. They wanted to refute Tiago's words, but they also knew very well that no one in their group could compare to Chu Nan's strength. Chu Nan opened his mouth and wanted to be humble, but on second thought, his current strength was indeed unique among these students from the Earth Federation. He could not be humble even if he wanted to. If Angie Prairie ended her cultivation somewhere or Feng Mingzi, who had disappeared for nearly half a year, suddenly jumped out, it was possible to compare to him. However, these participating students, even the seniors of Star Cloud Academy, were not his match. Therefore, strictly speaking, Tiago was right. Alright, I'll remember you, Chu Nan. I hope we can meet in the competition and fight well. After saying this, Tiago turned around and walked back to the group of students from Green Academy. He no longer put on a posture of wanting to lead the team forward. Chu Nan shrugged and ignored it. He also turned around and waited for the next shuttle to reach the surface. When the others who were watching the commotion saw this situation, they knew that this small commotion had ended, so they returned to their positions and went to do their own things. However, they firmly remembered the terms Earth Federation and Chu Nan. Hello, everyone. I'm the reporter from the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel, Yang Zaryui. I'm currently reporting ahead of the upcoming Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition on planet Tomrel of the United States of Meleda. Today is the 21st of August, Greenwich time on Earth. The Milky Way Standard Time is 38,915th cycle, 101 orbit. There are only 91 hours left until the opening of the competition. The local time on planet Tomrel is 2 days. As everyone can see, behind me are students from the various academies of the various countries in the Orion Arm. They will be in the competition in 2 days. After introducing the local situation on planet Tomrel, Yang Zaryui quickly changed the topic to the competition. There are a total of 7,191 academies from a total of 198 countries on the Orion Arm participating in this competition. Among them, the most popular ones are undoubtedly the 3 great academies of the Orion Arm, the Mensk Academy, the Lord Sachi School of Martial Skill Enlightenment, and the Green Academy. As the host of this competition, the students from the United States of Meleda participated in the most number of people and received the most attention. Of course, the most popular one was the academy called the Pearl of Meleda, the Green Academy. This academy. Just as Yang Zaryui was about to use a few short words to introduce the history and current situation of Green Academy, she suddenly paused for a moment. She looked at the live broadcast camera and could not help but glance in the other direction. After being stunned for a moment, she suddenly became excited. That's great. We see that the students of the Green Academy seem to have already arrived at the accommodation training base prepared for them by the United States of Meleda. Let's get closer and strive to interview them at close range. Chapter 807. After saying that, Yang Zaryui glanced at the 2 assistants. They immediately rushed towards the entrance of the base with her. At this moment, not only were there many reporters from the various major media outlets at the entrance of the base, but they were also filled with ordinary citizens from all over the United States of Meleda. Seeing the students representing Green Academy get out of the shuttle and walk towards the base, all the reporters and the surrounding crowd immediately became excited and squeezed over desperately. However, under the obstruction of the powerful security guards outside the base, they could not approach at all. Yang Zaryui was pushed around in the crowd. Soon, she became extremely miserable. Not only was her hair disheveled, even one of the buttons on her clothes had been squeezed off. After squeezing for a while and still being unable to approach, she felt a little discouraged. It seemed that it was impossible to interview the students of the Green Academy under such circumstances today. At the thought of this, she gave up on the thought of continuing to squeeze into the dense crowd and focused on getting her assistant to film the surrounding situation. Being able to record these fanatical scenes around him was enough to be news material. At this moment, the students of the Green Academy had already walked to the place closest to the crowd. The crowd became even crazier. Countless people shouted at the students of the Green Academy, and many people even shouted their names. Clearly, these students were quite famous in the United States of Meleda. A handsome and tall student with golden hair suddenly left the group of students and walked towards the reporters. This action immediately caused the crowd to go even crazier. Even the media reporters around Yang Zaryui were instantly several times more excited. Although Yang Zaryui could not see that student through the crowd, she could still tell from the names shouted by the surrounding crowd. This student seemed to be called Tiago. Yang Zaryui had an impression of this name. According to the information she had gathered previously, he was a 4th-year student of the Green Academy. Although he was only 21 years old this year, he already had the strength of a 4th-stage void break martial artist. He was an extremely outstanding genius in the entire United States of Meleda and was very popular. He represented the United States of Meleda in this competition and was seen by many media outlets as a powerful contender for the final victory. Now that he suddenly walked over, it naturally caused a commotion in the media. However, just as the media reporters were shouting Tiago's name and wanting him to answer their question, he stood in front of the media reporters and suddenly raised his voice to ask a question. "Excuse me, are there any reporters from the Earth Federation?" The crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Tiago in confusion. Why did he suddenly ask about the reporters of the Earth Federation? Wasn't the Earth Federation that remote small country outside the spiral arm? The media reporters who were squeezed into a pile began to look around, trying to find their peers from the Earth Federation. A moment later, a shout sounded from behind the crowd. "Here! There are reporters from the Earth Federation here." Everyone immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Then, they automatically gave way. Everyone's gazes landed on the inexplicable and surprised Yang Zaryui. Yang Zaryui looked at the passageway that the crowd automatically parted in front of her. When she saw the tall and handsome Tiago blocked by the security of the base outside, her heart was filled with surprise. After being stunned for a moment, her professionalism as a reporter quickly kicked in. She hurriedly waved at her two assistants and jogged out of the crowd. When she arrived in front of Tiago without any obstruction, Yang Zaryui immediately asked excitedly, Hello, I'm the reporter from the Earth Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel, Yang Zaryui. These two are my colleagues. May I ask if you're student Tiago who represents Green Academy in this competition? Yes, I'm Tiago. Tiago smiled and nodded. Then, he raised his hand to stop Yang Zaryui's next question and asked, since you're a reporter from the Earth Federation, you should know a lot about the students sent by your Earth Federation to participate in this competition, right? This, Yang Zaryui hesitated for a moment. The Earth Federation had a total of 207 students from 26 academies participating in this competition. In order to report this competition, she had some understanding of the list of these students and some basic information, but to say that she knew them very well was really impossible. Seeing the hesitation on Yang Zaryui's face, Tiago smiled again. He roughly knew what she was thinking and asked, you might not know other students very well, but you should know a student called Chu Nan better. Yang Zaryui and the two assistants beside him were stunned. The other media reporters who heard Tiago's question were also stunned. Not only did Tiago take the initiative to ask about the reporter from the Earth Federation, he even mentioned this student called Chu Nan. It was really strange. Could it be that Tiago was related to Chu Nan? Yang Zaryui looked at Tiago in surprise. Seeing that his expression was sincere and did not seem to be joking, she nodded and said, yes, I know Chu Nan very well. Why did you mention him? Tiago raised his head and glanced at the other media reporters. He suddenly stretched out his hand and gestured at Yang Zaryui. Miss Yang Zaryui, can I invite you to dinner? I have many questions about Chu Nan. Of course, in return, I'm willing to accept an exclusive interview from you. Hearing this, the other media reporters and the surrounding crowd immediately stirred. Yang Zaryui was stunned for a moment before she was overjoyed and nodded forcefully. I'd love to. Chu Nan quietly sat in the room at the hotel. The surrounding environment was extremely quiet and even his breathing could be heard. The students of the Earth Federation who came to participate in the competition were not like the students of the Green Academy. With the convenience of the host, they could even directly own a training and rest base. Therefore, after they arrived at the city where the competition was held, Douglas City, they could only find the hotel they had booked in advance to stay in. Fortunately, the Earth Federation government attached great importance to the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition this time and made a large amount of publicity in advance. Therefore, they obtained the support and sponsorship of many large companies in the Federation. Therefore, in the end, they directly booked an entire top-notch hotel in Douglas City. The accommodation conditions were not bad, and every student could even be assigned a single room. After checking in, the representative teams of the various academies organized a small meeting. They roughly explained the safety matters of the past few days and instructed the teachers to not run around and cause trouble. Star Cloud Academy was no exception. Teacher Golostin emphasized the things he had mentioned countless times along the way in the meeting, especially mentioning Chu Nan. After the meeting ended, Golostin simply guarded the corridor outside the room and closely monitored the students' movements. Chu Nan was a little amused by his actions. Which student who was chosen by Star Cloud Academy to participate was not powerful? Not to mention those seniors, even the first year him and Rudy Carl were already powerful void break martial artists. If they really wanted to go out, it was meaningless to guard the door. They could just jump out the window and fly out. Although this was the 17th floor of the hotel and was more than 50 meters above the ground, how difficult was it for void break martial artists like them? Of course, Chu Nan did not plan to sneak out like the seniors in the room next door. He sat quietly in the room and did not go anywhere. This was because he had more important things to do, and that was cultivation. Chapter 808. With just his body, it was not a problem to deal with an initial stage heaven control martial artist like Greg who did not have an extremely powerful cultivation method and was not especially strong himself. However, when faced with a second stage heaven control martial artist like Ahmad who had a powerful inheritance and could use a terrifying S-rank cultivation method as soon as he attacked, it was already not enough. From this point, if he wanted to truly fight a heaven control expert, he had to achieve more variations and a deeper understanding of the use of spatial energy like Supremacy Allahak had said. On this point, Chu Nan did not have a shortcut because he did not have a powerful inheritance like Ahmad. Now, he had not grasped an S-rank cultivation method and could only comprehend it bit by bit. Chu Nan's attempt in the past month was to replicate the Angel of Light used by Ahmad. Although his body was ruthlessly pierced by the Angel of Light's wing arrows, while he endured his injuries, they also left a large number of traces in Chu Nan's body, allowing him to grasp a lot of relevant data. Through his research of these data, Chu Nan discovered that the essence of this wing arrow was actually an alternative arrangement of spatial energy. Through the strange special cultivation method he had grasped, after gathering and rearranging the spatial energy, it formed an extremely powerful Angel of Light. Just by flapping his wings, the feathers turned into extremely powerful arrows that Chu Nan's body could not resist. After Chu Nan analyzed it, he actually basically grasped this special spatial energy arrangement method. Moreover, he could successfully condense spatial energy to form an almost identical light wing arrow. However, he was not satisfied. If it was only a simple replica, Chu Nan could at most master a cultivation method of the same level as Ahmad. He could not even summon the complete Angel of Light and its power was inferior to his. What he wanted to do was to study the essence of this cultivation method thoroughly and resolve the problem that Supremacy Allahak had asked him by studying it. How to change it more and use spatial energy more effectively. The small person condensed from spatial energy continuously mobilized in Chu Nan's left palm. At first, the light continuously flickered and jumped, but later on, it gradually stabilized. The shape of the small person gradually stabilized and gradually became clearer. The details on its body became richer bit by bit. At first, the little person was only a blurry human figure. The pile of wings on his back only looked as ugly as a chicken wing that had its feathers pulled out. It could barely be considered decent. However, as Chu Nan gradually condensed more spatial energy, the outline of the little person's body became more and more like complete human nature. His head, arms, and legs appeared one by one, and his joints were not bad at all. Later on, the features on his face gradually appeared. Hair began to grow on his head, and the wings on his back gradually filled out. Finally, the little person turned into a lifelike angel. However, Chu Nan stared at the small angel of light in his palm and could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What the heck? Could it be that in order to learn this cultivation method, I have to study art first? The small angel of light in his palm was generally fine in shape, and the details were very rich. The feathers were all fine, but the overall image was really not beautiful enough. Not only was his figure slightly bloated, but his upper and lower body were also especially incompatible. Although he had facial features, the ratio of his nose, eyes, and mouth was clearly wrong. He looked very uncoordinated, and it was already polite to call him ugly. It could not be helped. When Chu Nan tried to use the high-level earth elemental power cultivation method to create a small person, there was a ready-made model like Xiao in front of him. He could just do the same. Now, he was only relying on the impression of angels in his mind. Moreover, it was much more difficult to control spatial energy to condense into such a small person. It was inevitable that his appearance could not be perfect. If I throw this out and the enemy is not killed, they'll laugh to death first. Chu Nan helplessly shook his head. With a thought, the wings on the back of the small angel in his palm suddenly stretched out. Soon, they grew to half a meter long and 20 centimeters wide. Compared to the main body of the small angel of light, this pair of wings was simply too large. Then, with a thought, Chu Nan gently flapped his wings. The feathers on them scattered and shot out. Chapter 809. Puff, 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 puff. The cabinet opposite the bed was instantly penetrated by these small wings of light, leaving dozens of dense small holes. Chu Nan leaned over and took a closer look. He discovered that not only had these wings of light penetrated the cabinet door, but they had also penetrated the wall behind the devil and left many small holes in the wall. The power is really not bad. Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction and got the small angel of light in his left hand to spread its wings again. This time, he did not dare to use it on the cabinet. Instead, he specially found a stool covered in metal at the bottom and placed it in front of him. Puff, 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 puff. The sharp arrow formed by the wings of light easily penetrated the metal layer of the stool. The remaining force did not disappear, and it even penetrated several small holes in the window behind the stool. Looking at the small holes in the window, Chu Nan shook his head helplessly. It seemed that it was impossible to practice this move in this hotel room. Otherwise, if this continued, there would be small holes everywhere in this room and no one would need to stay in the future. However, through the two practices just now, he had a deeper understanding of this move that shot out the arrow of light and was even more skilled in this special spatial energy composition. With a flip of his left hand, another small angel of light appeared in his palm. It looked even more lifelike and much better looking. Compared to before, the speed at which Chu Nan summoned it was faster. Looking at this small angel of light, Chu Nan's heart stirred. He flipped his right palm and also condensed spatial energy to form another small angel of light. Then, with a thought, his internal breath entered the small angel of light in his right palm. He activated the goddess song cultivation method. The small angel of light that was originally emitting a pure white holy light began to seep out traces of green. Then, the green became thicker and finally turned completely green, looking like a small statue made of jade. After comparing the white and green angels of light for a while, with a thought, Chu Nan circulated his internal breath and activated the mutated goddess song cultivation method. The green small angel of light in his right palm gradually turned black and finally turned black from jade to ink. Chu Nan thought for a moment and circulated the mysterious cultivation method he had secretly learned from the mysterious girl again. The small angel in his right palm that was already completely black became even darker as if it had swallowed the surrounding light. With a glance, it seemed to be filled with the taste of destroying everything. Looking at the small angel of light that was still white in his left hand and filled with a holy aura, and then at the dark and destructive small angel of darkness in his right palm, Chu Nan's heart stirred. The small angel of light and the small angel of darkness stretched out two wings at the same time and slapped them together before ruthlessly colliding. As soon as the white wing touched the black wing, it was as if it had been bitten. The outside of the entire wing completely dissipated and was ruthlessly swallowed by the black wing. The black wings continued to slap the small angel of light in his left palm, but more than half of it was knocked away with a wing, causing it to be broken and incomplete. Feeling the spatial energy fluctuation produced by the battle between the two small angels, Chu Nan was surprised to see that more than half of the small angel of light was missing. This small angel of light was a spatial energy form that he had reorganized with the data he had gathered from Ahmad and was purely condensed by a special composition method. Although it was definitely incomparable to the power of the angel of light that he had used, the fundamental difference was not huge. It could still be considered the core category of an S-rank cultivation method. However, such a thing built on the foundation of an S-rank cultivation method was actually flapped away by the small-sized Angel of Darkness. Under the small Angel of Darkness condensed from the Goddess Song cultivation method and the special spatial energy of that mysterious cultivation method, the small Angel of Light actually did not show any ability to fight it. Could it be that the power of combining these two cultivation methods had actually surpassed the S-rank cultivation method that Ahmad had grasped? That was an S-rank cultivation method. How was this possible? Chu Nan was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. There was no news from that mysterious girl after that. He could not find any information about this mysterious cultivation method, nor did he know what cultivation method it was. However, from the many actual battles and attempts he had made when cultivating, this cultivation method should at least be an S-rank cultivation method. It was definitely not simple. Of course, another possibility was that after he combined this mysterious cultivation method with the mutated Goddess Song that he had unintentionally grasped, it produced a special chemical reaction and mutated into another especially powerful cultivation method that was even stronger than an S-rank cultivation method. In other words, I don't have to be envious of this cultivation method. I only need to learn the essence. After confirming this, Chu Nan felt his mind relax and began to try to draw a suitable change from the various cultivation methods he had experienced when he fought with Ahmad that day to mobilize the cultivation methods he had grasped. Most importantly, through this research, he discovered that different combinations of spatial energy would produce different power and influence. It was far more powerful than when he simply gathered spatial energy to attack, but the change in choice was also much greater. Understanding this could not only allow him to have more variations in his moves when facing enemies in the future, but it could also allow him to use this characteristic to quickly increase his internal breath and strengthen himself when cultivating his internal breath. It had to be said that his trip to Planet Bar, the battle with Ahmad, and Supremacy Al-Haq's reminder were extremely helpful to him. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Nan was immersed in studying the change in the composition of spatial energy. After an unknown period of time, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Chu Nan put away his control of the spatial energy in surprise and stood up to open the door. He discovered that it was Golostan standing outside. Teacher Golostan, what's the matter? Golostan pointed down. There are Federation reporters interviewing the participating students below. They want you to be interviewed. Chu Nan frowned and waved his hand. What's there to interview? I'm busy cultivating and not interested. No, you have to go this time. Golostan stretched out his hand to stop Chu Nan from returning to the room. We participated in the competition under the sponsorship of the various companies in the Federation. Those sponsoring companies asked us to guarantee a certain degree of exposure. You're the most famous student in the Federation, so you have to be interviewed. Why didn't I know of these rules? Chu Nan frowned. Seeing that Chu Nan was extremely unwilling, Golostan sighed. Think about it. You don't have to spend any money to participate in this competition. That's not for nothing. Go, Chu Nan, treat it as cooperating with our work. Moreover, you seem to be very familiar with that reporter called Yang Zaryui from the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel? She's down there and said that she wants to see you very much. Oh, Yang Zaryui? Doesn't she have my contact number? Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the personal terminal on his wrist and discovered that in order to focus on cultivation, he had set it to silent mode. Unless it was an emergency call, he would not be reminded. Changing the mode back, he indeed discovered that there were many unanswered communication requests. 2 of them were from Yang Zaryui. Alright, I'll go. Chu Nan nodded and walked downstairs. Chapter 810. As soon as Chu Nan appeared in the hotel lobby, it immediately caused a commotion. Originally, there were many students from different academies interviewing different reporters in the hall, but as soon as Chu Nan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's gaze. Those students were fine, but the reporters almost uniformly abandoned their work and surged towards Chu Nan. The group of people rushed to Chu Nan and threw countless questions at him. Student Chu Nan, how confident are you in participating in this competition? Student Chu Nan, may I ask if your goal is the champion? Student Chu Nan, which academy's students do you think pose the greatest threat to you in this competition? Or which students? Student Chu Nan, what's your relationship with Tiago of the United States of Meleda? When he heard the last question, Chu Nan looked at the reporter in surprise. Tiago, why are you asking about his relationship with me? The reporters looked at each other. The reporter who asked the question immediately became excited and asked, when Tiago was interviewed today, he specially mentioned your name and accepted the exclusive interview of our Earth Federation reporter, Miss Yang Zaryui, because of you. In the subsequent interview Miss Yang Zaryui sent to Tiago, she mentioned that he asked her a lot about you, proving that he was very curious and concerned about you. Therefore, I want to ask, are you related to him in private? Are you very close? Yang Zaryui? Right, where's Miss Yang Zaryui? Chu Nan directly ignored the reporter's question and looked around, but he did not see her. The other reporters from the Earth Federation glared at that reporter. If this guy mentioned Yang Zaryui's name, wouldn't it be obvious that he was pushing Chu Nan over? Now that Chu Nan thought of Yang Zaryui, how could they interview her? However, they could do nothing about this. Everyone knew that Yang Zaryui had followed and interviewed Chu Nan since he stood out in West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year. The two of them were closely related and Yang Zaryui had almost become Chu Nan's personal reporter. It was impossible for other reporters to fight her for the interview. As expected, as soon as Chu Nan's shout sounded, a crisp voice sounded from behind the crowd. Chu Nan, I'm here. The reporters surrounding Chu Nan consciously made way and revealed Yang Zaryui who they had deliberately blocked behind. Miss Yang. Chu Nan waved at Yang Zaryui. Do you want to interview me? Then let's find a place to sit down and talk. Hearing Chu Nan's words, the other reporters sighed in their hearts. This Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition had been promoted by the Earth Federation government and was highly anticipated in the Earth Federation. As the most famous and strongest student among all the participating students, Chu Nan was the focus of countless people in the Earth Federation. If they could interview him, it would definitely attract more attention to the media he was in. There were many benefits. However, since Chu Nan had set his sights on Yang Zaryui, there was nothing they could do. Just as they thought that Yang Zaryui would definitely be very happy to find a place with Chu Nan for an exclusive interview, Yang Zaryui smiled and shook her head at him. There's no need. Chu Nan, so many friends have been waiting for you here for a long time. Why don't we sit down and chat together? What do you think? The other reporters' eyes immediately lit up, and their gazes toward Yang Zaryui were instantly filled with gratitude and praise. This Yang Zaryui looked young, but she knew how to behave. Chu Nan glanced at the other excited reporters and roughly understood Yang Zaryui's intentions. He smiled and nodded. All right. After the two of them discussed, the group of people quickly cleared a seat in the hotel lobby and let Chu Nan sit in the middle while the reporters sat opposite him. Of course, Yang Zaryui sat in the middle at the front. She was also the first to ask. Hello, Chu Nan. Firstly, I want to ask you, this should be the first time you've come to the United States of Meleda, right? How do you feel? With this question, the others knew that Yang Zaryui and Chu Nan were indeed related. Otherwise, how could she be sure that this was the first time Chu Nan had come to the United States of Meleda? Yes, this is indeed my first time here. Chu Nan nodded and replied, I have to say that the United States of Meleda is indeed the most developed country on the Orion Arm other than the Declan Empire. Many places are much more advanced than our Earth Federation. However, speaking of feelings, this is not the Earth Federation, after all, not my hometown. I don't feel anything special here. I'm only here to participate in the competition and won't deliberately pay attention to other aspects. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, regardless of whether it was the reporters present or the surrounding students, they nodded secretly. Chu Nan's answer could be said to be extremely appropriate. Not only did he affirm the strength of the United States of Meleda, but he also clearly expressed that he agreed with the Earth Federation more. No matter who heard it, they would not find any problems. Yang Zaryui could not help but smile. He still remembered that when he first interviewed Chu Nan in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year, he was still a very unfamiliar youth who was a little shy and nervous in front of the camera. Now that a year had passed, not only had his strength soared, but his reputation in the Earth Federation had also soared. After a year of training, he had become even more proficient in dealing with the media. After asking this question, Yang Zaryui did not continue. Instead, she turned around and gestured for the other reporters to ask. After receiving Yang Zaryui's instructions, the other reporters immediately asked questions, but most of the questions were similar to before. Chu Nan replied one by one. His answers were basically very appropriate and no one could find any fault with them. However, in the eyes of many reporters, the news value was slightly low. Regarding the reporters asking about his relationship with Tiago, Chu Nan only expressed that he had unintentionally gotten to know him. The two of them agreed with each other's strengths. As for Yang Zaryui saying that Tiago had expressed in the interview that Chu Nan was a powerful opponent and a powerful contender for the championship, Chu Nan also praised him and expressed that he was also powerful and was definitely an outstanding figure among the young martial artists in the entire Orion Arm and the entire Milky Way. Of course, there was no problem with such flattery. It was still flawless. In order to dig out more information, many reporters raised many questions with traps. However, because Chu Nan was skilled in facing the reporters and Yang Zaryui's help, there was no problem. The entire interview, which was similar to a small press conference, went smoothly and calmly. Just as all the reporters were slightly disappointed and felt that this interview was over, Chu Nan revealed a shocking answer when he faced Yang Zaryui, who should be the last to ask. This was Yang Zaryui's problem. Chu Nan, let me ask you one last question. What's your goal in this competition? Or rather, what results will you be satisfied with? Just as all the reporters thought that Chu Nan would answer this question vaguely with an eloquence that did not match his age like before, Chu Nan's words shocked them. I only have one goal. Chu Nan stretched out a finger, champion. Apart from that, I'm not satisfied with any results. The entire hotel lobby was silent for a moment, then there was an uproar. Chapter 811. Chu Nan has the strongest voice. I only want the championship. I'll be the champion, said the domineering Chu Nan. Confident or arrogant? Chu Nan's goal is the champion. Champion? Look at the ambition of the Earth Federation. Arrogant earthling. Other than the champion, he's not satisfied. The clown from the Earth Federation. Chu Nan. Chu Nan's simple answer immediately caused countless intense reactions. However, to be honest, the response was mostly within the Earth Federation. Regarding Chu Nan's announcement that he only wanted the championship and would not be satisfied with any other results, the media of the Earth Federation generally had an affirmative attitude. Most of the media expressed that with Chu Nan's shocking strength, he could definitely be considered a powerful competitor for the final champion of this Orion Arm Martial Arts Alliance competition. Then, declaring that he was only satisfied with the championship and could be considered arrogant and conceited should be considered a performance of young martial artists' confidence in their strength. As a martial artist, he should have such confidence and ambition. Of course, not everyone was certain of this. A small number of media outlets were still more or less suspicious of Chu Nan's answer. They expressed that although his strength was not bad now, because this competition involved the spot to participate in the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Deccan Empire next year, almost all the elite students of the academy chose to participate. There were countless experts, and the competition was especially intense. Even if Chu Nan's strength could be said to be extremely outstanding in the Earth Federation, he was probably not especially outstanding among the top students of the entire Orion arm. If he wanted to win the championship, he could probably only rely on luck. The venue of this competition was the United States of Meleda. With the convenience of the host, they would definitely obtain a certain advantage. Therefore, according to normal analysis, the students of the United States of Meleda should have the greatest hope of winning the championship. Under the positive tone set by the Earth Federation's government, the various media outlets in the Earth Federation did not criticize Chu Nan much. Only some discordant voices sounded on the Milky Way network. However, at the small press conference held by Chu Nan, not only were the reporters of the Earth Federation present, but there were also a few reporters from other countries who wanted to inquire about the situation of the Earth Federation's participating students. Regarding Chu Nan's confident answer, these media reporters from other countries all expressed disdain. In order to attract attention, they even released extremely mocking and provocative news through the media they represented, causing more media and ordinary audiences who were concerned about this competition to react. When others other than the Earth Federation saw this news, almost everyone treated it as a joke. Earth Federation? Wasn't that a remote small country that had only appeared outside the spiral arm in the past few hundred years? How strong could a guy from such a small country be? This guy called Chu Nan had never even heard of his name. He actually dared to say that his goal was only the championship. He was simply boasting shamelessly. One had to know that even the top students of the three academies had never said this before. This guy was simply a clown trying to please the crowd. This was because the Earth Federation was not especially eye-catching among the hundreds of star civilization countries in the Orion Arm. It could only be considered a small emerging country on the outside of the arm and did not have a deep impression of the ordinary citizens of the other countries. Therefore, regarding the students sent by the Earth Federation to participate, regardless of whether it was the media or the ordinary citizens, they did not take them seriously. Even if many people saw the report about Chu Nan, they would at most be curious. After reading it, they would only treat it as a joke and no one would really take it seriously. Therefore, this report only attracted a small amount of attention and did not cause any sensation. However, some people were very concerned about this. In the training and rest base specially prepared by the government of the United States of Meleda, Tiago opened his personal terminal and searched for the reports of the Earth Federation's media regarding Chu Nan. He read them carefully one after another. Seeing that he was staring at the virtual screen, the students beside him could not help but feel very curious. A male student who was also in the same grade as Green Academy could not help but stop his cultivation and approach. "Hey, Tiago, what are you looking at? You're so enthusiastic." Tiago looked up and saw the surrounding students looking at him curiously. He smiled and said, "I'm searching for reports about Chu Nan." Chu Nan. The students were surprised and looked at each other. They recalled that ever since they came into contact with that guy called Chu Nan from the Earth Federation in the space station, Tiago seemed to be especially concerned about him. Not only had he specially found a reporter from the Earth Federation to ask her about Chu Nan's situation, but he had also specially searched for news reports about him. The male student who had asked the question had an even stranger expression. Tiago was tall, handsome, had a hearty personality, and was powerful. He could be considered an idol among the students of the Green Academy. His reputation was extremely high and he was welcomed by almost all the female students. However, after being in Green Academy for so many years, there had never been any rumors of him having a close relationship with any female classmate. In fact, the number of times he was alone with a female classmate was pitifully few. Therefore, there had always been a rumor among the students of the Green Academy. Senior Tiago might like men. Could it be that Tiago fell in love with that guy called Chu Nan at first sight? The male student hurriedly shook his head and threw this terrifying thought out of his mind. He composed himself and asked Tiago, then after looking for a long time, "Did you discover anything interesting?" He was only asking casually, but he did not expect Tiago to look at everyone and nod seriously. "Yes." Tiago operated his personal terminal and turned the virtual screen around. "This is a report about Chu Nan and the Earth Federation that I found on the Milky Way network. Take a look." Everyone leaned over and read seriously. At first, they did not mind, but after watching for a while, they revealed shocked expressions. "This is impossible." A younger male student cried out in surprise, "How can he survive after falling into the Stargate? Impossible. No, no, no. This is not important." Another male classmate pointed at a spot on the virtual screen. "Look here, it says that after Chu Nan returned alive, he actually personally killed the Heaven Control martial artist who sent him into the Stargate to take revenge for himself." This is too ridiculous. He can kill a Heaven Control martial artist? Then doesn't he have the strength of a Heaven Control martial artist now? I think this is even more terrifying. Another student pointed at another place. "This says that Chu Nan was not even an internal breath realm martial artist a year ago and was even judged by 2-star grade martial artists to be unable to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in his life. In other words, in just a year, he has broken through from the overlord body realm and has become so strong now." Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. No one would believe that a martial artist only needed a year to break through from the overlord body realm to the point where he could even kill a heaven control expert. This went against everyone's common sense. Everyone looked at Tiago again. That day, other than Ivor, Tiago was the only person who directly fought Chu Nan. Clearly, he had the most say in Chu Nan's strength. Chapter 8:12. To be honest, I can't accurately estimate Chu Nan's strength. Facing everyone's gazes, Tiago pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. Everyone looked surprised. No way? Didn't you fight him once? I didn't use my full strength in that battle. Clearly, he has reservations. I can't make an accurate judgment because of this. Tiago shook his head again. However, even in this contact, I'm certain that even if his strength is slightly weaker than mine, he won't be much weaker. In short, this is an opponent that can't be underestimated. Seeing the serious expression on Tiago's face, the others looked at each other and looked at the report on the virtual screen. They still felt that it was unbelievable. He was only a guy from a small country like the Earth Federation. How could he be powerful? After chatting with Tiago for a while, everyone ended their morning practice and dispersed. After leaving the training ground, Ivor appeared out of nowhere and stopped the students of the Green Academy who had been chatting with Tiago. Everyone, don't you think it's very displeasing to let that kid from the Earth Federation be arrogant in the territory of our United States of Meleta? These people naturally understood that Ivor had a grudge against Chu Nan and was deliberately causing trouble. However, they were indeed very unhappy with Chu Nan's arrogant words. The few of them looked at each other and one of them frowned. There's nothing we can do if we're unhappy. Before the competition begins, we can't teach him a lesson. Moreover, even if the competition begins, we might not be able to touch him. No. Why do we have to wait until the competition begins? Ivor chuckled. If we want to teach this kid a lesson, we don't have to do it ourselves. Their expressions changed. What do you mean? Listen to me. We only need this. For the first time in 2 days, Chu Nan walked out of the hotel. Even so, Golostan still did not forget to chase after him and exhort, Chu Nan, don't run around and cause trouble. Come back after you're done with the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. This is the United States of Meleta, not our Earth Federation. After what you did previously, many people will definitely be very dissatisfied with you. You have to be careful. Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes. Teacher Golostan, are you my mother? Golostan glared at him. I'm worried that something will happen to you. All right. I understand. I'll only go for a while and be back. It won't take long. Don't worry, I guarantee that I won't cause trouble on the way. Even if others take the initiative to provoke me, I'll endure it. At most, I'll just run away. In any case, I don't believe anyone can catch up to me. What do you think? Teacher Golostan's expression was still serious. If that's the case, that's best. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes, shake his head, and leave the hotel. Before leaving the Earth Federation, he had gone to the headquarters of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce's Earth branch according to the agreement and cooperated with Tom Kench to do some experiments. Later on, when he heard that Chu Nan was coming to the United States of Meleta to participate in this competition, Tom Kench expressed that the experiment was at a critical period. It was best not to have no data for a long time. Therefore, after Chu Nan came to the United States of Meleta, he also reported to the Meleta branch of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce to continue the experiment data. Chu Nan had just arrived yesterday and could not run around, so it was decided to be today. The branch office of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce in the United States of Meleta on planet Tomrel, it's here. Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and checked. He compared it to the address Tom Kench had sent yesterday and confirmed the destination he was going to before walking in that direction. However, just as he walked out of the hotel door, a large group of people suddenly swarmed over from all directions and blocked the entrance. When these people saw Chu Nan walk out, they immediately shouted at him. It's him. It's this arrogant kid. Damn, teach him a lesson. Brothers, attack. Seeing that group of people cursing and rushing towards him, Chu Nan was shocked. He tapped his feet and flew up. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Nan shouted from above. Seeing Chu Nan fly up, the people below were stunned before their emotions surged. Brat, come down if you have the guts. That's right. Come down. We want to show you that this is not a place where a kid from the Earth Federation like you can be arrogant. Damn. For a moment, all kinds of vulgarities mixed together, almost instantly turning the outside of the hotel into a noisy market. Chu Nan frowned and listened. From their shouts, he could roughly tell that they were berating him for being too arrogant. From this point, this might be related to the question he answered the reporters yesterday. However, although his answer at that time was confident and could even be considered arrogant, it was only targeted at this competition after all and did not specially target the United States of Meleta. Why was the group of people below so angry, as if they had suffered an extremely great humiliation? He lowered his head to look at the still angry crowd below and shook his head. He did not want to waste time with them here. He turned around and flew towards the branch office of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. In any case, these people were gathered here like this. The hotel would definitely be responsible for dealing with them. He was unwilling to waste time here. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved, 3 figures flew over from 3 directions and surrounded him a moment later. Since these 3 people could fly over directly from the air, they were naturally void break martial artists. After surrounding Chu Nan, one of the tall and thin middle-aged men with a long and narrow face shouted at him with a cold expression, "Kid, you're Chu Nan." Chu Nan looked at him and then at the other 2 void break martial artists before pointing at himself. What? You're all here to find me. That's right. The horse-faced man shouted sternly, "You arrogant and ignorant kid, you actually dare to look down on the martial artists of our United States of Meleta. I'll educate you on behalf of others today." Chu Nan was confused and puzzled. Why did such a person appear and shout at him so angrily? He did not remember offending these guys. Moreover, why did the horse-faced man say that he looked down on the martial artists of the United States of Meleda? Seeing that the horse-faced man had already flown through the air and slapped over, Chu Nan frowned and could not be bothered to tangle with them for no reason. With a thought, his internal breath flowed and his body swayed. He easily resolved the seal of spatial energy in the surrounding space and dodged the palm before flying out from beside the horse-faced man. "Kid, don't even think about running." The other two void break martial artists shouted and attacked from both sides. However, since Chu Nan was already determined to leave, how could they stop him? The two void break martial artists only saw a black shadow flash past in front of them and instantly flash extremely far away. When they focused their gazes, they discovered that Chu Nan had already flown more than 3 kilometers away. The hearts of the three void break martial artists in the air, including the horse-faced man, skipped a beat. No wonder this kid dared to be so arrogant. Not to mention anything else, just his flying speed was abnormally shocking. However, a thought flashed through their minds and they sneered in their hearts. "Kid, even if you can escape from here and avoid the three of us, can you escape from planet Tomrel and avoid everyone?" Chapter 813. About that, Chu Nan, did you encounter a robbery? Jiggs, the branch manager of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce in the United States of Meleda stationed on planet Tomrel, looked at the miserable Chu Nan in surprise. He could not understand why he had become like this. The information regarding Chu Nan handed over by the Earth branch clearly stated that although this guy looked young, his true strength had already reached the level of a high-level void break martial artist. What robber was crazy enough to come and rob him? Moreover, because the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition was about to begin these few days, the government of planet Tomrel was very strict with public security. Not to mention that no thieves or robbers dared to appear now, and even the beggars on the street had been cleaned up. It was simply the safest and calmest few days Jiggs had ever seen on planet Tomrel. Chu Nan smiled bitterly and did not know how to answer. Although he had avoided those three guys just now, on the way to the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's branch, there were always void break martial artists who appeared out of nowhere to block his way. Some would even come up and greet him and ask if he was Chu Nan. Most of them did not say a word and directly fought when they saw him. Although with Chu Nan's current strength, he was not afraid of these second-stage void break martial artists at most. Too many had appeared along the way. He could not rely on his speed to shake them off and could only be forced to attack. However, no matter how much strength he had, because there were so many enemies that appeared, it took him a lot of effort to deal with them all. In fact, in order to not let those guys discover his destination, he specially brought a group of people around before flying over. Naturally, he looked a little miserable. After thinking for a moment, he could only shake his head and say, "I was delayed by some things. Alright, let's quickly begin. I have to return immediately after the experiment." Seeing that Chu Nan did not want to say anything, Jiggs naturally did not ask further. He immediately brought him to the underground laboratory in every branch of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. In fact, what Chu Nan had done when he came here was only the most basic physical test. According to Tom Kench's wish, it should be best to test Chu Nan once a week to observe the data of his physical change. After collecting enough data, he might be able to push out the profundity of the change in his body. However, Chu Nan had fallen into the Stargate and disappeared for more than 5 months. After returning, because his body had experienced thousands of refinements in the alternate space, the various statistics had an extremely exaggerated increase compared to before. While it caused Tom Kench to be extremely surprised, he also beat his chest and stomped his feet because of this, indicating that he had lost the best period of time to observe Chu Nan. In order not to have such regrets again, although Chu Nan had run to the United States of Meleda to participate in the competition, Tom Kench had even deliberately contacted the branch office of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce here to ensure that he would undergo a physical test and collect data. In fact, Chu Nan felt that the experiments done by Tom Kench and the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce on him were meaningless because other than his powerful data ability, the reason why his body could undergo such an exaggerated change was mostly because of his various magical experiences. It was impossible to replicate. Even if the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce really studied him thoroughly, it was impossible for them to assign the same thing to other martial artists. However, since he could get money from participating in the experiment, Chu Nan naturally would not object. Under Jig's lead, Chu Nan cooperated with him and completed the physical test. When he saw Chu Nan's physical test report, Jiggs was surprised. Before this, he was actually not interested in Chu Nan. Although Tom Kench had raised some research reports about Chu Nan many times in the meeting of the directors of the Orion Arm branch of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce and hoped to be valued by the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce, no one had always cared. In the end, the branch that Tom Kench was in was only a branch of a remote small country like the Earth Federation. No one really felt that there would be any impressive figures in this inconspicuous small country. The reason why Jiggs agreed to help Tom Kench and agreed to Chu Nan's physical test was mostly because of his friendship with him. He did not care much about Chu Nan. There were many martial artists who cooperated with the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce in the research. Just on planet Tomrel, which Jiggs was in charge of, there were more than 600 martial artists of all kinds who had signed a cooperation agreement with the branch office. There were even 3 heaven control experts. Compared to them, what was a kid like Chu Nan who was not even at the legal age of the Earth Federation and was considered underage in the entire Milky Way? However, after seeing Chu Nan's physical test report, Jiggs discovered that his understanding of him was simply wrong. From the report, the various statistics of Chu Nan's body could only be described as perfect. That's right, perfect. Be it the flexibility, coordination, tissue elasticity of the muscle cells, the toughness of the blood vessels and meridians, the fine density of the bones, and so on, all the data showed that Chu Nan's current physical strength had already far exceeded the average strength of an internal breath realm or even a void break martial artist. In fact, Jiggs specially used his authority to pull out the physical test reports of the 3 Heaven Control experts who had a cooperative relationship with the branch office. He discovered that even their physical data indicators were slightly inferior to Chu Nan. Perhaps in some individual statistics, these 3 Heaven Control experts were slightly stronger than Chu Nan, but in most statistics, they were clearly superior to him. If it was the overall strength of their entire bodies, these 3 Heaven Control experts could not be compared to Chu Nan. From the physical data monitoring report alone, Chu Nan's body had already surpassed the average standard of a Heaven Control expert and reached the level of a high-level Heaven Control martial artist. Jiggs' surprised gaze continuously swayed between the physical test report and Chu Nan's. He wanted to push Chu Nan back and do the test again. There must be a mistake. How could a young kid like Chu Nan have such a tempered and perfect body that was even stronger than ordinary Heaven Control experts? This went against common sense. Previously, when Tom Kench presented the report on Chu Nan at the council meeting, everyone, including Jiggs, treated it as a joke. However, after personally presiding over Chu Nan's physical test, Jiggs finally confirmed that Tom Kench was definitely not joking. It was definitely not like many colleagues had said that he wanted to use such a guy to gain attention and more important capital for the Earth Branch Research Center he led. This kid called Chu Nan was really worth putting all his effort into research. Chapter 8:14. Seeing the burning gaze of a hound that had been hungry for 3 days when it saw delicious prey, Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes. Why were these people from the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce all like this? From the first time he came into contact with Yu Ting Feng to this Jiggs, everyone would have this gaze when they saw their physical data monitoring report. Alright, I admit that the huge change in my body is indeed very valuable for research, but do your eyes have to be so wide? About that, Chu Nan, little brother, you're going to participate in the competition on planet Tomrel next, right? Jiggs looked at Chu Nan with a burning gaze. Yes, that's right. Then, that means you have to stay here for at least half a month? Jiggs asked again. Yes, the competition will only last for half a month. I'll go back after the competition. Then how about you not be in a hurry to return to the Earth Federation? After participating in the competition, stay and cooperate with us to do some research. What do you think? Don't worry, I'll guarantee that you have perfect food and accommodation here. Moreover, I won't ask you to help for no reason. In addition, I'll pay you. I won't ask you to do anything else. You only need to come like this every day and participate in some tests. Of course, if you're willing. Seeing that Jig's eyes were shining as he spoke, Chu Nan immediately understood what he was thinking and shook his head. No, I have to return after the competition. It's impossible for me to stay. I still have many things to do in the Earth Federation. I still have to continue my studies in the Fortune Academy. In addition, I have an agreement with a star-grade martial artist from our Earth Federation. I have to return. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Chu Nan deliberately emphasized the word star-grade martial artist. As expected, Jiggs immediately frowned after hearing this. Even to the powerful Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, star-grade martial artists were people that needed to be highly valued. To a genius young martial artist like Chu Nan, being able to interact with star-grade martial artists was something that he dreamed of. It was impossible for him to stay because of a little benefit temptation. After thinking for a moment, Jiggs could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, I finally understand why that guy Tom Kench looks so excited every time he mentions you. To that research maniac of his, you're probably much more attractive to him than 10 naked beauties. What kind of analogy is this? The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched as he raised his hand to bid farewell to Jiggs. Since the data has been gathered, I'll leave first. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. I have to go back and prepare. Of course, Jiggs knew that to the current Chu Nan, this competition was much more important than anything else. It was not good to ask him to stay again, so he could only warmly send him out personally. Chu Nan, you should know that because there's a difference between the United States of Meleda and your Earth Federation, our Chamber of Commerce's branch in the United States of Meleda is much larger than your Earth Federation's branch. The various facilities, personnel, and so on are much more complete than the Earth Federation's branch. If you cooperate with our research here, putting everything else aside, the reward we can provide will be much greater than yours at Tom Kench. Therefore, look. As Jiggs sent Chu Nan out, he continuously explained the benefits of assisting the research institute. Unfortunately, no matter how much Jiggs spoke, Chu Nan did not say anything. At this moment, the two of them had already walked to the door of the branch office. Seeing that he was about to separate from Chu Nan, he was anxious. He thought for a moment and made up his mind before saying, Chu Nan, if you're willing to stay, no matter what reward Tom Kench gives you, I can pay you twice. Just as he said this, Chu Nan had already opened the door. A thunderous commotion suddenly surged in and instantly interrupted Jiggs. Jiggs was immediately stunned. He focused his gaze outside the door and was surprised to discover that a large group of people had already gathered outside the branch office. It filled the square outside the branch office and even the street beside it to the brim. Not only that, Jiggs looked up and was shocked to discover that even the sky was densely filled with figures. At a casual count, there were at least 1,000 people. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to be a void break martial artist. However, other than some people who relied on their personal simple aircraft to float in the air, with a casual glance, he could see that at least a third of the people inside were completely floating in the air with their bodies. In other words, at least a third of these people were void break martial artists. There were more than 300 void break martial artists. After seeing the situation clearly, Jiggs was shocked. Although he was part of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and had usually come into contact with many high-end martial artists, and void break martial artists were not important in his eyes, seeing so many void break martial artists at once still shocked him. Moreover, why were so many void break martial artists blocking the branch office? Could it be that they were dissatisfied with the Noctem Chamber of Commerce? Was this another group incident targeting the Noctem Chamber of Commerce? Thinking of this, Jigsa's expression could not help but change. Although the Noctem Chamber of Commerce was one of the three great factions in the Milky Way, the weakest link under their name was martial artists. As the branch office of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce on planet Tamrel, although there was a certain defense facility here, it was impossible for it to block so many powerful void break martial artists. Most importantly, with so many people gathered here, logically speaking, the government of planet Tamrel should have reacted to such a bad incident long ago, but he did not receive any information in advance. In other words, this operation might have already obtained the tacit approval of the government of planet Tamrel. Jigsa's expression changed again. He lowered his head and planned to open his personal terminal to question the highest-ranking officials of the Star government. If this was really something that the government of planet Tamrel had tacitly agreed to, it might turn into a serious diplomatic incident between the United States of Meleta and the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, just as he moved, Chu Nan suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped him. "Director Jigs, don't panic. These guys should be coming for me." Jigs looked at Chu Nan in surprise and saw that he had already walked out toward the group of people outside. As if to verify Chu Nan's words, the dense crowd outside the branch office was originally extremely noisy. However, when Chu Nan walked out of the door, everyone's gazes focused on him and the scene instantly fell silent. However, a moment later, an even louder commotion sounded again, instantly drowning the space outside the branch office. Chapter 8:15. Chu Nan looked at the noisy crowd in front of him expressionlessly and listened to the various filthy words and curses that continuously sounded in his ears. He still felt puzzled. From the looks of it and the language coming out of their mouths, these people should be from the United States of Meleta. However, what had he done to offend these Meleta people so badly? From the looks of it, they simply seemed to have a deep hatred for him. Previously, he had been blocked outside the hotel once and was even surrounded on the way. Now, he was even blocked outside the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. These guys were really persistent. Chu Nan's gaze swept past the people on the ground and discovered that most of them had bright eyes and strong bodies. Clearly, they were martial artists who had been tempered by their internal breath. As for those guys in the sky above, there was no need to mention them. Those who could float in the air with their bodies should at least be void break martial artists. As for heaven control experts, Chu Nan did not think that any heaven control experts would disregard their status and come to join the fun. When he thought of this, Chu Nan exhaled and took another step forward. Originally, that group of people was abnormally fierce and noisy, but after Chu Nan took a step forward, everyone could not help but shut up. Some people even involuntarily took a step back. However, they immediately reacted and immediately retracted their feet to continue cursing Chu Nan. Seeing this scene, Chu Nan found it very interesting and took another step forward. Many people fell silent, but this time, they reacted faster and cursed even more fiercely. Chu Nan took a few more steps forward and the group of people opposite him finally adapted. No one retreated and they only cursed at him with all their might. Only then did Chu Nan stop, but he was already less than 10 meters away from the nearest person. He glanced at the ferocious expressions of the people in the front row with interest and raised his head to look at the hundreds of void break martial artists who were still floating in the sky, but they definitely did not curse like the group of people below. He knew that since the other party had set up such a huge formation, even if he could completely rely on his super speed to quickly escape, this group of people would probably still chase to the hotel to stop him. If he did not resolve this matter, he would probably not have a stable life ahead. Moreover, it was one thing for him to be affected because it was not good for this group of people to affect the participants of the other academies of the Earth Federation. Therefore, it was best to resolve it as soon as possible. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan had a thought and shouted, "Hey, you've been cursing for a long time, but no one came out to tell me what's going on? Or rather, what do you want to do? Think carefully before coming." Although the surrounding crowd was extremely noisy, Chu Nan's voice clearly spread out, allowing everyone to hear it clearly without any mistakes. Jigs, who was standing not far behind Chu Nan, revealed a surprised expression. Although his martial technique was ordinary, because he had come into contact with many martial artists, his knowledge was definitely not weak. Just Chu Nan's move was enough to prove that his control of internal breath and spatial energy had reached an extremely high realm. The expressions of the hundreds of void break martial artists floating in the air could not help but change slightly. As void break martial artists, their perception of spatial energy naturally surpassed internal breath martial artists and others. Therefore, they clearly sensed the weak but extremely rhythmic spatial energy fluctuation that accompanied Chu Nan's voice. Although Chu Nan had yet to attack, just this move was enough to show that his strength was indeed extraordinary and he had the capital to be arrogant. On the other hand, the group of people on the ground who were mainly internal breath realm martial artists and overlord body realm martial artists did not feel this clearly. After hearing Chu Nan's words, they did not take it seriously, but their shouting still decreased greatly. Although Chu Nan spoke very bluntly, it made sense. It was meaningless for them to surround Chu Nan and curse. In the end, they had to see the truth. As for how to resolve it, everyone on the ground raised their heads and looked at the void break martial artists in the sky. No matter how impulsive these people were or how angry and dissatisfied they were with Chu Nan, they knew very well that he at least had the strength of the void break realm. With their strength, even if they swarmed him, they would be helpless. Only experts of the same level could pose a threat to Chu Nan. The crowd gradually fell silent. However, the more than 300 void break martial artists in the sky looked at each other, but no one was willing to stand out for a long time. On the other hand, the group of people on the ground were anxious. A burly man suddenly shouted and rushed out of the crowd to punch Chu Nan. This punch was precise and powerful. It could be seen that this burly man should at least have the strength of a second stage internal breath realm expert. His skills were not bad. However, Chu Nan did not even have the intention to attack. He only quietly watched as the burly man rushed over. When the burly man rushed 5 meters away from Chu Nan, he suddenly seemed to have collided with a transparent wall and was bounced back. His huge body flew a few meters in the air and heavily fell into the crowd, landing where he had been. Seeing that this burly man was easily forced back without even touching Chu Nan, many of the restless fellows in the crowd immediately suppressed their thoughts of attacking. Clearly, their strength was too inferior to Chu Nan, so it was meaningless to rush forward. Chu Nan could not be bothered to pay attention to this group of people. He raised his head and his body suddenly rose. He had already flown into the air and arrived at the center of everyone in the sky. He looked around and shouted in a clear voice, "I'll ask again. Why did you come to find trouble with me?" After a moment of silence, a void break martial artist on Chu Nan's left sneered and replied, "What? Chu Nan, have you forgotten what you said in the blink of an eye? Since you dare to disregard all the martial artists of the United States of Meleda, don't blame us for being ruthless to you." Chu Nan frowned and was even more puzzled. "Since when did I not take the martial artists of your United States of Meleda seriously?" That void break martial artist frowned and sneered, "Kid, you have the guts to say it, but you don't have the guts to admit it? Fortunately, what you did was recorded by someone and is clearly recorded. You can't quibble." "Oh, in that case, there's a recording." Chu Nan was surprised. That void break martial artist glared at Chu Nan and opened the personal terminal on his wrist. He released the virtual screen and expanded it to the largest. It was 20 meters long and 13 meters wide, almost covering half the sky. Then, the image information was released on the virtual screen. What appeared in the video was a hotel. Chu Nan discovered at a glance that this hotel was the hotel he and the participating students of the Earth Federation stayed in. Then, the camera zoomed in and revealed a room on the 13th floor of the hotel. 3 figures appeared outside the window, and one of them was Chu Nan. Coupled with the scene, the voices of the 3 of them sounded. One of them was clearly Chu Nan. Chapter 8:16. "Hey, Chu Nan, didn't you fight with Tiago that day? What do you think of him?" Another person asked. "Tiago." In the video, Chu Nan sneered mockingly, "This guy only looks powerful, but his strength is actually not much. That day, he definitely wanted to take revenge for his classmate and decided to embarrass me. However, as you can see, he can't do anything to me." "Haha, that's right." The last person also laughed mockingly, "That Tiago looks very powerful, but he's actually only trash. He's not your match at all." "Of course." In the video, Chu Nan snorted, "The so-called Green Academy is called the 3 Great Academies of the Milky Way. I think it's completely undeserved. This Tiago is so lousy, but he can still fight as a representative. Moreover, it seems that he's the strongest among the students of Green Academy. It's simply laughable." "That's right. These guys from Green Academy are so weak, but they still dare to be arrogant in front of you. They simply don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," another person echoed. "Ha ha ha ha." In the video, Chu Nan laughed wildly, "I don't think it's only this Green Academy. The martial artists of the entire United States of Meleda are also a bunch of trash. If not for the fact that their territory is larger than our Earth Federation and they have more people than our Earth Federation, how can they compare to us? I dare to say that although our Earth Federation doesn't have many star-grade martial artists, I dare to say that no star-grade martial artist in the United States of Meleda can compare to them. That's for sure. In the future, when you become a star-grade martial artist, you can definitely easily kill the other star-grade martial artists of the United States of Meleda and let them recognize the strength of our Earth Federation." After the last person echoed, the 3 people in the video laughed wildly simultaneously. Then, the topic gradually changed from this to some trivial matters. Then, the entire video ended here. Seeing the scene on the virtual screen stop, the void break martial artist who released this scene coldly said to Chu Nan, "What else do you have to say now?" Chu Nan looked at the scene on the virtual screen and touched his chin with a bitter smile. Of course, he was certain that this video was completely fake. It was obvious that someone else had deliberately synthesized such a fake video to slander and frame him. Now that he was thinking about why someone did this and who did it, it was meaningless. Chu Nan glanced at the hundreds of void break martial artists in the sky with unfriendly expressions and looked at the crowd below who seemed even more agitated and cursing because of the video. He secretly sighed. "If I say that this video is fake, will you believe me?" Chu Nan asked the void break martial artist. The void break martial artist's expression immediately changed as he shouted sternly, "Kid, the truth is here, and you still dare to deny it like this? Since you dared to talk nonsense previously, could it be that you don't dare to admit it now? Alright, if you insist that this video is fake now, as long as you kneel down and admit your mistake to us martial artists of the United States of Meleda, we'll let you go today. Are you willing?" "Yes. Kneel down and admit your mistake." "Damn, make that kid kneel." "No, just letting him kneel is too easy on him. We still have to beat him up properly. Then, we'll strip him naked and hang him on it before spreading it to the Milky Way network and letting everyone see his ugly state. Yes, we can't let him off easily." Hearing the cheers below, Chu Nan could only smile bitterly in his mind. As he had expected, these guys had already lost their minds and would not believe him at all. Arguing was meaningless, so the only choice seemed to be to fight. Chu Nan gently took a deep breath and threw away the anger and frustration of being wronged. He calmly looked at the void break martial artist and said expressionlessly, "It seems you won't believe me no matter how I explain. Alright, I'll do as you wish. You gathered so many people to surround me today because you want to personally defeat me and prove that what I said is wrong, right? Nonsense. Kid, you're so shameless. We want you to see if the martial artists of our United States of Meleta are as useless as you say." The void break martial artist immediately cursed. The other hundreds of void break martial artists in the sky also echoed in unison. For a moment, they pointed all the spears at Chu Nan, causing him to become the center of everyone's criticism instantly. "Oh, do you want to prove it? That's simple." Chu Nan smiled and hooked his finger at the void break martial artist. He turned to look at the hundreds of other void break martial artists around him and asked, "If you want to prove that what I said is nonsense, you only need to defeat me. However, how do you fight? Do you want to fight one-on-one or in a group?" The void break martial artist was stunned. "What one-on-one fight? In a one-on-one battle, I'll fight you alone. In a group fight, you'll fight me alone. Choose." Chu Nan shrugged and said casually, "Nonsense." That void break martial artist was immediately furious. "Do you think the martial artists of our United States of Meleta are as shameless as you? Winning with numbers? If word gets out, it'll be a humiliation to our martial artists. Damn, this kid is too arrogant. What do you mean by fighting us alone? Do you have the ability?" "That's right, kid, you must be crazy. Who do you think it is? A star-grade martial artist? Even a star-grade martial artist doesn't dare to challenge so many of us alone." Hearing the curses of the surrounding void break martial artists, Chu Nan still smiled. This was the reaction he had been waiting for. "Alright, in that case, you want to fight me one-on-one? Who's first? You." Chu Nan locked his gaze on the void break martial artist. The others also cast their gazes over. The void break martial artist's expression paused as a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. Although he was the first to jump out and criticize Chu Nan in public, he actually knew very well that Chu Nan's strength was indeed extraordinary and he was really not confident in defeating him. However, now that he was being watched by so many people, it was impossible for him to choose to retreat. After thinking for a moment, he could only grit his teeth and put away the virtual screen. He closed his personal terminal and waved at Chu Nan. "Come." The other void break martial artists in the air and the people who came on their personal aircraft to watch the commotion immediately retreated at the same time, opening up a huge space in the sky. The crowd below also dispersed. If the two void break martial artists fought and smashed into the ground, they would be the unlucky ones. After the crowd dispersed, that void break martial artist endured the anger in his heart and bowed to Chu Nan. After Chu Nan returned the greeting, his aura suddenly soared. At that moment, the spatial energy in the surrounding space vibrated and a red fire cloud suddenly rose behind him. Chapter 817. He originally planned to sink his entire body into the red cloud to properly experience how the spatial energy in the red cloud operated, but just as he was about to do this, he suddenly reacted. If he did this, there would naturally be no problem with his body, but if he could not protect his clothes, he would become naked and awkward again. It was one thing to do this on planet Lepler, but not many people would see it. Now, he was certain that his naked butt would appear on the Milky Way network the next day and be seen by everyone. Therefore, Chu Nan immediately cut off this thought. As he controlled his body to maintain the distance from the red cloud, he allowed his entire right arm to enter but did not let the quickly expanding red cloud touch anywhere else. As the red cloud spread and retreated, in a moment, the red cloud had already spread for more than 500 meters in the sky with that void break martial artist as the starting point, dyeing a large area of the sky blood red. Even the sunlight turned blood red. Realizing that the red cloud was no longer expanding, the spatial energy that was originally violent and contained terrifying lethality had also become unstable. Chu Nan glanced at the void break martial artist in the distant sky and knew that he should have reached his limit. At this moment, Chu Nan had already relied on the direct contact of his right arm and his perception to gather sufficient data on the condensation and circulation method of the spatial energy in the other party's red cloud. He knew that it was meaningless to delay any longer, so with a thought, his internal breath circulated and entered his right arm, quickly synchronizing the spatial energy around his right arm to a high-frequency vibration state. Boom! With a muffled sound, the red cloud that Chu Nan's right arm entered revealed a huge gap like smoke being blown away. Then, everyone could clearly see with their naked eyes that ripples with obvious vibrations were emitted from his right arm and quickly spread on the red cloud. Wherever the vibration ripple passed, the redness was immediately shaken into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the red clouds that filled the sky had faded. The vibration ripples quickly invaded the void break martial artist. Before he could even react, the vibration ripples had already invaded his body. His body in the air shook violently for a moment at high speed, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. All of the internal breath in his body dissipated at the same time, and his body fell diagonally like a kite with a broken string. This change was immediately beyond the expectations of the audience. Earlier, it was clear that the void break martial artist displayed his might. With a thought, he summoned red clouds that filled the sky, causing Chu Nan to have almost nowhere to escape. Moreover, they swallowed his entire right arm and almost swallowed his entire body. However, in the blink of an eye, Chu Nan only shook his right arm and completely resolved all the attacks of the void break martial artist. He was even heavily injured and actually fell. Clearly, he had completely lost his combat strength. The ordinary people and martial artists below the internal breath realm still did not feel this deeply. Most of the void break martial artists in the sky could sense the change in the spatial energy in the surrounding space, and the shock they felt was only greater. Although the cultivation method used by that void break martial artist could not be considered top-notch, he had clearly cultivated it extremely well. The power was definitely extraordinary. However, Chu Nan seemed to have dealt with it so easily. It could be seen that compared to his opponent, his strength clearly far exceeded his. There was still more than 300 void break martial artists left who looked at each other. Those who felt that their strength was inferior to the first person to attack could not help but retreat. As for the other void break martial artists who felt that their strength was not weak, they could not help but hesitate. Seeing their reaction, Chu Nan chuckled. Not only are these fools so easily deceived by others, but they're also all so timid. Alright, since you don't dare to take the initiative, I'll do it myself. With a thought, a red cloud suddenly rose behind Chu Nan. At some point, it spread and covered the sky that was more than a kilometer in radius, enveloping the dozen or so void break martial artists closest to him. Chu Nan took the initiative to attack because he planned to fight 10 alone. Chapter 8:18. At the participating student base of the United States of Meleta, about 30 kilometers away from the branch office of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, Ivor and a few students of the Green Academy squatted in a corner and looked at the virtual screen released by Ivor's personal terminal with excited and nervous expressions. Ha ha ha, this fool. Ivor suddenly pointed at the virtual screen and laughed. So what if he's strong? I admit that no one is his match in a one-on-one battle, but this fool actually dares to provoke so many people. He's simply courting death. Ha ha ha. The scene on the virtual screen displayed the situation in front of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's branch office. From this perspective, it should be someone watching the battle below. From the angle of raising their heads, they could see the red cloud rolling behind Chu Nan and engulfing the dozen or so void break martial artists closest to him. Of course, those dozen or so void break martial artists would not wait for death. Their auras soared and the ripples of spatial energy spread in the air. All kinds of cultivation methods were activated at the same time. For a moment, the sky was red and black, looking extremely beautiful. However, everyone knew that these gorgeous colors contained terrifying spatial energy. If they were not careful, they would either die or be crippled. In the eyes of Ivor and the others, Chu Nan was courting death by dealing with the different cultivation methods of more than 10 void break martial artists at the same time. As expected, after the dozen or so void break martial artists used their cultivation methods, they saw that the red cloud that spread out behind Chu Nan was immediately swallowed piece by piece. Two of the void break martial artists directly counterattacked and attacked him from the left and right. Seeing that Chu Nan was in danger, Ivor smiled even more happily and said proudly to his companions, "How is it? This method is not bad, right? You only need to make a simple fake video to anger everyone and easily make so many people find trouble with him. This kid was so arrogant previously. Let's see how he escapes this time." The other students looked at each other and thought to themselves that because of Chu Nan, Ivor had saved a lot of face in the space station and had always hated him. That was why she thought of such a simple but extremely effective and vicious method to take revenge. Although that fake video could be easily exposed, Chu Nan was from the Earth Federation. Now, the martial arts atmosphere in the entire United States of Meleta had become intense because they were hosting this Orion Arm Martial Arts Alliance competition. In the current environment, no one would seriously analyze the authenticity of such a video of Chu Nan looking down on Green Academy and the martial artists of the entire United States of Meleta, so a large number of people were provoked. However, they did not expect that there would be so many people who were provoked. Just the void break martial artists surrounding Chu Nan numbered more than 300. What could Chu Nan use to resist such strength? The reason why they agreed to help Ivor make this fake video was because they felt that Chu Nan had been too arrogant that day and wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that they had seen such a scene, they could not help but feel happy. So what if this arrogant kid could defeat one or two or even more void break martial artists? In front of more than 300 void break martial artists, it was impossible for him to win even if he was a heaven control expert. Just as they stared at the scene on the virtual screen with anticipation and waited for the scene of Chu Nan being defeated, heavily injured, or even beaten to death, a cold snort suddenly sounded behind them. Ivor and his classmates were shocked. Although the few of them could not be considered the strongest in Green Academy, the weakest, Ivor, had the strength of a 5th stage internal breath realm. How could he not have discovered someone coming from behind? The few of them turned around in unison. When they saw the person behind them, they were even more shocked. Senior Tiago, why are you here? A student opened his mouth and could not even speak properly. Humph. Tiago sneered. His gaze swept past their faces. When it turned to Ivor's face, his expression became even colder. Ivor, as martial artists, we can make up for our inferiority through cultivation, but our morals are inferior. There's no cure. Ivor did not dare to meet Tiago's gaze. His wrist moved and he hid the virtual screen on his personal terminal behind him. He replied awkwardly, Senior Tiago, how did you know? How would I know? Tiago sneered again, do you think you're the only one who arranged for people to film, so only the few of you saw it? Let me tell you, someone has already sent the situation at the scene to the Milky Way network to broadcast live. Everyone in the entire Milky Way can see it. Tiago and the other students were shocked at the same time before realizing it. Now, more than 3,000 people were blocking the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's branch office entrance. Not only were countless people watching from the ground, but even hundreds of people in the sky were riding personal aircraft to watch. Of course, there were people who did not mind watching the commotion. It was simply inevitable to send the situation to the Milky Way network to broadcast live. A student hurriedly opened his personal terminal and logged into the Milky Way network. He casually searched and instantly found dozens of live broadcasts with almost the same title. One of them was titled The Young Kids of the Earth Federation Fighting the 300 Void Break Martial Artists of the United States of Meleta. It had the most viewers, and it had actually exceeded 100,000. He opened it and saw that the live broadcast was indeed the situation happening at the entrance of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce's branch office. Moreover, the person in this live broadcast should be riding a personal aircraft floating in the air, so the angle of the recording was far clearer and more intuitive than the ones they had seen just now. When the few of them, including Ivor, saw this live broadcast and looked at the continuously increasing number of viewers below the live broadcast, they finally realized a problem. This matter had completely blown up. Ivor's face paled, but then he became excited. This is even better. Senior Tiago, this kid dares to be so arrogant in front of me, in front of you. If he's taught a lesson in front of so many people now, he'll be completely embarrassed. I think he might not even dare to participate in the competition tomorrow, ha. As soon as Ivor laughed, Tiago suddenly approached him and kicked. He did not give him any chance to dodge and sent him flying. Idiot. Tiago cursed angrily in a low voice. Do you think this is embarrassing him? This is clearly embarrassing our Green Academy. It's embarrassing our United States of Meleda. Now that so many people are besieging him, including hundreds of void break martial artists, what's there to be embarrassed about even if he loses? Now that this matter has been posted on the Milky Way network, the people of the other countries will definitely scold our United States of Meleda for only bullying us with numbers. They'll scold our Green Academy for being a bunch of trash. Ivor and the other students lowered their heads deeply after being scolded by Tiago. They were silent like cicadas in winter and did not dare to make a sound. Ivor's blood boiled from Tiago's angry kick. It took him a long time to barely recover. He looked at Tiago and his eyes darted around. He was still a little unconvinced. No, regardless of whether it's shameful or not, in any case, I'm happy to see this kid being taught a lesson. Idiot. Tiago cursed fiercely through his teeth and pointed at the virtual screen on the personal terminal opened by the student just now. Open your eyes and take a good look. Who's being dealt with? Only then did Ivor and the other students turn their gazes to the scene on the virtual screen again. Then, they widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 8:19. Seeing a void break martial artist fly over from the right and punch out with a dense black aura on his fist, Chu Nan did not even raise his hand. With a thought, a condensed spatial energy attacked and ruthlessly collided with the void break martial artist. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void break martial artist was sent flying. His body collided with the outer wall of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce's branch office building diagonally behind him and he slid down. Chu Nan frowned slightly and shook his head, feeling a little dissatisfied. In the previous contact, Chu Nan had already relied on the vibration feedback of spatial energy to investigate the basic characteristics of the cultivation method used by this void break martial artist. He had also clearly grasped the composition and fluctuation characteristics of the spatial energy condensed in the thick black aura on his fist. The cultivation method used by the other party was not a secret to him. He originally thought that the aura gathered on this void break martial artist's fist was so dense and black, and the cultivation method he used should be powerful enough. He did not expect that it was only superficial. In fact, the spatial energy structure condensed by the cultivation method was loose and the frequency of the fluctuations was very unstable. Not to mention comparing it to the mutated goddess Song he had accidentally comprehended and the mysterious cultivation method he had secretly learned from the mysterious girl, it was even incomparable to ordinary A rank or even B rank cultivation methods. With Chu Nan's understanding of many cultivation methods, if he was to evaluate it, this cultivation method would probably only be evaluated as a C rank cultivation method. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Chu Nan turned around slightly and saw two more void break martial artists attacking from two different directions. With a thought, his figure immediately flashed and instantly penetrated the 800 meters between him and the void break martial artist in the distance. He stretched out his right palm and pressed it on the face of the void break martial artist. That void break martial artist did not expect Chu Nan's speed to be so fast. In his shock, he did not have the time to think carefully. He raised his hand and activated the internal breath in his entire body. His unique cultivation method circulated the spatial energy in his body with all his might, and his entire body instantly emitted an intense light as if he had transformed into a small sun. This is a little interesting. Feeling the extremely intense spatial energy fluctuation around this void break martial artist and the extremely dense spatial energy, Chu Nan was instantly certain that the cultivation method this opponent used should at least be an A-rank cultivation method with extraordinary power. However, Chu Nan was not afraid. He did not dodge and also received the other party's palm. Bang! The two palms collided and the light on the void break martial artist's body became even brighter, completely enveloping Chu Nan. However, after a breath, the light on his body instantly dimmed. Instead, the light on Chu Nan's body flourished as if he had absorbed all the light on his body. A moment later, that void break martial artist suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he fell from the sky. The light on Chu Nan's body retracted and he lowered his head to look at his right palm which was still emitting a trace of light. His expression changed slightly as if he had fallen into thought. This cultivation method is a little similar to the spatial energy composition of the wings of light of a mod. Could it be that as long as the composition is similar, the spatial energy will show the characteristics of a holy light? However, the life explosion is also white light, but it's clearly different. At this moment, another void break martial artist was already approaching. Although he was still more than 100 meters away, he could already feel a heat wave attacking from behind. Is this considered a fire characteristic? With a thought, Chu Nan turned around and slapped out. He mobilized the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method and flames spat out from his palm, ruthlessly colliding with the void break martial artist behind him who seemed to be wrapped in flames. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions. Not only did that void break martial artist not react to the blow, but the flames on his body also became even more intense, as if Chu Nan had added fuel to the fire. That's interesting. Chu Nan simply flew over and fought with that void break martial artist. In a few exchanges, he had also figured out the characteristics of that void break martial artist's cultivation method. Then, he used a high-level water elemental power cultivation method and easily extinguished the flames rising from his opponent's body. His entire body was frozen into an ice block and he fell from the sky. In the eyes of others, their battle did not look like a battle between two martial artists. It was simply like two mages. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a battle was even more gorgeous, exciting, and beautiful. However, not every void break martial artist who surrounded Chu Nan would have this special cultivation method. To most martial artists, cultivation methods were rare, especially internal breath cultivation methods. Even void break martial artists would find it difficult to obtain a good cultivation method. Up until now, Chu Nan had already fought nearly 100 void break martial artists, but only 7 of them could attract his attention. In the beginning, these void break martial artists still followed the rules and only came up to fight Chu Nan one by one. However, later on, they discovered that Chu Nan's strength far exceeded their expectations. The void break martial artists who started to fight him one-on-one could not even receive a single move from him. Therefore, they no longer bothered about those rules and began to attack him in 2s and 3s. However, even if Chu Nan had already experienced being surrounded by low-level void break martial artists several times when he was still resisting the Sand Eagle's attacks on planet Lepler, now that his strength had greatly increased, he was even more familiar with dealing with the same scene and did not feel any pressure. Instead of saying that he was being surrounded by these void break martial artists, it was more like he was only exchanging blows with this group of people. After being reminded by Supremacy Alahak, Chu Nan was very careful to sense and observe the change in the use of spatial energy in his cultivation method. However, it was very difficult for him to find so many suitable opponents who could casually control spatial energy to spar. Therefore, he could only rely on himself to study it and his progress was not fast. Now, he happened to have the chance to fight hundreds of void break martial artists. It could let him experience all kinds of completely different cultivation methods and the control and use of spatial energy by different void break martial artists. The effect was much better for him than cultivating and studying it alone. Of course, he was unwilling to miss such a good opportunity. If possible, he even wanted to sit down and spar with every opponent slowly. However, it was obvious that the other party could not be so cooperative. Therefore, Chu Nan tried his best to fight every void break martial artist until he understood the characteristics of the other party's cultivation method and the way to use spatial energy before defeating him. Although this slowed down the speed at which he defeated his opponent, the other party came one after another. Before long, the number of void break martial artists who had been defeated by Chu Nan had already exceeded an astonishing 100. Through his battle with these void break martial artists, Chu Nan's understanding of spatial energy also improved rapidly. However, just as he became more and more excited and engrossed in the battle, a soft shot suddenly sounded out of thin air and entered everyone's ears. Enough! Chapter 820. At this moment, although it was afternoon, bright moonlight suddenly appeared in the sky. A bright moon rose out of thin air and actually completely covered the brilliant light of the star above his head. Moonlight instantly filled the entire sky. Chu Nan immediately felt that he had lost control of all the spatial energy around him and could not even move his body. The other void break martial artists who originally wanted to continue attacking him were also frozen in the air, maintaining a posture of preparing to attack. They looked extremely comical. However, when he saw this scene, Chu Nan could not smile at all and was only shocked. Star-grade martial artist. Only the strongest star-grade martial artist could easily suppress him and so many void break martial artists with a raise of his hand and even make them not move. A figure gradually appeared in the middle of the moon in the sky. Chu Nan circulated his internal breath and relied on his powerful control and perception of spatial energy to raise his head under the moonlight and look at the figure. What he saw surprised him even more. Although the moon and moonlight behind that figure were bright and clear, causing people to be unable to see that person's face clearly, from the figure's posture, it was clearly a woman. A female star-grade martial artist? Moreover, she did not seem to be very old. If not for the fact that he was in the United States of Meleda and knew the characteristics of Supremacy Ovali's cultivation method, Chu Nan would have almost recognized her. The female star-grade martial artist sensed Chu Nan's actions and lowered her head to look in his direction before the moon behind her gradually retracted. As the moon retracted and the moonlight faded, Chu Nan felt the terrifying pressure on his body gradually disappear. At this moment, the void break martial artists surrounding him had already recovered their freedom to move. However, now that a star-grade martial artist had appeared, how could they dare to act rashly? All of them had shocked expressions and obediently retreated. The crowd below also recovered at this moment. The group of people looked up at the female star-grade martial artist in the sky and suddenly shouted, "Oh my god, it's Supremacy Melanie! It's Supremacy Melanie! Oh, what did I see? I actually saw Supremacy Melanie with my own eyes! Supremacy Melanie! Supremacy Melanie!" The crowd below quickly recognized this extremely famous Supremacy Melanie who was born on planet Tamral and was extremely famous among the hundreds of star-grade martial artists in the entire United States of Meleda. A group of people shouted her name, and many people even knelt down, their eyes filled with worship. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the fanatical crowd inside in his mind. Star-grade martial artists were indeed worthy of being star-grade martial artists. Just a simple appearance shocked everyone. In a short while, these people had completely forgotten about him. "Alright, quiet down." Supremacy Melanie's voice sounded again. Before long, the noisy crowd below completely fell silent. Everyone looked up at her in unison. Just like the hundreds of void break martial artists in the sky, their eyes were filled with doubt other than reverence. Supremacy Melanie was one of the 5-star grade martial artists invited to be the special judge of this year's Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy's Alliance competition. This had already been reported in the previous news in advance and everyone knew. She had suddenly appeared here because of what had happened. However, how would she deal with this after appearing like this? Supremacy Melanie glanced at the crowd below and shook her head. Then, she retracted her gaze and glanced at the remaining 200+ void break martial artists in the sky. She suddenly sneered. With a cold snort, the bodies of the 200+ void break martial artists shook, and a trace of redness flashed across their faces. At the same time, they revealed shocked expressions. The reputation of our United States of Meleta has been completely lost by you guys. Supremacy Melanie berated bluntly and waved at Chu Nan. Come with me. Chu Nan blinked and obediently flew over without any intention of resisting. Supremacy Melanie raised her hand and another moon appeared behind her, enveloping her and Chu Nan. In the next moment, the two of them had already disappeared into the sky with the moon. When the more than 200 void break martial artists under him in the sky, the hundreds of people who were watching the commotion, and the thousands of onlookers below saw this scene, they were all stunned. After being stunned for a moment, no one dared to say anything else and obediently dispersed in silence. Before long, the entrance of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce's branch office, which was extremely noisy just now, had returned to its usual quiet and peaceful state. Jig stared at the place where Supremacy Melanie and Chu Nan disappeared in the sky for a while and touched his chin with a playful expression. Heh, no wonder Tom Kench specially instructed me to take care of this kid. It turns out that he's not asking me to take care of him more. He's afraid that he'll cause trouble. After a familiar spatial vibration, Chu Nan's eyes lit up and he discovered that he had appeared in a spacious room. Looking around, he knew from the layout of the room that this should be a luxurious room in a hotel. There was no one else in the room at this moment. Due to the good soundproofing of the room, the voices of the outside world could not be heard at all, causing it to seem abnormally quiet. After Chu Nan roughly glanced at it, he retracted his gaze and looked at Supremacy Melanie. Supremacy, why are you looking for me? While Chu Nan was sizing up the room, Supremacy Melanie had been sizing him up with curiosity. Now that she saw Chu Nan looking at her with such a calm expression and no other young martial artist who was either frightened or filled with worship and fanaticism when they saw her, she could not help but reveal a trace of appreciation. This young Earth kid could indeed not be treated as an ordinary young martial artist. Sit. Supremacy Melanie pointed at the row of sofas in the room and casually sat down. Chu Nan sat down opposite her in confusion. It was strange that she actually put on a posture of planning to have a long chat with him. There's no need to be nervous. I didn't ask you to come over to find trouble with you. As if afraid that Chu Nan would be worried, Supremacy Melanie smiled. No, I'm not nervous. I'm just curious. Chu Nan shook his head. What's strange? Supremacy Melanie asked curiously. What I find strange is, there's no need for a star-grade martial artist like you to personally take action today, right? Supremacy Melanie smiled. You're right. I indeed did not need to appear in this matter. The competition's organizing committee and the star government have already paid attention to this matter and are prepared to send people to interfere. It's just that I took the initiative to come. Oh. Chu Nan was even more puzzled. Why? The reason is very simple. It's for you. Chapter 821. Chu Nan frowned slightly and stared at Supremacy Melanie seriously. If one only looked at this female star-grade martial artist from the United States of Meleta, she was probably around 40 years old. Although she could not be considered young or very beautiful, because she was a star-grade martial artist, her temperament was extremely graceful and luxurious. Just sitting there simply, she had a terrifying aura, causing it to be very difficult to look at her directly. Compared to Supremacy Ovalie's young girl appearance, her image was actually more in line with Chu Nan's impression of a female star-grade martial artist. However, no matter how Chu Nan looked at it, he was 100% certain that he had never seen this Supremacy Melanie. It was even the first time he had heard this name today. Why did she specially interfere in this matter for him? If it was to stop the matter from continuing to blow up, then she had just said that the organizing committee of this year's Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition and the star government of Tomrel had already paid attention to this matter. There were many ways to suppress this matter. Why would a star-grade martial artist like her need to personally take action? Seeing the undisguised doubt on Chu Nan's face, Supremacy Melanie smiled again and continued, It seems that Ovalie and Angie Prairie did not mention me to you. In fact, Ovalie and I are good friends, and I watched Angie Prairie grow up, so I long knew your name from them. Ah. Chu Nan immediately widened his eyes. You're good friends with Supremacy Ovalie? Yes. Supremacy Melanie nodded. Although we're not martial artists from the same country, our relationship is very good because we've experienced many adventures together in the past. From Ovalie, I actually knew long ago that your talent could be considered top-notch among the young martial artists of the Earth Federation. However, I didn't expect that your talent was even stronger than I imagined. Chu Nan ignored Supremacy Melanie's praise and hurriedly asked, Then do you have any news of Supremacy Ovalie? Do you know where Angie Prairie is now? I've already lost contact with them for half a year. I'm very worried about them. Seeing the anxiety on Chu Nan's face and the deep concern in his tone, Supremacy Melanie revealed a gratified smile. As Ovalie's friend, I'm happy you're so concerned about them. No wonder Angie Prairie looked so happy when she mentioned you previously. Tell me, have you and Angie Prairie already confirmed your relationship? Are you sure about their relationship? Chu Nan was stunned before he waved his hand. Supremacy Melanie, now is not the time to talk about these problems. Do you have any news about them? I've been unable to contact them and am very anxious. If you know. Don't worry. Supremacy Melanie raised her hand and interrupted Chu Nan. Angie Prairie saw me half a year ago and said that she wanted to focus on cultivation. If she's not confident. At this point, Supremacy Melanie looked at Chu Nan with a smile. Before she's confident in avenging you, she'll only focus on cultivation and won't be distracted by anything. Therefore, even I don't know where she is now. You should know this girl's temper very well. Once she makes up her mind, no one can disturb her. But I'm alive and well now. I don't need her to take revenge for me. Chu Nan was even more anxious. Do you have a way to find her or contact her? Tell her that I'm still alive and she doesn't have to force herself to cultivate with all her might. No, I can't contact her. Supremacy Melanie shook her head. Moreover, even if I can contact her, I don't recommend you disturb her now. Disturbed? Why? Chu Nan was stunned. Because, to be honest, Angie Prairie's talent is very high. If she was willing to cultivate with all her might, she wouldn't have yet to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Her achievements would definitely be much higher. The reason why she's only at this level now is because, other than overly being too spoiled by her, she has never felt the need to cultivate with all her might. Now that she's finally found a reason to force herself to cultivate with all her might, although this reason is for you, I don't want you to disturb her and distract her now. Chu Nan frowned. You mean, after this wholehearted cultivation, Angie Prairie's strength will definitely increase very quickly, so you want her to focus on cultivation? That's right. But I can't contact her. I don't know if she's alive and well now, and she doesn't know if I'm still alive. This isn't good, right? Supremacy Melanie looked straight at Chu Nan and stared at him for a while. The smile on her face became thicker and thicker before she laughed loudly. Haha, haha, I originally thought that with Angie Prairie's personality, she would probably not find a boy she liked in her life and it would be very difficult to find a boy who liked her. I didn't expect that there would finally be one now, and it's a boy who's as outstanding as her and worthy of her. It's really a good thing. No wonder Overly was filled with praise whenever she mentioned you previously. I also admire you very much, especially after seeing you fight with those useless people. Chu Nan scratched his head awkwardly and blushed. About that, Supremacy, Angie Prairie and I are not the relationship you think. We're just ordinary friends. Is that so? The smile on Melanie's face deepened. Do you think Angie Prairie thinks the same as you? This, Chu Nan was stunned and was really uncertain. At the very least, Angie Prairie had clearly expressed to him that she liked him, although with her personality, Chu Nan was not sure what kind of liking she was talking about. Seeing the teasing smile on Supremacy Melanie's face, Chu Nan felt even more awkward. He thought for a moment and waved his hand to change the topic. From your tone, I believe Angie Prairie should be fine. However, what about Supremacy Overly? When he thought of her, Chu Nan frowned again. After she fought with another star-grade martial artist, there was no news back. It's been half a year. I suspect. There's no need to doubt it. Supremacy Melanie still had a relaxed expression. She shook her head and smiled. Don't worry, Overly is the hardest person to kill in this world. To be precise, as long as she doesn't die of old age, it's almost impossible for her to die completely. Chu Nan blinked and looked at Supremacy Melanie in confusion. It was almost impossible to die completely? What did she mean? But there's no news of her in the past half a year, Chu Nan could not help but say. Supremacy Melanie carefully looked at the expression on Chu Nan's face and nodded. It seems that Overly and Angie Prairie haven't mentioned this to you yet. Alright, I won't tell you now. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Chu Nan helplessly rolled his eyes. Chapter 822. Chu Nan wanted to ask more, but Supremacy Melanie waved her hand and interrupted him. Alright, that's all for asking about Overly and Angie Prairie. You don't have to worry about them. Now, worry about yourself. Worried about me? Chu Nan pointed at himself in surprise. What's there to worry about? Supremacy Melanie seemed to find it funny. She looked at Chu Nan and pointed outside. I say, so many people were shouting at you to kill just now. Did you turn around and forget? Oh, them. Chu Nan shook his head and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to mock those martial artists of the United States of Meleda, he instantly recalled that the Supremacy Melanie in front of him was from Meleda. Therefore, he hurriedly swallowed the second half of his sentence and smiled awkwardly. How could Supremacy Melanie not see through Chu Nan's thoughts? She sighed and said, although those guys are all stupid trash, it's not so easy to deal with you after provoking the public. Although you're not afraid with your strength, do you want to be endlessly harassed in the next few days? You have to know that it's impossible for me to come out and help you out like today every time. Chu Nan pondered. He had to admit that Supremacy Melanie was right. Although those guys had a lot of people, the strongest was only a second-stage void break martial artist and could not pose any threat to him. He was indeed not afraid. However, just as Supremacy Melanie had said, if such a guy came to harass him every day, he would be annoyed to death. Then, he recalled a question and asked Supremacy Melanie in surprise, Supremacy, didn't you see that video? I see it. Then you. I'm not an idiot like them. Supremacy Melanie shook her head. If you're really that kind of loose-lipped and arrogant idiot, it's impossible for Overly to praise you, let alone Angie Prairie. Am I right? Chu Nan scratched his head and felt that it was not good to answer this question. Therefore, he could only continue to smile awkwardly. It's obvious that someone faked that video and deliberately framed you, but you should also know that it's very difficult to explain such a thing clearly. Moreover, even if you prove to others that that video is fake, it's very convincing. Therefore, you can only admit to this troublesome matter for the time being. As a member of Meleda, it's not convenient for me to stand up and clarify for you. Do you understand what I mean? Supremacy Melanie asked again. Chu Nan frowned. Then what should I do? I can only continue to be harassed by those guys for the next period of time. Of course not, Melanie replied bluntly. Not only as Ovalie's friend but also as a special judge of this competition. I can't allow this matter to continue like this. But you said that it's not easy to resolve. It's tough for me to completely eliminate the hostility of our Meleda martial artists towards you because this is impossible. After all, you're a participating student from the Earth Federation and it's a fact that you've conflicted with Tiago and the others. However, I have a way of not letting those people harass you and allowing you to prepare for this competition in peace. What do you think? Oh. Chu Nan shrugged. That's enough. It doesn't matter if those people are hostile to me. In any case, I'll return after participating in the competition. They can't chase me to our Earth Federation, right? Supremacy Melanie smiled. Very good. I like open-minded children like you. Leave the rest to me. Just focus on preparing for the competition. With a star-grade martial artist guaranteeing him in person, how could Chu Nan have any objections? He immediately nodded and obediently agreed. Supremacy Melanie asked some more questions about the relationship between Chu Nan and Angie Prairie and personally sent him out. After walking out of the luxurious hotel specially prepared by the organizing committee for this competition, a group of reporters suddenly rushed over from all directions and surrounded Supremacy Melanie and Chu Nan. Supremacy Melanie, may I ask if the person beside you is the participant from the Earth Federation? Chu Nan, right. Supremacy Melanie, Chu Nan has clashed with hundreds of void break martial artists. Since you appeared at the scene to resolve this conflict, what do you think of it? Chu Nan, do you admit to the video of you looking down on the martial artists of our United States of Meleda that is circulating on the Milky Way network? Chu Nan, what did you think when you clashed with those martial artists? Did you feel flustered and afraid? Chu Nan, you. Supremacy Melanie suddenly raised her hand. The noisy reporters around her immediately shut up and looked at her. This is the end of this matter today. Supremacy Melanie looked around with an extremely sharp gaze. I'll give all the martial artists of our United States of Meleda a piece of advice. No matter if what Chu Nan says is true or not, it's only his personal opinion. No matter how angry and dissatisfied you are, please use a method that suits your martial artist status to react. It's the shame of our United States of Meleda to gather more than 1,000 martial artists like today and even more than 300 void break martial artists to attack him together. Hearing the sternness in Supremacy Melanie's tone, the surrounding reporters looked at each other. Many of the reporters from the United States of Meleda had awkward expressions. But Supremacy Melanie, the reason why they did this is that Chu Nan has really underestimated the martial artists of our United States of Meleda. They're doing this for our martial artists. A reporter from the United States of Meleda could not help but shout, "For us." Supremacy Melanie's lightning-like gaze immediately shot at the reporter's face, and her tone revealed a trace of undisguised anger. You want to tell everyone that the martial artists of our United States of Meleda are only a group of useless people who only know how to bully the weak with numbers. Shut up. That reporter still wanted to refute, but Supremacy Melanie cursed angrily and directly blocked his words. Then, she turned to look at the other reporters and raised her voice. I repeat a question here. Since Chu Nan has represented the Earth Federation to participate in this academy competition, he's a guest of our United States of Meleda. Even if he underestimates the martial artists of our United States of Meleda in his words. Chu Nan could not help but turn to look at Supremacy Melanie in surprise. If she said this, wouldn't it prove in public that he had indeed said those words? Chu Nan frowned and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a shocking spatial energy fluctuation that was controlled in an extremely small area attack. It immediately suffocated him and his mouth, which had just opened a crack, could no longer open. Of course, only Supremacy Melanie could do this. Chu Nan instantly understood that Supremacy Melanie had indeed said that on purpose. Chapter 823. Of course. As long as you're willing to change your nationality now and join our United States of Meleda, I can immediately take you in as my disciple and teach you the Moonlight Night Divine Technique. What do you think? The reporters were in an uproar again. What was Supremacy Melanie doing? Chu Nan immediately cowered and shook his head with a bitter smile. If he dared to say in front of so many people that he wanted to change his nationality and join the United States of Meleda, not only would he not be able to raise his head in the future, even his parents and Chuzayaxi, who were still in the Earth Federation, would only be criticized by countless people in the future and would not be able to live in peace for the rest of their lives. He smiled bitterly at Supremacy Melanie, knowing that he had been completely used by her this time. Under such an astonishing reward and the powerful honor of defeating Chu Nan, the students of the United States of Meleda who participated in this competition would definitely do their best and not be careless. Supremacy Melanie really spent a lot of effort to obtain good results for her country's students. Chu Nan sighed in his mind and could not help but shake his head. As if seeing through Chu Nan's thoughts, Supremacy Melanie's voice suddenly entered his ears. With your talent and current strength, if anyone can defeat you in the competition, they will definitely be an outstanding figure among young martial artists. It's not unreasonable to impart an S-rank cultivation method to him or even take him in as a disciple, right? Looking at the trace of cunningness in Supremacy Melanie's eyes, Chu Nan's heart stirred and his lips moved. He used the technique he had learned in space to accurately send his voice into her ears through the microwave vibration of spatial energy. Is it for the garden hunting assembly next year? A trace of surprise flashed across Supremacy Melanie's face. She looked at Chu Nan deeply and did not answer. Instead, she turned around and waved at the surrounding reporters. Disperse. Although the reporters had a stomach full of questions, since a star-grade martial artist had spoken, they did not dare to refute and could only obediently retreat. After the reporters dispersed, Supremacy Melanie glanced at Chu Nan and said, "I hope you won't disappoint me in the competition starting tomorrow." After saying that, she turned around and entered the hotel. The group of people beside her followed. Although many reporters stayed behind beside Chu Nan, including a few who were clearly reporters from the Earth Federation, it seemed that they wanted to interview him. However, Chu Nan did not give them any chance. He only glanced in the direction where Supremacy Melanie had disappeared and shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he tapped his feet and soared into the air before quickly disappearing into the sky. Chapter 824. Chu Nan walked into the hotel where the participating students of the Earth Federation were staying. The originally noisy hall instantly disappeared and everyone stopped talking and looked over. Everyone looked at Chu Nan with extremely strange gazes and strange expressions, as if they were looking at a monster walking in. Since the scene of Chu Nan fighting with the hundreds of martial artists of the United States of Meleta had spread to the Milky Way network, it was naturally impossible for these participating students from the Earth Federation to miss it. In a short period of time, everyone knew that Chu Nan had only gone out for a while and caused such a huge commotion. However, when they personally saw that Chu Nan was still at ease under the siege of so many experts of the United States of Meleta, everyone was even more shocked by his strength. Although Chu Nan's strength had already been verified because of what had happened in the Lepler star system, most people still felt that his strength should still be at the level of an ordinary void break martial artist. After all, it was obvious that Chu Nan was only an overlord body realm martial artist in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition a year ago. No one believed that he would break through to the heaven control realm in a year. However, the fact that was placed in front of everyone was that Chu Nan did not find it difficult to fight more than 300 void break martial artists from the United States of Meleta in the air. It could even be said that he could easily defeat a void break martial artist with a raise of his hand. From this, it could be seen that his strength was far from what ordinary low-level void break martial artists could compare to. Although no one still believed that Chu Nan had already broken through to the heaven control realm and had the strength to personally kill a heaven control martial artist, the strength he displayed was already enough to shock and disbelief everyone. It had only been a year. Chu Nan was already surprised by the strange gazes cast by the others. Not only was he not used to it, he even smiled at the others. "Ha, everyone, the official competition is tomorrow. Hurry up and rest. What are you doing here?" The others had even stranger expressions. This guy had just experienced such a thing. How could he still look so relaxed now? Everyone looked at each other. A student from another academy stood up and asked loudly, "Hey, Chu Nan, weren't you pulled away by that star-grade martial artist from the United States of Meleta later on? Why did she look for you?" When he asked this, the others immediately reacted. The Milky Way Network live broadcast of the battle between Chu Nan and hundreds of void break martial artists in the United States of Meleta was stopped after the appearance of Supremacy Melanie. Then, Chu Nan was taken away by her. Many people were still worried about him. They did not expect him to return safely. This time, everyone was even more curious. What did Supremacy Melanie do with Chu Nan? Facing everyone's gazes, Chu Nan laughed and shook his head. "It's nothing. Supremacy Melanie just doesn't want me to continue fighting those guys from the United States of Meleta, so she brought me away." "Didn't she teach you a lesson on behalf of the martial artists of the United States of Meleta?" another student asked. "Tisk, who do you think a star-grade martial artist is?" Before Chu Nan could answer, another student berated, "How can someone of that status personally teach Chu Nan a lesson? I think she'll at most pull him over and scold him. Am I right, Chu Nan?" Chu Nan laughed and shook his head. "What are you thinking? Why would Supremacy Melanie scold me because of this? This is the United States of Meleta bullying me with numbers. If she wants to scold someone, she should be scolding those guys. How is that possible? Supremacy Melanie is from Meleta. She definitely will protect her own country." That student shook his head and hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking, "In the end, Chu Nan, is the video released by that guy true? Did you really say those words?" Everyone stopped whispering again and their gazes focused on Chu Nan. The reason why the previous conflict even caused a star-grade martial artist to appear was because of the video of Chu Nan looking down on the martial artists of the United States of Meleta. Therefore, this was the most important problem. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. "I say, from yesterday until today, did any of you come to my room to chat with me? You even talked about these topics?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Ever since he checked into this hotel yesterday, Chu Nan had been staying in the hotel alone. Apart from coming down for an interview yesterday, he had not left his room at all. Even if the other students wanted to be close to Chu Nan, they were basically stopped by the teachers of Star Cloud Academy. They said that he was focused on cultivating and did not want to be disturbed, so it was naturally impossible for anyone to run and chat with him like in the video. In other words, that video is fake. A student reacted and asked in surprise. Chu Nan shrugged and did not answer this question. Seeing Chu Nan's reaction, everyone in the hall immediately exploded. "It's indeed fake. I knew it. That's right. How did Chu Nan say that? Damn, who did this? It's obvious that they deliberately framed Chu Nan. That guy even incited so many martial artists of the United States of Meleta to attack Chu Nan. I think he's quite powerful. Damn, no way." Just as everyone was discussing, a scream suddenly sounded, covering everyone's voices. Everyone looked at the student from an unknown academy who suddenly stood up in shock. They saw him lower his head to look at the virtual screen on his personal terminal. His eyes were wide open in shock. "Hey, Lu Feng, what are you shouting for?" The person beside him should be his friend. Seeing that everyone's gazes were focused on him, he pulled his clothes awkwardly and gestured for him to sit down. The student called Lu Feng turned a deaf ear to this. He looked at the virtual screen and raised his head to look at Chu Nan. Chu Nan, is this true? What's true? Chu Nan asked in surprise. Lu Feng operated his personal terminal. The virtual screen enlarged and turned around, aiming in Chu Nan's direction and the others. A video was playing on it. Chu Nan focused his gaze and discovered that it was the scene of him and Supremacy Melanie being interviewed by the reporters at the entrance of the hotel. At this moment, what was playing was the part where Supremacy Melanie made a promise in public. I make a promise here. If any participating student from the United States of Meleda can defeat Chu Nan in the competition and redeem the honor of our martial artists, I'll take him in as my disciple. If he's unwilling to become my disciple, I'll personally guide him for half a year and give him the Moonlight Night Divine technique. As soon as he said this, the hotel lobby immediately fell into dead silence. Everyone blankly looked at Supremacy Melanie on the virtual screen before turning to look at Chu Nan in a daze. They could actually obtain an S-rank martial technique as a reward for defeating Chu Nan. Supremacy Melanie said that if you're willing to transfer your citizenship now and represent the United States of Meleda in the competition, as long as you defeat me, you can still obtain an S-rank martial technique. Chu Nan chuckled at everyone and disappeared in a flash. The hall was still silent and stunned. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden news that they completely lost the strength to react. Chapter 825. Before he could walk into the room, Teacher Golostan appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Chu Nan with a pained expression. Chu Nan, you caused such a huge commotion just by going out. What should I say? You. Then don't say it. Chu Nan waved at him and chuckled. Teacher, I just comprehended many new postures in battle today and am in a hurry to cultivate and deepen my comprehension to build a more solid foundation for the competition tomorrow. Therefore, I won't chat with you here. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan's body flashed past Golostan and he opened the door before slipping in, leaving him dumbfounded. This kid is simply getting more and more lawless. Chu Nan, who had already entered the room, heard Golostan's angry voice coming from outside. He laughed and ignored it. What he had said to Golostan just now was not nonsense. Although he was surrounded by so many martial artists from the United States of Meleda today and was very dangerous in the eyes of others, it was actually not a big deal to him. Moreover, Chu Nan gained a lot in the battle with the hundreds of void break martial artists. Ever since he received guidance from Supremacy Alahak, he had been looking for a chance to fight a suitable expert to fully understand the true meaning of the change in the use of spatial energy that Supremacy Alahak had mentioned. Now, he had been sent hundreds of void break martial artists to attack him with all their might. It was simply what he could not ask for. If not for the sudden appearance of Supremacy Melanie, Chu Nan would definitely continue to deal with the hundreds of void break martial artists. He even hoped that the more enemies came, the better. This was because only then could he come into contact with more martial techniques and understand more changes in the use of different spatial energy to obtain more comprehension. However, even now, Chu Nan had fought more than 100 void break martial artists in a row and had come into contact with far more than 100 different cultivation methods. Therefore, he broadened his horizons and gathered a lot of data. If he did not take advantage of his deepest understanding of spatial energy changes to cultivate deeply, wouldn't he waste this rare opportunity? Chu Nan originally planned to ignore everything and start cultivating after entering the room, but when he saw the small holes in the cabinet and window glass because he had tried to cultivate the small angel of light yesterday, he frowned and pulled open the window before flying out. A moment later, he arrived at the top floor of this hotel and found an empty place to sit cross-legged on the roof more than 200 meters away from the ground. It was already night. The lights in the other parts of the city gradually lit up and entered the colorful nightlife. However, for the roof of this hotel, it was the quietest period. Chu Nan looked around and after confirming that no one else was there, he calmed down and began to recall the situation of his battle with the 100 or so void break martial artists. Although Chu Nan had previously fought dozens of void break martial artists from the Sand Eagle on planet Lepler and could even be said to have experienced a life and death battle, before he was reminded by Supremacy Alahak, he did not care much. He had always relied on his super perception and control of spatial energy as well as his extremely powerful body and recovery ability to fight his opponent. Now that he had been reminded, Chu Nan consciously noticed this problem when he fought with these martial artists of the United States of Meleda. He discovered that Supremacy Alahak was indeed a star-grade martial artist and could see his greatest problem at a glance. With his powerful data ability, he could have the most precise control of spatial energy, but this had nothing to do with change. In all his previous battles, after finding an opportunity, he directly used his internal breath to condense spatial energy to form an attack method. There was no change at all. What caused damage to the enemy was only the power naturally brought about by the high condensation of spatial energy. Now that Supremacy Alahak had reminded him, especially after the battle with Ahmad, Chu Nan fully understood the huge advantage a powerful cultivation method could bring in a battle. Although Supremacy Ahmad was a second-stage heaven control martial artist, he was actually not much stronger than an initial-stage heaven control martial artist like Grek. Chu Nan could kill Grek without any pressure, but he was at a disadvantage when facing Ahmad. He even used the Angel of Light's wings of light to turn into an arrow that pierced through his body and relied on his powerful body and recovery ability to survive. The reason why there was such a huge difference was completely because of the powerful martial arts that Ahmad had grasped, especially the S-rank cultivation method that could summon the Angel of Light. Of course, Chu Nan knew very well that the reason why an S-rank cultivation method was powerful was not that it was an S-rank cultivation method, but because it was powerful enough. As for why it was powerful, The secret was the use of spatial energy by cultivation methods. It had been a month since he fought with a mod. Chu Nan tried to completely analyze the composition of spatial energy in this powerful cultivation method every day and could be considered to have made some progress. However, relying on the data he had directly sensed from the attack to analyze, he could at most analyze the method of spatial energy composition in the Lightwing attack. He could not really replicate the Angel of Light used by a mod. It was impossible for him to directly learn an S-rank cultivation method like this. If he wanted to learn it, Chu Nan had to fight a mod again and let him carefully show him this cultivation method from the beginning to the end. Clearly, this was impossible and Chu Nan did not have this extravagant hope. To him, it was naturally very good to be able to learn an S-rank cultivation method, but relying on this to comprehend the way to use and change spatial energy was even more important. If he could comprehend it deeply enough, Chu Nan was even confident that he could create an S-rank cultivation method with his own ability. Chu Nan composed himself and stretched out his left hand. He opened his palm and with a thought, his internal breath naturally circulated in his body. The spatial energy around him naturally circulated with his internal breath. A moment later, a small red cloud rose in his palm. If the void break martial artist from the United States of Meleda who was the first to fight Chu Nan and released that video in public was here, he would definitely be very surprised. This was because the small red cloud in Chu Nan's palm was exactly the same as his proudest cultivation method. In fact, compared to the red cloud that Chu Nan had simulated in battle, the color of this red cloud was deeper and the clouds were thicker. Clearly, his understanding of cultivation methods was much stronger than in the previous battle. With his powerful data ability, after Chu Nan fought with that void break martial artist, he gathered sufficiently precise data and accurately grasped the special composition and frequency of the spatial energy in the red cloud. Due to the fact that he had fought with that void break martial artist for a long time, Chu Nan had also gathered enough data on the spatial energy changes in this red cloud when it circulated. He also had a deep understanding, so it was naturally not difficult to simulate it now. With his super perception and control of spatial energy and powerful data analysis, Chu Nan did not need to spend much effort to optimize and improve this cultivation method and make it more suitable for him to use. If Chu Nan and that void break martial artist were to use this cultivation method at the same time, everyone would probably think that the void break martial artist was an imposter when the red cloud appeared. However, this was naturally not Chu Nan's final goal. With a move of his palm, his internal breath circulated and the red cloud on his palm disappeared. A moment later, it turned into a dense green aura. It was the cultivation method used by another void break martial artist. Chapter 826. Red, blue, green, sky blue, and even pink and yellow lights continuously lit up in the darkness at the top of the hotel building, causing Chu Nan's face to continuously change color. If anyone else ran to the roof at this moment, their first reaction would probably be that this place was haunted. However, if a martial artist with enough ability to sense spatial energy was here, they would discover that as every light flickered and every color changed, the surrounding spatial energy would always produce different changes and fluctuations. It represented the different control changes of the cultivation method Chu Nan was continuously changing. However, if they discovered this fact, it would only surprise them even more. This was because any cultivation method that could control spatial energy could not be weak. It was already very good for a martial artist to master one of them deeply. It was impossible for a martial artist to master so many at the same time like Chu Nan, and they were all different cultivation methods. What was even more shocking was that the speed at which Chu Nan changed his cultivation method was too shocking. Almost in a breath, he could change 3 to 4 different cultivation methods. The surrounding spatial energy also continuously changed violently with the cultivation method he used. If the surrounding spatial energy was compared to water in a pond, it should be calm under normal circumstances. The fish in it would not specially pay attention to and sense its existence. However, when a martial artist tried a cultivation method to control spatial energy, it was equivalent to someone stirring the pool water. The water in the pool began to change. Cultivation methods were different, and the effect and control of spatial energy were different. The water flow in the pond was different. However, now that Chu Nan was continuously changing his cultivation method, the water in the pond continuously changed. For a moment, it spun in a spiral, flipped up and down, and swayed back and forth. The originally calm pond seemed to have instantly turned into tempestuous waves because of Chu Nan. Not to mention others, even the fish in it would probably not be able to endure it. However, Chu Nan sat on the spot calmly and did not seem to be affected. The change in spatial energy in his palm was the most intense. As various colors flickered, various methods of using spatial energy grasped by the void break martial artists of the United States of Meleda who were fighting were used, causing Chu Nan's understanding of the use and change of spatial energy to deepen. After the light changed countless times, it suddenly stopped and the roof fell into darkness. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at his left palm, which was no longer glowing in the darkness. He frowned slightly and fell into thought. Through his continuous attempts and complete collection and analysis of various data, Chu Nan gradually discovered a key point. In fact, the reason why the so-called various cultivation methods could show different colors and shapes was that their control of spatial energy was different. Specifically, the composition of spatial energy was different. Chu Nan had already comprehended this when he was learning the elemental power cultivation method. However, he did not have a deep understanding of it and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he had been guided by Supremacy Alahak, he began to pay attention to this aspect. Then, through the data analysis of various aspects, he discovered that the different appearances of cultivation methods because of the different composition of spatial energy, or rather, the different cultivation methods, actually had a certain pattern. For example, the cultivation method used by the first void break martial artist he fought would turn into a red cloud when unfolded. Then, through the data gathered and analyzed, one would discover that the spatial energy structure controlled by this cultivation method was basically fixed. The frequency of spatial energy fluctuations was basically fixed in a small range. After this, the cultivation method used by a void break martial artist also displayed a similar red color. Through the data analysis, it could be seen that the structure of his cultivation method was extremely similar to the cultivation method of the first void break martial artist. The frequency of spatial energy fluctuations was basically the same. On the surface, the cultivation methods of the two of them were very different. When the first void break martial artist unleashed his cultivation method, it was filled with red clouds. Later on, when the void break martial artist used his cultivation method, his entire body was filled with red mist, but in Chu Nan's opinion, there was not much difference. After discovering this key characteristic, Chu Nan relied on his powerful brain to analyze and compare the cultivation methods used by the 100+ void break martial artists and discovered that this pattern could basically be applied to the cultivation methods used by everyone. Even if there were cultivation methods that could not be completely categorized, they could always find extremely close cultivation methods. Apart from that, Chu Nan discovered another pattern in his analysis. The tighter the spatial energy structure in the cultivation method, the greater the power of the cultivation method with a higher frequency of spatial energy fluctuations. Using the cultivation method used by the strongest person among the 100+ void break martial artists who attracted his attention the most as a reference, after using the cultivation method he used, his entire body emitted black light. The structure of spatial energy was extremely tight under the control of the cultivation method and was completely unaffected by Chu Nan's cultivation method. At the same time, the vibration frequency of spatial energy was extremely high, reaching an astonishing 1893 Hz. It completely exceeded the vibration frequency of spatial energy in the cultivation methods used by other void break martial artists. It was even not far from the frequency Chu Nan thought of as high-frequency vibration internal breath. After discovering this pattern, Chu Nan began to seriously examine the various cultivation methods he had grasped. Through the cultivation method analysis he had learned from the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and the martial arts information of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, it could be said that they all reflected the pattern that Chu Nan had summarized, without exception. However, other than that, the various cultivation methods Chu Nan had learned through other methods were a little different. For example, the elemental power cultivation method. This was clearly a cultivation method that created an external appearance by controlling spatial energy. However, the composition of spatial energy in each of the 4 cultivation methods in this cultivation method was completely different. Among them, the frequency of spatial energy vibration was also different, and the power was naturally different. However, when cultivated to the highest level, there was no difference. The most special thing was the Goddess Song cultivation method. This cultivation method could directly transform spatial energy into life force. When using the cultivation method, the composition of spatial energy was completely different from all the cultivation methods Chu Nan had analyzed previously. It was impossible for him to find a pattern related to it from any other cultivation method. Therefore, he could only evaluate this cultivation method as magical and worthy of its name. However, among all the cultivation methods, what really attracted Chu Nan's attention was the cultivation method he had secretly learned from the mysterious girl. Chapter 827. As soon as this cultivation method was used, under the effect of the internal breath cultivation method, although the spatial energy around him also revealed a black appearance, it was completely different from other internal breath cultivation methods that displayed black. If he used other cultivation methods, the spatial energy would still become a rough structure and show black. However, once this cultivation method was used, it made people feel as if the entire space had lost its color. Even the light in space had been completely swallowed, causing it to look black on the surface. Originally, under normal circumstances, the spatial energy in the surrounding space would also be combined in a simple composition method and calmly circulate naturally in the positive space universe. However, after using this cultivation method, the simplest foundation of these spatial energy would be destroyed at any time and be reduced to the most basic spatial energy particles. Under such a terrifying destructive force, not to mention a martial artist's body, it could be said that nothing could continue to be intact. So what's wrong with this cultivation method? Chu Nan frowned deeply and felt that there were more and more mysteries about that mysterious girl and they attracted his attention. However, that mysterious girl had disappeared just like that. His only clue was the spaceship given by the other party. It could be said to be extremely difficult to find that girl with this. Forget it, now is not the time to consider her. Chu Nan thought for a moment and gently took a deep breath. He threw away the additional thoughts brought about by the mysterious girl and focused his mind. His internal breath slowly circulated in his meridians. Feeling the spatial energy naturally flowing through his body with his internal breath, with a thought, the spatial energy flowing in his body began to gradually change its structure from the natural simpleness. If anyone could see the situation in Chu Nan's body, they would discover that there was a faint red color seeping out of the meridians in his body. This was the inspiration Chu Nan had obtained from the cultivation method analysis earlier. Since spatial energy transformed into different composition methods through the use of internal breath cultivation methods and achieved different cultivation method effects, what would happen if he used it on the spatial energy in his body? If it was any other martial artist, they would definitely not dare to try like Chu Nan. This was because cultivation methods condensed spatial energy and appeared outside the body. These were all powerful cultivation methods. If he did this inside the body, it was equivalent to directly causing his body to suffer the backlash of the cultivation method. At best, he would be heavily injured, and at worst, he would die. However, Chu Nan had the experience of his body being continuously destroyed in the alternate space and had experienced repeated tempering and reforging. Naturally, he was not afraid of such a risk. Reality proved that this attempt would not cause any damage to his current powerful body. After the spatial energy that had changed its structure circulated in Chu Nan's body, although it brought a certain amount of pressure to his meridians, it was not a problem, let alone cause internal injuries. However, just as this internal breath was about to flow into his dantian with the spatial energy, Chu Nan could not help but hesitate for a moment and stop. After all, the dantian was different from the meridians. Not only was it more fragile, it was also more important. If there was a problem, it would definitely not be a small problem. However, he only hesitated for a moment. After accurate data analysis and evaluation, with a thought, this trace of internal breath gathered in his dantian with the spatial energy that had changed the structure. Boom! Chu Nan seemed to have felt someone use a hammer to ruthlessly hammer his dantian, causing it to tremble slightly, and his head could not help but buzz. Fortunately, he had long predicted this situation and did not panic. After that trace of internal breath and that special spatial energy entered his dantian, they circled around and were completely absorbed by his dantian. It further strengthened his internal breath and changed the spatial energy stored in Chu Nan's dantian. Chu Nan was pleasantly surprised to discover that the spatial energy in his dantian that was originally loose and no different from the outside world actually showed signs of condensing after this impact. In such an extremely weak condensation, if one carefully sensed it, they would discover that the spatial energy structure was actually almost identical to the spatial energy structure he had used to circulate in his meridians. Haha, it really works. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Condensing spatial energy in his dantian was the most basic and important step from a void break martial artist to a heaven control martial artist. It was commonly called the star cloud formation. Chu Nan had previously known that the strength of his internal breath was insufficient. Although the strength of his body had long broken through the heaven control realm and even surpassed ordinary heaven control realm, he knew very well that he was still very far from becoming a true heaven control martial artist. It was on this star cloud formation. According to the traditional requirements of martial artists, if a void break martial artist wanted to become a heaven control expert, they had to condense spatial energy in their dantian and let the internal cosmos formed when breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate truly take shape. Only then could they reach the realm of being able to travel through the universe and fly freely in the universe without any external help. The reason why Chu Nan could do this previously was completely because of his extremely powerful body. Although there was no problem, it was still a burden. If he could successfully condense a star cloud and break through to the heaven control realm, he would no longer be restricted and truly soar in the universe. Most importantly, after condensing the star cloud, his internal breath could directly transform with spatial energy in his dantian. The efficiency of a martial artist using spatial energy and the strength of their control would also greatly increase. It could even be said that there was an intrinsic change, and it was completely incomparable to a void break martial artist. Although Chu Nan was already extremely efficient in controlling spatial energy, he was still unable to contend with heaven control experts like Grek and Ahmad in terms of the strength of his internal breath and control of spatial energy. This was the reason. Chu Nan originally only had an idea because of his in-depth analysis of the various cultivation methods. He did not expect that it would really succeed after trying. He was naturally overjoyed. After repeating this action, he felt that the small star cloud in his dantian was even clearer and more solid. Chu Nan was even happier. This proved that the trace of star cloud condensation just now was not a coincidence. It was completely something that could be continued. This also meant that he actually already had the capital to condense a star cloud and the conditions to break through to the heaven control realm. When he recalled that he actually had the possibility of unintentionally breaking through to the heaven control realm, Chu Nan took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He did not let his mind be overwhelmed by joy. Instead, he calmed down and pondered seriously. The trace of star cloud condensation just now was only an attempt to use the cultivation method used by the first void break martial artist to construct spatial energy. Although he had succeeded in his attempt, the cultivation method of that void break martial artist was not considered an especially powerful cultivation method. This way, even if he condensed a star cloud, Chu Nan did not think the structure of this star cloud could satisfy him. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan let out a long breath and his expression became firm. If he wanted to do it, he had to do the best. Chapter 828. Another trace of internal breath flowed out of his dantian. When mobilizing this trace of internal breath, Chu Nan clearly discovered that when his internal breath flowed in his dantian and passed through this trace of condensed star cloud, the flow of time became faster and his mobilization of spatial energy became more sensitive. Clearly, this was the most intuitive benefit of condensing a star cloud. However, Chu Nan was not satisfied. After pulling this trace of internal breath out of his dantian and circulating it in his meridians, he followed his previous attempt and allowed the spatial energy he mobilized to condense according to the structure of the same cultivation method. Then, it flowed into his dantian with his internal breath. This time, the impact on his dantian was much smaller than before. Not only was Chu Nan used to it, his dantian also quickly adapted to this impact. Looking at the trace of spatial energy condensing into a star cloud in his dantian, it was connected to the previous star cloud and the range had increased. Chu Nan was once again certain that the previous attempt was not a coincidence. After truly experiencing all the relevant data in the entire process and memorizing it in his mind, Chu Nan tried 3 more times. After confirming that he could condense a trace of a star cloud every time and connect it to a large area, he also confirmed that the spatial energy structure method was indeed effective in condensing his astral luck. However, with a thought, Chu Nan's dantian circulated and instantly dispersed the small star cloud. When his dantian received such an impact, another wave of aura immediately rolled. Chu Nan felt that all the meridians in his body had also suffered an intense impact. Even with his extremely powerful body, he could not completely endure the direct impact from the depths of his body. He could not help but feel a sweetness in his throat and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Heh, how long has it been since you were injured and spat out blood? Chu Nan reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled casually. He had long calculated these reactions and was not surprised. However, if other martial artists knew what he was doing now, they would definitely think that he was crazy. If a void break martial artist wanted to break through to the heaven control realm, the first thing they had to do was to condense a star cloud in their dantian. However, there might not even be one in the 100 void break martial artists who could do this. This was because the star cloud formation was the greatest obstacle to breaking through to the heaven control realm. It was even 100 times more difficult than the cosmic heaven's gate when breaking through from the internal breath realm to the void break realm. If any void break martial artist was lucky enough to successfully condense a star cloud and see their hope of breaking through to the heaven control realm, their first reaction would definitely be ecstasy. Then, they would continue to carefully use their cultivation method according to the successful condensation method and condense the star cloud bit by bit until their dantian was filled with it. With the star cloud in his dantian as a medium, he could completely transform the circulation of his body's essence into spatial energy and achieve a true fusion of the inside and outside. Only then could he perfectly fuse with the spatial energy around him and become a true heaven control expert. Therefore, as long as they could successfully condense a star cloud, any void break martial artist would firmly continue to explore and cultivate on this cultivation path that they had painstakingly explored. No one would think of destroying this extremely difficult star cloud. In the eyes of other martial artists, Chu Nan's current actions were simply destroying his future and personally cutting off his hope of becoming a heaven control martial artist. Of course, Chu Nan was not that stupid. With his powerful data ability, through 5 attempts, he had long clearly recorded all the relevant data in his mind. Even if the star cloud was destroyed now, he could still perfectly replicate the process just now and easily condense another star cloud. To other martial artists, it was extremely difficult. The process of condensing a star cloud that could not be replicated was only a simple repeated experiment. The reason why he personally destroyed this star cloud was very simple. He was dissatisfied with it. Although the star cloud in his dantian had successfully condensed, the composition and structure of the spatial energy in the star cloud was the same as the cultivation method used by the first void break martial artist from the United States of Meleda to fight Chu Nan. The power of his cultivation method was not bad and could be considered a powerful cultivation method to many martial artists to use spatial energy, but it was really not enough in Chu Nan's eyes. He had grasped so many different cultivation methods in his hands, and he had an understanding of every cultivation method that even exceeded the user of the original cultivation method. How could he be willing to be so satisfied? After destroying the star cloud, Chu Nan circulated his internal breath and quickly used the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to completely recover his damaged dantian and meridians. After confirming that his body had returned to a perfect state, Chu Nan had a thought and a trace of internal breath flowed out of his dantian again. At the same time, he mobilized the spatial energy to circulate. This time, Chu Nan reorganized the spatial energy he mobilized with it and adjusted the frequency of the vibration to match the characteristics of another cultivation method. A moment later, his internal breath flowed back to his dantian with the reconfigured spatial energy. Boom! Chu Nan's dantian and brain suffered another huge impact, but he had long expected this. He was unmoved and only quietly observed the reaction of this trace of internal breath after it entered his dantian with spatial energy. As expected, after circulating in his dantian, the spatial energy that had been reconstructed indeed left a mark of its own in his dantian, a trace of star cloud that clearly had the characteristics of the same structure condensed. Heh, it doesn't seem difficult. Chu Nan smiled and did not stop. Another trace of internal breath flowed out and quickly combined with the spatial energy to complete a cycle in his meridians. Then, as expected, another trace of the same star cloud condensed in his dantian and connected to the previous star cloud. After that, Chu Nan circulated the same internal breath 3 more times. The star cloud in his dantian became larger, and the structure was exactly the same as the spatial energy structure displayed in the cultivation method. Chu Nan slowly urged the internal breath and spatial energy in his dantian to circulate and felt the transformation process of this extremely small star cloud towards the dantian's breath and spatial energy. Then, he carefully compared it to the star cloud that had been condensed previously and confirmed that the speed at which this star cloud transformed its internal breath into spatial energy was faster, but the stability of the transformed spatial energy was slightly inferior. From this, it could be seen that the effect of condensing a star cloud built on 2 different cultivation methods, or rather, 2 different spatial energy structures, was different. This was not surprising. The star cloud formation was originally different from person to person and from cultivation method to cultivation method. This was the basic common sense that all martial artists knew. However, after personally experiencing it, Chu Nan understood it even more deeply and was much more thorough than ordinary martial artists. After carefully memorizing the data of the 2 different star clouds, Chu Nan mobilized his internal breath again and began to try the foundation of the 3rd cultivation method. After another 5 attempts, the star cloud condensed. Chu Nan recorded the data again and began the next experiment. Chapter 829. The star slowly revealed its face from the far end of the horizon. Light spread all the way over and it took a short period of time to slowly climb to the top of the hotel building more than 200 meters away from the ground and reflect on Chu Nan's face. Feeling the gradual light in front of him, Chu Nan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled with an unsatisfied expression. Through a night of research and experimentation, he tested all the cultivation methods he had felt from the 100+ void break martial artists. Coupled with the various cultivation methods he had grasped, he tested a total of 371 different cultivation methods. Through the different spatial energy structures brought about by these 371 different cultivation methods, Chu Nan condensed and produced a total of 212 different types of star clouds in his dantian. The reason why 212 types were produced instead of 371 was that not every cultivation method represented a spatial energy structure that could successfully allow Chu Nan to condense a star cloud in his dantian. Almost half of them could not be done. This was not strange. Different cultivation methods had their own advantages and disadvantages. What outstanding cultivation methods could do, it was normal for those not outstanding cultivation methods to not be able to do it. Moreover, it was even more difficult to perfectly match the situation of Chu Nan's physical dantian and successfully condense a star cloud. It was enough to eliminate another batch of cultivation methods. Chu Nan was able to use more than half of the cultivation methods to condense a star cloud because of his powerful data ability and super control of spatial energy. He could nearly perfectly modify these cultivation methods and make them more suitable to his situation. Otherwise, the success rate would probably not even exceed a quarter. The greatest gain of this night was that he had a clearer understanding of condensing a star cloud. Be it the use of the cultivation method or the transformation of internal breath, the spatial energy structure in the star cloud had an extremely important effect. Therefore, he could not be careless at all. The other martial artists could not fuss too much about this aspect. As long as they could successfully condense the star cloud, it was enough to be happy. This was because they did not master so many different cultivation methods like Chu Nan and did not dare to make all kinds of attempts like him. They were even bold enough to directly destroy the successfully condensed star cloud. Most importantly, they did not have Chu Nan's unique and powerful data ability. Even if they were given the first two conditions, it was very difficult for them to discover which cultivation method and corresponding spatial energy structure were most suitable for them. Chu Nan could, so he had been trying to find the most perfect structure. However, this was clearly not a problem that could be solved with just one night of experimentation. Chu Nan experimented with every cultivation method he had grasped and even tried to combine the characteristics of some similar cultivation methods. The results were different and the condensed star cloud was also different. However, he had never been able to confirm which was the best and most suitable for him, so he had never made up his mind. Having too many choices is also a problem. Chu Nan lowered his head to look at his hands and shook his head with a bitter smile. Never had he yearned to experience more different cultivation methods that could mobilize spatial energy like now. He could clearly sense that he was very close to a perfect spatial energy structure. As long as he tried for a period of time, he had hope of comparing the characteristics of the spatial energy structure reflected in various cultivation methods and fusing and refining it to create the most suitable star cloud condensation structure that completely belonged to him. After confirming this and successfully condensing the star cloud, I can become a true heaven control expert. Chu Nan bounced up and waved his fist at the star that had completely exceeded the horizon. I originally thought that participating in this competition only had the meaning of completing the transaction with the academy. Now, it seems that it's still more useful. Apart from this place, where can I find so many suitable opponents? Chu Nan was overjoyed. Just as he could not help but want to roar to express his joy, the notification of a communication request suddenly sounded from his personal terminal. As soon as he chose to answer, Golostin's angry face appeared on the virtual screen. Chu Nan, where have you been? Do you know what time it is? Hurry up and come back. The competition is about to begin. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes but could not say anything. He obediently nodded and jumped down from the roof. At noon on planet Tamrel, under the attention of countless countries and countless people on the Orion Arm, the 761st Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition officially began. The participating students of the Earth Federation were surprised to discover that when they represented the Earth Federation in the opening ceremony, they actually received the attention of almost all the media. The amount of attention they attracted was actually not inferior to the delegation of the host, the United States of Meleda, and the Declan Empire, who was naturally the most popular. They were even slightly better than the delegation of the traditional martial arts country, the Tuladu Republic, on the other Orion Arm. This made them feel very strange. Logically speaking, the Earth Federation was only an inconspicuous small country on the outside of the Orion Arm. Their martial technique level had never been too outstanding, so why was it suddenly so popular? However, when they discovered that the gazes of the media reporters and the other audience were mostly focused in the direction of Star Cloud Academy, or more accurately, on Chu Nan, they immediately reacted. Clearly, this attention had nothing to do with them and was purely directed at Chu Nan. Although the battle between Chu Nan and the hundreds of void break martial artists of the United States of Meleda had only happened yesterday, the spread of information was extremely developed and fast. When the battle yesterday was broadcasted on the Milky Way network, it had already attracted more than 1 million viewers. Later on, because of its commotion, it spread at an astonishing speed. Now, not only did countless people in the entire Orion Arm know the name of Chu Nan, a young martial artist of the Earth Federation, through the information spread by the Milky Way network, even the people of the various countries of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance on the Perseus Arm had an intense reaction. What was even more surprising was that he had never paid much attention to martial techniques. He had always admired technology and felt that the people on the other two spiral arms were all barbarians. It could be seen how much attention Chu Nan had experienced in this battle. Under such circumstances, Chu Nan's appearance at the opening ceremony would naturally attract everyone's attention and naturally become the focus of the Earth Federation. Looking at Chu Nan, who was still standing steadily in the middle of the team despite countless burning gazes, his expression did not change at all. He was so calm that he was even indifferent. The other students of the Earth Federation could not help but secretly admire him. If he was in such a situation where he was being watched by countless people, he would probably be so excited by this invisible and terrifying pressure that he would not be able to control himself. How could he be as calm and indifferent as Chu Nan? However, they did not know that what Chu Nan was thinking had nothing to do with this competition. Chapter 830. What Chu Nan was thinking was still related to condensing the star cloud. However, under the current circumstances, he naturally could not cultivate the cultivation method in front of so many people, but this did not stop him from continuing to organize, analyze, and deduce the various data he had gathered in the experiment yesterday. To be honest, this job was even more complicated and difficult than directly experimenting. However, it was also because of this work that he would reduce many unnecessary and meaningless actions when carrying out actual experiments, greatly increasing his efficiency. As he analyzed the data, Chu Nan was still making various connections. After the experiment last night, Chu Nan now understood that condensing a star cloud in his dantian was actually to build the spatial energy stored in his dantian in a special structure and maintain stability, causing it to condense and stabilize. From there, he could completely change the internal breath circulation pattern in his dantian so that after the internal breath in his dantian was produced, it could immediately interact with the spatial energy and even directly produce it. This way, it allowed martial artists to come into contact with the spatial energy of the outside world more directly and quickly. It could be said to have truly fused with cosmic spatial energy. Most importantly, after the transformation of the star-cloud connection, martial artists could control a large amount of spatial energy. Moreover, it would be easier to control and use spatial energy. Therefore, as long as he successfully condensed a star cloud, the increase in a martial artist's strength would be abnormally shocking, almost fundamentally different from before he condensed a star cloud. However, after thousands of experiments overnight, Chu Nan discovered a problem. If the star cloud successfully condensed and mobilized spatial energy through it, it would naturally transform the mobilized spatial energy into almost the same structure as the star cloud. This was naturally extremely beneficial to those martial artists who mainly cultivated a cultivation method, because this meant that as long as the good star cloud was successfully condensed, it would allow his cultivation method to greatly improve and become even stronger. However, to Chu Nan, this was not a good sign. If he condensed the star cloud according to one structure, then when he used other cultivation methods in the future, he would have to transform more on one side when mobilizing spatial energy, causing the spatial energy produced by the natural condensation to change to another structure. Compared to before, when Chu Nan directly used his internal breath to mobilize spatial energy to use his cultivation method, it was equivalent to an additional procedure. In fact, this procedure would only take him 0.1 seconds at most, or even less. Moreover, as his cultivation method improved in the future, this time would decrease. Most martial artists would not care at all, and they would basically not feel any abnormalities. However, to Chu Nan, who had a powerful data ability, not to mention 0.1 seconds, even 0.001 seconds was an extremely obvious difference. Moreover, after interacting with star-grade martial artists for so long, Chu Nan knew the difference between him and a true star-grade martial artist. If one reached the star-grade martial artist realm, putting aside cultivation methods and so on, this 0.1 seconds or 0.001 seconds was very likely an extremely important condition. Moreover, Chu Nan had grasped many cultivation methods. Although there were not many especially powerful cultivation methods, every cultivation method would be useful when necessary. For example, the goddess song and the flame of life could almost make him immortal. If there was a slight mistake when he used these two cultivation methods in the future because of the construction of the star cloud, it would be a joke. However, it was obvious that it was impossible to become an even stronger martial artist and break through to the heaven control realm without condensing a star cloud and successfully reaching the realm of being connected to the internal and external cosmos. He had to face this problem when condensing a star cloud. Chu Nan was momentarily conflicted. In fact, he knew very well that if he told other martial artists this dilemma, it would definitely attract mockery or even curses. This was because it was already extremely lucky for a martial artist to successfully condense a star cloud and have the possibility of breaking through to the heaven control realm. In the eyes of the other martial artists, his idea was definitely useless. However, ever since he had a powerful data ability, Chu Nan discovered that because he was extremely sensitive to the tiniest data, he often had an obsessive-compulsive disorder that pursued perfection. If he could not find a way to resolve this problem in less than 0.1 seconds, even if he could casually successfully condense a star cloud now, he would feel extremely unhappy. Therefore, how should I condense a star cloud? This question had always been lingering in Chu Nan's mind, causing him to be too lazy to pay attention to anything else. Naturally, he completely ignored the attention of the reporters and the audience. Moreover, he did not even care what happened at the opening ceremony and was in a state of daydreaming from the beginning to the end. This state lasted until he stepped onto the stage of the competition and started the first match. Hey, Chu Nan, listen carefully. My name is Romford, and I'm a second-year student of our United States of Meleda's Como Academy. Since you dare to look down on our martial artists, I'll teach you a lesson today and make you pay the price for your arrogance. Hearing his opponent's angry voice, Chu Nan barely stopped his high-speed thinking and retracted his thoughts to look at him. It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but the first opponent the competition's organizing committee arranged for him was from the United States of Meleda. Originally, this competition attracted a lot of attention because it was Chu Nan's first appearance. Now that his opponent was still a student representative of the United States of Meleda, it attracted even more attention. Chu Nan casually glanced at it and could see that the audience seats in the distance around the arena were filled with countless spectators. Among them, the media seats were filled to the brim and even the aisle was completely filled. This competition venue is really huge. Chu Nan looked around and sighed. Compared to the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition he participated in last year, the most obvious and intuitive difference was that the venue was more than 10 times larger. Now that he was standing in the center of the competition venue with his opponent, the nearest audience seat was 2 kilometers away. If he did not use his binoculars, it was impossible for ordinary people to see where the two of them were. The reason why he prepared such a huge competition venue was naturally that the average strength of the participants in this competition far exceeded West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. As the top students of the various top martial arts academies in the various countries on the Orion Arm, it was extremely common for students who were qualified to participate in this competition to reach the Void Break realm. Therefore, in order to give these students with the strength of a Void Break martial artist better room to unleash their strength, the competition venue naturally had to be arranged sufficiently large. Chu Nan glanced around again before retracting his gaze and landing on his opponent. Seeing the anger on the opponent's face and the dense excitement and greed in his eyes when he glared at him, Chu Nan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Supremacy Melanie, are you targeting me or the students of your United States of Meleda? Chapter 831. However, Chu Nan did not know that an extremely intense argument was happening in the media reporters' seats. What a joke! A media reporter from the United States of Meleda raised his head and only used his nostrils to look at the group of reporters from the Earth Federation opposite him with an expression and tone filled with disdain. Your Earth Federation only has Chu Nan to show off. What's there to brag about? Moreover, even this Chu Nan looks superficial. His true strength is not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. A young male reporter from the Earth Federation stood up. The disdain on his face was much stronger than the other parties. I wonder which person is not worth mentioning who dealt with hundreds of Void Break martial artists from your United States of Meleda alone. Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately laughed. Not only were the reporters from the Earth Federation laughing, but many reporters from other countries also laughed mockingly. The video of Chu Nan fighting hundreds of martial artists from the United States of Meleda had already spread throughout the entire Milky Way network. Everyone had personally seen the scene of Chu Nan facing hundreds of Void Break martial artists from the United States of Meleda alone and being safe and sound. He could even defeat dozens of opponents. While everyone was surprised by Chu Nan's powerful strength, they also mocked the martial artists of the United States of Meleda mercilessly. It was already embarrassing enough that so many people surrounded a young student who was not even 20 years old. It was simply a huge joke that he was defeated by Chu Nan and even exceeded 100 Void Break martial artists. On the current Milky Way network, the term martial artist of the United States of Meleda had simply become the greatest joke. Now, this reporter from the United States of Meleda was still choosing to be stubborn because of the argument just now, so it naturally caused everyone to sneer. When the reporter from the United States of Meleda heard the laughter around him, his face turned red and he sneered angrily. Those guys are only a motley crew and can't represent the true level of our United States of Meleda's martial artists. Those who can officially participate in the competition today are elite students sent by the various academies of our United States of Meleda. Their strength is definitely much stronger than those trash. Just wait and see. Chu Nan will definitely not have a good time in this competition. Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a huge exclamation from outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the exclamation in surprise and saw that in the distant competition venue, Chu Nan was still standing on the spot. As for his opponent, the student from the United States of Meleda named Romford, he had already fallen to the ground and did not move as if he was dead. Everyone was stunned. It was actually so fast? It had clearly only been less than a minute since the competition officially began. After a while, a huge row of words suddenly appeared on the virtual screen used to broadcast the real-time scene of the competition. The competition has ended. The winner is Chu Nan. Everyone was stunned again. That was it? A moment later, a reporter from the Earth Federation laughed loudly. He pointed at the reporter from the United States of Meleda and shouted, "What else do you have to say now? This is the so-called elite student you mentioned? Ha ha ha." The reporter from the United States of Meleda's face alternated between green and white. A moment later, he suddenly calmed down and glanced at the subsequent match schedule on the virtual screen because Chu Nan had won. He suddenly smiled. You guys from the Earth Federation can only be proud for once. So what if Chu Nan is powerful? Apart from him, can you take out a second more powerful student? Why don't we make a bet and see if there are more participating students from your Earth Federation or our United States of Meleda after this round ends? The reporters of the Earth Federation who were laughing proudly immediately froze. Their expressions gradually sank and they frowned slightly. That's right, although Chu Nan had won this round, it did not affect the entire situation. There were a total of 95 students from the Earth Federation participating in this competition, but in the time they spoke to each other, it had already been revealed that a total of 13 students from the Earth Federation had been eliminated. Only 6 students won and passed, including Chu Nan. Apart from that, the remaining 78 students had yet to determine the outcome. Clearly, they had all fallen into a bitter battle. Moreover, everyone knew very well that the Earth Federation was a small country on the Orion Arm after all. It was naturally impossible for it to compete with a large country like the United States of Meleta in the scale of martial artists. According to the data, the United States of Meleta had occupied the host force this time. The total number of participating students was actually more than 3,000. Compared to the huge base number, what was even more terrifying was the shocking average standard of these participating students. According to incomplete statistics, more than half of the participating students in the United States of Meleta had just broken through to the void break realm. That was more than 1,500. As for the Earth Federation, even if Chu Nan was included, only 7 participants from Star Cloud Academy and 3 students from the other 2 academies had broken through to the void break realm. In total, there were 10. Not to mention that this competition had gathered the elite students of the various martial arts academies in the various countries of the Orion Arm outside the United States of Meleta. There were countless powerful students hiding. If he wanted to stand out from these young elites from the entire Orion continent, a mere initial stage void break martial artist was probably not enough, let alone those internal breath martial artists who had not even broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. One had to know that before this competition officially began, the Earth Federation did not have many expectations for these participating students. No one had ever felt that they could obtain good results in the competition. They only hoped that they would do their best. Therefore, no one believed Chu Nan when he announced in front of so many reporters that he wanted to win the championship of this competition. If not for Chu Nan's shocking performance in the battle yesterday, even if they were all reporters of the Earth Federation, no one would really have any expectations of him. Now that this reporter from the United States of Meleta pointed out this fact, the reporters of the Earth Federation immediately lost their smiles and their expressions were heavy. Seeing their expressions, the reporter from the United States of Meleta instantly recovered from the shock of Chu Nan's victory and a disdainful smile appeared on his face again. Humph, it's only a passable genius martial artist who appeared and you treat him as a treasure. Tell you country bumpkins from the Earth Federation, there are many so-called geniuses like Chu Nan in our United States of Meleta. He's nothing. The reporters of the Earth Federation were immediately furious. They wanted to refute it, but they felt very uncertain. This was because, seriously speaking, what this reporter from the United States of Meleta said was really the truth. In the end, a small country like the Earth Federation could not compare to a large country like the United States of Meleta in this aspect. Just as the reporter from the United States of Meleta smiled proudly and was about to continue mocking, a clear female voice sounded. Why don't we make a bet? Chapter 832. After Chu Nan walked out of the competition venue, a group of reporters immediately surrounded him. Apart from the large number of reporters from the Earth Federation, there were also many media reporters from the United States of Meleta and other countries. Chu Nan casually dealt with their questions such as how do you feel about the end of the first competition, how's your evaluation of your opponent, and are you nervous during the competition? However, when a reporter asked another question, he was stunned. Heh, Chu Nan, do you know the bet Miss Yang Zaryui made with others? Hearing this reporter mention Yang Zaryui's name, Chu Nan suddenly recalled that Yang Zaryui was not among the reporters who rushed over to interview him. Logically speaking, as a reporter from the Earth Federation who had interviewed him the most and was the most familiar with him, Yang Zaryui should have appeared to interview him after the first round ended. Where's Miss Yang? Chu Nan asked. The surrounding reporters looked at each other and revealed strange expressions. In particular, the reporters of the Earth Federation had awkward and ashamed expressions, causing Chu Nan to feel extremely puzzled. Hey, what happened? Why do you have such an expression? Chu Nan asked. The answer was a reporter from the United States of Meleta. Humph, that Yang Zaryui from your Earth Federation made a bet with us and said that you would definitely be able to enter the finals. If not, she would run around naked in public and post the video on the Milky Way network. Now, she must feel that she has said something wrong and is hiding there to think of a way to go back on her words. Hearing the disdain and mockery in the tone of the reporter from the United States of Meleta, the group of reporters from the Earth Federation beside him were immediately furious. They pointed at the reporter and cursed. There were also many reporters from the United States of Meleta, so they naturally were not to be outdone. For a moment, the two sides shouted, and the scene immediately became extremely noisy. Bet, run around naked in public. Chu Nan was shocked when he heard this. He could not care less and his figure flashed. He had already rushed to the reporter from the United States of Meleta who had replied and grabbed his collar. He pulled him closer and shouted, tell me clearly, what's going on? The reporter from the United States of Meleta was caught by Chu Nan's grip, but his expression was calm and fearless. He still sneered, you should ask the people of your Earth Federation. They were beside her at that time. Chu Nan turned to look at the reporters of the Earth Federation. They immediately stopped cursing and had strange and awkward expressions. After a while, one of the reporters explained, about that. Just now, our group of people quarreled at the media table. These guys from Meleta mocked our Earth Federation's participating students. Then, Miss Yang Zaryui could not stand it anymore, so she made a bet with them that you could at least enter the finals. Otherwise, even if she lost, she would run naked in public. Cough, in public. Chu Nan frowned, since it's a bet, what about the other party's bet? If you can enter the finals, they'll lose. It'll be their turn to run naked in public. The reporter from the Earth Federation spread out his hands and sighed. Oh. Chu Nan understood the meaning of his words. In that case, there's more than one person who made a bet with Miss Yang. Yes, all the reporters of the United States of Meleta present made this bet with Miss Yang. In other words, Miss Yang is facing many of them alone. Chu Nan turned to look at the reporter from the United States of Meleta who was still in his hand and smiled. This is very worth it. That reporter from the United States of Meleta sneered. Although we're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, she's a woman after all. We should give in to her. Heh, to be able to see a female reporter who's quite famous in your Earth Federation running naked in public, it's really worth interviewing this competition. You think you'll definitely win? Chu Nan asked with a smile. Do you think you can enter the finals? The United States of Meleta reporter asked. Chu Nan leaned forward and their heads were almost touching. I've said it before. I only have one goal in participating in this competition, and that is to win the championship. Do you think I can't enter the finals? The reporter from the United States of Meleta sneered. Anyone can brag, but you want to win the championship of this competition with a kid from the Earth Federation? What a joke. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head. His hand shook and he threw the reporter back to his original position. I don't like to talk nonsense. I've already said this goal twice and don't want to repeat it a third time. However, you. Chu Nan stretched out his finger and pointed at the faces of the reporters from the United States of Meleta. And you can wait to run naked. The reporters of the United States of Meleta looked at each other. No one retorted Chu Nan's words. Instead, they opened their personal terminals and got busy. Clearly, just this post-match interview with Chu Nan was enough to write a very good interview. Chu Nan turned around and saw that not only were the reporters from other countries busy, but even the reporters from the Earth Federation were also busy. He could not help but laugh. In the end, these guys were all reporters. Compared to running naked, the news value caused by this matter was probably what they valued the most. As for whether Yang Zaryui had the same thought when she proposed this bet, Chu Nan shook his head. After all, Yang Zaryui was a woman, and she was even a woman of Chinese descent. Running naked in public was something that required a lot of courage from her. She clearly did not propose this bet only to pursue explosive news, but the most important reason was her confidence in Chu Nan. When he thought of this, Chu Nan looked at the group of reporters with bright eyes and raised his voice slightly. Miss Yang is not here, but she should be able to see this interview. I'll say it here. Miss Yang, don't worry. As a friend, I definitely won't let you lose this bet. But what if you don't enter the finals? The reporter from the United States of Meleta suddenly asked loudly. No ifs. Chu Nan shook his head. Humph, there's nothing impossible in this world. The students participating in this competition are the top students of the various countries and academies on the Orion Arm. There are countless hidden experts among them. Do you think your strength is unique inside? The reporter from the United States of Meleta was unconvinced. What if you lose? Chu Nan looked at him seriously and glanced at the other reporters around him. He smiled and said, I know what you're looking forward to. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll satisfy your wish. Listen carefully, since Miss Yang dares to propose such a bet, as the person involved, as a member of the Earth Federation, and most importantly, as a man, I have to make the corresponding promise. At this point, Chu Nan paused for a moment before meeting the focused gazes of all the reporters. He smiled and continued, if I fail to enter the finals, I'll run naked with Miss Yang Zaryui in public. Hearing this, after the silence, an uproar instantly sounded. Chapter 833. Haha, this kid is really fooling around. Supremacy Melanie looked at the virtual screen that unfolded on her personal terminal and suddenly laughed happily. The staff of the competition's organizing committee looked over strangely. Today was only the first day of the competition. As a special guest of this competition, it was already very surprising that Supremacy Melanie stayed to continue watching the competition after attending the opening ceremony. Now, she was even looking at the virtual screen and suddenly laughed. What had happened that made a star-grade martial artist like her feel that it was fun? A staff member closest to him secretly glanced and discovered that the virtual screen with Supremacy Melanie's face should be displaying a real-time news article of the competition. On this article, an obvious profile was reflected. The staff present were very familiar with this person. It was the participating student from the Earth Federation, Chu Nan, who had caused a commotion yesterday and caused Supremacy Melanie to personally appear. I didn't expect the Supremacy to really pay attention to Chu Nan. Just as this thought appeared in that staff member's mind, a staff member in charge of the competition statistics pushed open the door and entered. He looked around and walked straight to Supremacy Melanie and bowed respectfully. Supremacy, the first round of the competition has already ended. The statistics are out. Do you want to take a look? You should. Supremacy Melanie originally wanted to wave her hand to indicate that this had nothing to do with her, but she suddenly paused for a moment and put down her hand. Alright, put it on the large screen and let me see. Yes. Although the staff member was a little strange as to why he had to put it on the large screen, he still obediently followed his orders. A moment later, the largest virtual screen in the organizing committee room displayed the statistics after the first round of the competition. Supremacy, look. There were a total of 7,817 competitions in the first round. Among them, the United States of Meleta has a total of 3,028 participating students. Among them, 1,187 passed the first round of the competition. The pass rate is 39.2%. Their performance was very good. The staff in charge of statistics pointed at the screen and introduced with a trace of pride. Due to the fact that the United States of Meleta was the host of this competition and there were many participants, he originally thought that this would greatly lower the pass rate of the first round. He did not expect that there would still be such results now. It was enough to prove that the current martial technique development of the United States of Meleta was powerful. What about the Declan Empire? Supremacy Melanie asked. As for the Declan Empire, the staff hesitated for a moment before continuing. There are a total of 798 students participating in the first round. Among them, those who passed the first round are 591. The passing rate is 74%. As soon as this number was reported, everyone who was excited about the data of the United States of Meleta immediately fell silent. Supremacy. Melanie shook her head and sighed. As expected, we still can't compare to the Declan Empire. What about the Tuladu Republic? The staff member's expression became even uglier. He hesitated for a moment before reporting the data. The total number of students participating in the first round of the competition from the Tuladu Republic is 1,263. Among them, 661 passed the first round. The pass rate is 52.3%. In other words, they're still higher than us. Supremacy. Melanie raised her eyebrows and sneered. It seems that those guys from Tuladu haven't been idle all these years. Supremacy. The reason why our pass rate in the first round is not high is because there are too many participating students, lowering the pass rate. However, look, according to the total number, we still have the absolute advantage. I believe that after a few more rounds of competition, the pass rate of our United States of Meleta will greatly increase. Even if we might not be able to catch up to the Declan Empire, it won't be a problem for us to surpass the Tuladu Republic, the staff member immediately explained with a red face. Alright, I understand. Supremacy. Melanie waved her hand and interrupted him. What about the other countries? Is there anything worth paying attention to? That staff member glanced at the virtual screen and shook his head. The performance of the participating students of the other countries basically matches the estimation and analysis before the competition. There are no special accidents. Oh, where's the Earth Federation? Hearing Supremacy. Melanie's question, everyone was stunned. The staff member in charge of data analysis clearly did not deliberately pay attention to the relevant data of a small country like the Earth Federation. He checked on his personal terminal and heaved a sigh of relief before answering. The Earth Federation has a total of 95 students participating in the first round of the competition. The number of students who passed the first round is 23. The passing rate is only 24.2%. After a pause, he carefully asked, Supremacy, are you asking about the Earth Federation because of that student called Chu Nan? Yes. Supremacy. Melanie nodded generously in acknowledgement. It seems that the overall standard of the Earth Federation is not surprising, but that Chu Nan still needs to be paid special attention to. The surrounding staff looked at each other and did not find it especially strange. After all, Chu Nan had caused such a huge commotion yesterday and his strength had already been fully verified. As for Supremacy. Melanie, she had personally taken Chu Nan away yesterday and even appeared in front of the media with him. She had even made such a shocking promise in public. It was normal for her to pay special attention to this kid. Through the situation of the first round of the competition and, as well as the situation analysis of the incident yesterday, the initial judgment is that Chu Nan's strength is probably between a 3rd stage to 4th stage void break martial artist. The staff in charge of the statistics looked at the information displayed on his personal terminal and replied, however, according to the statistics, the average level of the academy participating in this competition has already surpassed the previous years. Currently, the initial analysis is that there are already more than 200 participants in the 3rd stage to 4th stage void break martial artists. Chu Nan can't be considered especially outstanding. After saying this, the staff member could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Such a retort to a star-grade martial artist really made him feel very pressured. However, as a statistics analyst, his professionalism made him unable to answer falsely. Between the 3rd stage and 4th stage void break realm. A rather amused smile appeared on Supremacy. Melanie's face, and then she waved her hand. Alright, according to your observation and analysis, which participating students need special attention now? At the mention of this, the staff member was shocked. According to my observations, among these participating students with especially outstanding performances, the most noteworthy ones are from our United States of Meleta. The most famous are naturally Tiago of the Green Academy and Supremacy. Melanie listened quietly. From time to time, a trace of thought appeared on her face, but she did not interrupt the staff. However, as she listened, her gaze remained on the match schedule displayed on the other side of the virtual screen. According to the time, Chu Nan's second round was about to begin. His opponent happened to defeat a participant of the Earth Federation in the first round. Heh, kid, do you want to take revenge for your compatriots? A smile appeared on Supremacy. Melanie's face. Chapter 834. When he saw his opponent in the second round, Chu Nan was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he carefully sized up his opponent and spoke with a strange expression. Marok, it's actually you. The equally young opponent opposite him smiled coldly. Heh, Chu Nan, we meet again. This guy was actually Marok, who had fought Chu Nan in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year and made him spend a lot of effort to heavily injure him before defeating him. Chu Nan had never expected to encounter this old opponent in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. He looked at Marok seriously. From the aura he naturally emitted and the abnormal flow of spatial energy around him, he could easily determine that Marok had clearly broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist. In the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year, Marok was only a 3rd stage internal breath realm martial artist. Now, only a little more than a year had passed, but he had actually broken through to the void break realm. His growth speed could be said to be extremely shocking. Of course, it was not enough compared to Chu Nan. Marok looked at Chu Nan with a much more complicated gaze. After being defeated by Chu Nan in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year, Marok returned to the kingdom of Kexley and focused on cultivation. In the past year, he had ignored everything and focused on improving himself because he had the intention to take revenge. With this belief, his improvement was extremely fast. In a short year, he went from the third stage internal breath realm to breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate in one go and becoming a powerful void break martial artist. In the entire kingdom of Kexley, there was definitely no other young martial artist who could advance faster than him. Merrick originally thought that with such strength, he would definitely be able to easily defeat Chu Nan and wash away his previous humiliation when he saw him again. He did not expect the video of the battle between Chu Nan and the hundreds of void break martial artists of the United States of Meleda to erupt. Merrick immediately discovered that the speed at which Chu Nan had increased in the past year was actually faster than him, and it was even more than 1 or 2 realms higher. He had originally thought that he could easily complete his revenge, but now, it seemed that it had almost become impossible. However, the more this was the case, the more it aroused the burning fighting spirit in Merrick's heart. He smiled at Chu Nan, and when he heard the notification that the competition had officially begun, he immediately circulated all the internal breath in his body and mobilized all the spatial energy he could mobilize. A dark green aura appeared around his body and enveloped his body. From the outside, it became hazy and actually revealed a chill. This was the new cultivation method inheritance he had obtained from his master in this year's stealth cultivation. It was called Green Wolf's Shadow. It was an extremely famous A-rank cultivation method in the kingdom of Kexley. His master had relied on this cultivation method to make a name for himself in the country. He firmly believed that as long as he used this cultivation method, even if Chu Nan's strength had greatly increased compared to last year, it would definitely be extremely difficult to deal with. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he suddenly felt the spatial energy circulating around him suddenly become extremely chaotic. In the next moment, it was as if it had completely collapsed and could no longer be controlled by him. Merrick was shocked and wanted to react, but he discovered that the spatial energy around him was even more violent. In the next moment, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Then, a figure appeared in front of him. Before he could move, he felt a heavy kick to his chest and his body flew into the air. Before he landed, his vision turned black and he fainted. Seeing Merrick fly dozens of meters away and faint on the ground with blood flowing out of his mouth, Chu Nan snorted softly. Did this guy think that he would reminisce with him? The cruel things this guy had done in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year were still vivid in his mind. Chu Nan had even almost died because of him. Although there was nothing serious later on and Chu Nan had even profited from a disaster and obtained a major breakthrough, he could not put down his hatred for this guy. However, when he saw that he had actually easily dealt with the opponent he had spent so much effort and thought of all kinds of methods to barely defeat last year, Chu Nan more or less sighed. In just more than a year, the strength of both sides had completely reversed. Although the current Merrick had improved greatly, Chu Nan did not take a mere initial stage void break martial artist seriously. To be honest, only the cultivation method he had used earlier could make Chu Nan pay more attention. The internal breath cultivation method that emitted green light was clearly an extraordinary cultivation method. Through his powerful perception of spatial energy, Chu Nan could clearly sense that the spatial energy structure condensed by this cultivation method was very outstanding and was not inferior to the few A-rank cultivation methods he knew. From this point, Merrick's strength was actually quite extraordinary. If he had not encountered Chu Nan in the second round, he should have been able to walk further in this competition. However, now, it was only an additional reference for the spatial energy structure that Chu Nan needed to condense the star cloud. After easily dealing with Merrick, Chu Nan once again had more time to rest than the other participating students. This time, he did not deal with the reporter's pestering and directly returned to the lounge to continue studying the spatial energy structure. To others, there were countless people and things worth paying attention to in this competition, but Chu Nan did not. He had only come to participate in the competition to complete the contract with the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch after winning the championship and obtaining a spot to participate in the Garden Hunting Assembly next year. He did not mind anything else. The reason for this mentality was that his current strength had actually far exceeded the expectations of others. Before the second round of the competition, a reporter from the Earth Federation told him that in the analysis of the external strength of the participants in this competition, Chu Nan was seen as the strongest student among the participants of the Earth Federation who had the greatest hope of passing more rounds. Moreover, he was evaluated to be around the third stage void break realm and was only slightly inferior to the celebrity students from the 3 great countries of the Orion Arm. This evaluation was enough to make Chu Nan the honor of the Earth Federation. He was the most valued young martial artist in the Earth Federation for so many years. At that time, when he saw the proud expression of the reporter from the Earth Federation who said this, Chu Nan wanted to laugh. Third stage void break realm? Compared to those celebrity students? What a joke! Chu Nan had personally defeated a true heaven control expert like Greg, so how could he take a mere void break martial artist seriously? These participating students were all bragging, but their strength was only limited to the void break realm. How could Chu Nan take it seriously? Therefore, in his opinion, although participating in this competition was quite important, it was far inferior to studying his star cloud condensation. As long as he could find the most perfect plan to condense a star cloud, he would naturally break through to the heaven control realm. At that time, not to mention a void break martial artist, even ordinary heaven control martial artists would probably not be his match. In that case, he naturally would not value participating in this competition like the other participating students. In his opinion, if he had time to worry about the competition, he might as well hurry up and cultivate for a while. Just as Chu Nan closed his eyes and seized the time to include the special spatial energy structure used by the cultivation method, he had come into contact with Merrick and the data he had gathered and quickly analyze it, footsteps sounded. Then, the door of the lounge was pushed open and the footsteps did not stop. They actually stopped in front of Chu Nan. Sigh, can't you give people some time to cultivate in peace? Chu Nan sighed deeply and helplessly opened his eyes. Chapter 835. You're that Chu Nan from the Earth Federation. As soon as Chu Nan opened his eyes, he heard a cold shout with a condescending tone. He frowned and looked over. He discovered that there were 5 young people of similar age standing in front of him. It seemed that they were also students who had come to participate in this competition. His gaze landed on the uniform on their bodies. It could be seen that they were wearing the same symbol on their chests. They should be from the same academy. However, Chu Nan was not concerned about these things and naturally did not study them. Therefore, he could not recognize which academy they were from. The person who asked was a slightly chubby and short young man. Chu Nan glanced at him and thought to himself that these guys had specially found him. It seemed that he could not rest peacefully during this break. He also put down the thought of continuing to study the spatial energy structure and lazily asked, What's the matter? We're here to inform you. Your luck is bad. You're going to encounter my brother in the next round. The little fatty patted a young man beside him who was similar in size and appearance to him. He looked like a brother and said proudly, therefore, you can forget about passing the 3rd round. Chu Nan, I heard that you boasted in front of many reporters that you could definitely enter the finals. The little fatty's brother chuckled, and his expression was even more annoying than the little fatty. Yes, why? Chu Nan still had a lazy appearance and casually replied weakly. You're dreaming. The little fatty's brother suddenly shouted angrily. He bent his arm at Chu Nan and made a show of strength. You're about to encounter me, which means that this is the end for you. Humph, I heard that you even made a bet with those reporters that if you can't enter the finals, you'll run naked in public. The little fatty's brother suddenly chuckled again. The little fatty beside him and the other 3 students also chuckled. The 5 of them stared at Chu Nan's lower body with ill intentions. Kid, you have to think carefully. When you run around naked in public, you have to protect your little bird. Otherwise, it'll be too laughable if everyone sees your bird that's smaller than a sparrow. Ha ha. The group of people laughed loudly. Their laughter was filled with mockery, attracting the other students who were preparing in the lounge to look over. Chu Nan looked at the 5 people in front of him expressionlessly and thought to himself that these 5 clowns had been talking for a long time but still did not tell him who they were. Could it be that they specially came to mock him? If they did not say anything, Chu Nan could not be bothered to ask. In any case, in his opinion, these guys were only a few extras. Even if they specially came to mock him, he was not interested in remembering their names and appearances. After the 5 of them mocked him, they saw that Chu Nan was expressionless and did not react. It was as if he felt that it was a little boring. In the end, the little fatty threw out a ruthless sentence and left together. Looking in the direction they disappeared, Chu Nan touched his chin and a dangerous glint flashed through his eyes. Half an hour later, the little fatty who was still arrogant in front of Chu Nan with a proud expression looked at the virtual screen in front of him in shock. The 3 companions around him were also stunned and their faces were filled with disbelief. Just now, the 3rd round of the competition began at the same time. Just as they were filled with anticipation for the little fatty's brother to defeat Chu Nan and become famous in the competition, less than a second before the competition officially began, they saw that only one person was still standing. Chu Nan was still standing. His opponent, the brother of the little fatty, was already kneeling in front of Chu Nan. Thick blood seeped out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and he looked extremely miserable. The little fatty looked at his lifeless brother on the virtual screen in a daze, as if all his strength had been sucked out. He could not accept the truth he saw. He naturally knew his brother's strength extremely well. Although they were biological brothers, his younger brother's talent was much stronger than his. Although he cultivated martial techniques 2 years later than him, he was already a second-stage void break martial artist. He was much stronger than him who had yet to even break through the cosmic heaven's gate. He had always been famous for being the most outstanding genius in the academy where the 2 of them were at. However, now, this younger brother whom he had been proud of since he was young and was thought by everyone to be able to shine in this competition and become famous in one go was kneeling in front of Chu Nan like a defeated dog without any strength to resist. The little fatty could not even be bothered to worry about his brother's injuries. There was only one thought left in his mind. This guy from Earth is actually so powerful. He quickly discovered that Chu Nan was really that powerful. After passing the 3rd round, 5 more rounds of competition followed and Chu Nan obtained the victory. Moreover, the process of Chu Nan winning these 5 rounds was almost identical. He always fought with the enemy in the beginning and looked to be on par with his opponent. However, as long as 5 minutes passed, Chu Nan would suddenly erupt and deal with his opponent in a short period of time to obtain victory. In the eyes of the audience who did not pay much attention to the process of the competition, the time Chu Nan spent in each round was not short, proving that he was not strong. However, as long as one had truly paid attention to the process of the competition, it was very easy to discover that although Chu Nan had fought his opponent for the first 5 minutes, his opponent had never truly threatened him. Although Chu Nan had also been struck by his opponent's attacks, those attacks did not cause him any damage as if they were scratching an itch. On the contrary, as long as Chu Nan counterattacked from the beginning, it would usually be the start of his opponent's nightmare. He would not be able to resist effectively and would be defeated. Even ordinary people who were not proficient in martial techniques could easily tell that Chu Nan's strength was completely on a different level from his opponent. Otherwise, such an outcome would definitely not have happened. However, his opponent was not weak. According to the statistical analysis after the competition, Chu Nan's opponent in these 5 rounds was not weak at all. Among them, the opponent evaluated as the weakest was the opponent he had encountered in the 4th round. He was evaluated to be at the initial stage void break realm. The strongest was the opponent he had just defeated in the 8th round. He was also the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. His strength was evaluated to be around the third stage void break realm. However, regardless of whether his opponent was at the initial stage void break realm or the third stage void break realm, it did not seem to make any difference to Chu Nan. They all fought the same way. Therefore, after the 8 rounds of the competition, the doubts about Chu Nan's strength disappeared and were replaced by the same question. What strength did this kid from the Earth Federation have? Chapter 836. Hello, Miss Yang. May I interview you? Yang Zaryui stopped in surprise and looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of her and stopped her. He had a square face and a refined temperament. Be it his clothes or disposition, they revealed a classical elegance. As a reporter, her sharp senses also made her notice the special edges of the cuffs of the other party's clothes that emitted a faint golden light. If she did not remember wrongly, this extremely special dress detail was usually something that only the old nobles in the Declan Empire would pay attention to. This discovery made her even stranger. Interview me. Yang Zaryui pointed at herself and thought to herself that she was a reporter herself. It was already not bad that she did not interview others, but now, someone came to interview her. It was really a little strange. Moreover, no matter how one described this middle-aged man's temperament, he did not look like a reporter. He was more like a traditional noble in a country with a long history. Yes. The middle-aged man still had a warm smile on his face as he nodded lightly. Let me introduce myself. I'm a reporter from the Camille Prophet's office in the Declan Empire, Locket. It's a pleasure to meet you. Camille Prophet's office? Yang Zaryui was immediately shocked. Her eyes could not help but widen slightly as she sized up Locket even more carefully in surprise. As a media reporter, it was impossible for Yang Zaryui not to know that the Camille Prophet's office was the oldest media organization in the Declan Empire. It was said that it had been founded tens of thousands of years ago and was related to the history of the Declan Empire. Moreover, this ancient media organization had always been related to the royal family of the Declan Empire in the rumors. Most of the time, it could even be seen as the mouthpiece of the royal family. It was not strange for this newspaper company to send reporters to interview and report on this competition. After all, more than 1,000 outstanding young students from the Declan Empire were participating in this competition. However, it was too strange that they had found Yang Zaryui and even said that they wanted to interview her. Yang Zaryui rolled her eyes and immediately understood. Is it because of Chu Nan? Locket laughed. Miss Yang is indeed a smart person. That's right, I'm here for that student called Chu Nan from your country. I heard that Miss Yang has the best relationship with Chu Nan among the reporters in your country and is the person who contacted him the most. Therefore, I hope to obtain some information about him from you. I wonder if it's convenient. This. Yang Zaryui hesitated. Although Locket was polite and appeared very polite, Yang Zaryui did not know his goal for suddenly appearing to ask about Chu Nan, so how could she casually reveal information about him? Seeing Yang Zaryui's hesitation, Locket smiled and continued, Miss Yang, you should know about the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family, right? Yang Zaryui could not help but reveal a surprised expression again. At this time last year, she actually did not know what the so-called garden hunting assembly was. However, in the past year or so, because of her work, her understanding of the martial arts world had become deeper and deeper, and the range she came into contact with had become larger and larger. Naturally, she knew about this grand event called the grandest but cruelest young martial artists in the entire Milky Way. Why did this Locket suddenly mention the garden hunting assembly? Regarding the garden hunting assembly, actually, your Earth Federation will have many young martial artists participating, and Star Cloud Academy has one of the official invitations. With Chu Nan's current performance, I believe that Star Cloud Academy will definitely recommend him to participate in the garden hunting assembly next year. What do you think? Locket added. Yang Zaryui pondered for a moment and nodded. That's right, with Chu Nan's current strength and performance, if Star Cloud Academy wanted to recommend sufficiently outstanding young martial artists to participate in the garden hunting assembly next year, he would definitely be the best candidate. But Chu Nan might not be willing to participate. Yang Zaryui could not help but refute. He will. Locket smiled, no young martial artist can reject such a generous reward. Moreover, being able to compete with the young experts from the entire Milky Way in the garden hunting assembly is something that all genius martial artists dream of, right? Yang Zaryui thought for a moment and nodded helplessly. Not to mention the generous rewards at the garden hunting assembly, just the chance to become famous in the entire Milky Way was something no young martial artist could reject. However, her gaze immediately became sharp as she narrowed her eyes and looked at Locket. Then what do you want to do now? Get the young martial artists of other countries to pay special attention to him? If that's the case, it's not very beneficial for Chu Nan to participate in the garden hunting assembly next year. Please forgive me for rejecting. Locket chuckled and said, Miss Yang, you're thinking too much. In fact, I only discovered that such a dazzling young genius can appear in your Earth Federation, and am very curious. As for the attention you're worried about, it's not good for him to participate in the garden hunting assembly next year. I think with his current performance, he's already sufficiently attracted the attention of many people. It won't affect anything if I'm added, right? Yang Zaryui could only admit helplessly that Locket was right. Now, after 8 rounds of the competition, only 64 top genius students from the various academies of the various countries in the Orion Arm were left in the arena. Any one of these 64 people was undoubtedly an outstanding figure among the young martial artists on the Orion Arm. It would definitely attract widespread attention. Moreover, because the scene of Chu Nan fighting hundreds of void break martial artists from the United States of Meleta had spread on the Milky Way network, it had long attracted widespread attention. Now that his performance in the competition was so good, coupled with the fact that he was from a small country like the Earth Federation, he had already been called the greatest dark horse in this competition by countless media outlets. The most unexpected discovery was that it was difficult for him not to attract attention. Now that Lockett was paying attention to him, it really did not affect him at all. Alright, what do you want to ask? Yang Zaryui sighed in her mind and asked calmly. Firstly, I want to confirm a problem. Lockett stretched out a finger. I've gathered some information related to Chu Nan. It shows that less than a year and a half ago, he was only an ordinary martial artist who had not even broken through to the internal breath realm. Is this true? Yang Zaryui's heart skipped a beat. This Lockett actually knew this, proving that his attention to Chu Nan was definitely not just because of curiosity. A thought flashed through her mind and she knew that it was not difficult to investigate this matter. After all, Chu Nan's performance in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year was obvious to all. It was impossible to hide it and there was no need to. Therefore, she nodded and admitted. Yes. Then do you know how Chu Nan rose from an overlord body realm martial artist to his current level in a period of time? Lockett asked again. Yang Zaryui frowned and replied bluntly, I don't know about that. Moreover, even if I know, it's impossible for me to answer this question. Lockett smiled and did not mind Yang Zaryui's attitude. Then, the next question is Chu Nan. Chapter 837. Chu Nan did not know that Yang Zaryui, a reporter, had been stopped by others for an interview. Half of his attention was on the calculations of the spatial energy structure data gathered in his mind, but most of it was on the opponent in front of him. This was the first time he had focused most of his attention on his opponent since he participated in the competition. In the previous 8 rounds, he had always only needed to pay half of his attention to his opponent, but most of his attention was focused on sensing the details of the other party's cultivation method mobilizing spatial energy. With this, he gathered enough data and understood the settings of the other party's cultivation method. Only after spending 5 minutes confirming that he knew the characteristics of the other party's cultivation method well would Chu Nan be more focused and defeat his opponent to obtain victory. In his opinion, the opponents in the first 8 rounds were only adding information to the database in his mind. It was meaningless. However, now, he had no choice but to divert more attention to his opponent. The reason was very simple. This opponent was clearly different from the previous 8 rounds. Just by standing there, Chu Nan could sense that the spatial energy in the surrounding space was affected and naturally flowed around the other party at a fixed frequency and pattern. Chu Nan had once sensed this situation when he faced a few of the strongest enemies in the past, but those enemies were all top void break martial artists or even heaven control experts. In the past, although Chu Nan could sense this situation, he did not know what was going on. However, now, he knew very well that the reason why the spatial energy around him would naturally show such abnormal movements was clearly a sign that the star cloud in the other party's dantian had condensed. Due to the condensation of the star cloud, the internal breath circulation in his body would transform into spatial energy through the star cloud, naturally affecting the flow of spatial energy around him, revealing this phenomenon. This guy looked young, but he was actually an expert comparable to 4th stage void break martial artists like Dakota and Kansas. After determining this fact, Chu Nan was not shocked but happy. The strongest opponent in the first 8 rounds was only at the 3rd stage void break realm. There were no signs of the star cloud in his dantian condensing. Now that he had finally encountered such an opponent, he could finally truly verify his calculations and practice these few days. He was no longer wasting time like before. Seeing the excitement in Chu Nan's eyes, his opponent clearly misunderstood his meaning. He smiled at him and said, Chu Nan, right? I know you. You've been very popular in the past few days and are called the greatest dark horse in this competition by many people. You're also called the strongest genius in the history of the Earth Federation. At this point, the smile on his face became proud. However, your Earth Federation is only a small country on the outside of the spiral arm in the end. Even if you're the strongest genius in the history of the Earth Federation, you're only so-so. I, Salemo, am far from the strongest genius in our Tuladu Republic, but it's easy to deal with you. If you encounter me, your journey as a dark horse will end here. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Why did the opponents he had encountered these few days always like to brag? Could it be that because he had made some reputation these few days, these geniuses from various countries were unwilling to accept it? Or was the status of the Earth Federation in the Orion Arm so low that martial artists from other countries would look down on them? Of course, it was not wrong to think this way. There were a total of 95 students sent by the Earth Federation to participate in this competition. In just 5 rounds, the others had all been eliminated, leaving only Chu Nan. Now that Chu Nan could pass the first 8 rounds, it was simply a miracle in the eyes of countless people. Chu Nan shook his head and was not interested in arguing with the other party. He began to focus more on the natural flow of spatial energy around this opponent who called himself Salemo. Previously, although he had faced many enemies who were of the same level or even much stronger than Salemo, because he did not know the situation of the condensation of the star cloud, he did not pay much attention to these things. Now that he was at the critical moment of preparing to condense a star cloud, it was not easy for him to encounter such an opponent who clearly revealed the situation of condensing a star cloud. Of course, he had to observe carefully. Seeing that Chu Nan was ignoring him, Salemo's expression sank and he sneered, "What, kid, are you afraid? Let me tell you, I won't show mercy later. Once I start fighting, I'll definitely do my best. If you don't want to be heavily injured or even killed by me later, you can choose to surrender now." Chu Nan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He continued to sense the spatial energy fluctuation around him and compared it to the spatial energy fluctuation affected by the enemy's cultivation method gathered in his mind. He discovered that compared to the situation after the cultivation method was used, although the naturally flowing spatial energy around him was not fast and the frequency was not high, the spatial energy structure was extremely stable. Moreover, it could form a very good trapezoid fluctuation with the space outside the range of the effect of the cultivation method. It did not seem abrupt in the entire energy space and was very natural. This discovery made Chu Nan understand. If a star cloud condensed in the dantian of a martial artist, because it could directly transform the internal breath in the dantian into spatial energy through the star cloud, it would allow the martial artist to combine more closely and naturally with the spatial energy of the outside world. It would no longer seem to have a barrier like when he first grasped spatial energy. This could be said to be the greatest increase brought to a high-level void break martial artist by the condensation of the star cloud. It was also the most essential increase after becoming a heaven control martial artist. However, from this point, it was obvious that a star cloud had not completely condensed in his dantian. Otherwise, the spatial energy affected around him would not have an obvious trapezoid change like now. Instead, it should be more natural and even prevent Chu Nan from sensing anything special. Of course, if he could really do this, he should be a heaven control expert now. Seeing that Chu Nan still ignored him and even shook his head when he looked at him with a trace of disdain, Salemo was furious. However, he was a rare young genius martial artist in the Toledo Republic after all and was not too affected by his mental state. His expression only sank and the internal breath in his dantian circulated. The initial condensed star cloud naturally transformed his internal breath into spatial energy that was completely under his control and instantly connected with the spatial energy in the outside world without any obstruction or delay. Kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I'll let you see what a true genius is. At this moment, the sound of the competition starting sounded. Salemo's eyes focused and he casually slapped Chu Nan from more than 10 meters away. However, when he slapped out, a large amount of spatial energy in the surrounding space was instantly triggered without any delay. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a visible light purple palm shadow that flew towards Chu Nan. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows and the excitement on his face increased. This guy was actually slightly stronger than he had imagined. That was great. This competition was finally a little interesting. Chapter 838. After a consecutive week of competition, the first 8 rounds of the Orion Arm Martial Arts Alliance competition, which received the attention of the entire Milky Way, had already ended. After these 8 rounds of competition, only 64 participants were left in the arena. To be able to stand out from the top students of the various countries in the Orion Arm, the participating students who remained until now were all first-rate young genius martial artists. Naturally, every one of them would attract extremely widespread attention. Among the remaining 64 participating students, most of them were geniuses who were extremely famous in their respective countries and even had some reputation in the entire Orion Arm. Only a few were dark horses that had appeared in this competition. Among them, Chu Nan from the Earth Federation was undoubtedly the most promising dark horse. Ever since the Earth Federation stepped into the interstellar civilization more than 700 years ago and began to be invited to participate in the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition more than 200 years ago, they had already participated in 39 times. However, their performance in every competition was unknown. The highest record was only passing the 4th round. Of course, they could not attract the attention of anyone other than the Earth Federation. Now that Chu Nan had suddenly appeared and broken through the first 8 rounds in a row to enter the top 64, it naturally attracted special attention. However, because of Chu Nan's performance in the first 8 rounds, most people were no longer concerned about whether he was strong or not, but about how strong he was. Now that Chu Nan had finally encountered a powerful enemy from the Toledo Republic in the 9th round of the competition, compared to the other 31 competitions that were being held at the same time, there were clearly more people paying attention to Chu Nan and Salemo's competition. Everyone wanted to see if Chu Nan, this dark horse, could really be black until the end or if he would be washed white in this round. In the media audience of the competition, almost all the reporters from all the countries in the Orion Arm were gathered. The largest group was not reporters from the Earth Federation or the Toledo Republic, but reporters from the United States of Meleda. What was strange was that although there were clearly no participating students from the United States of Meleda in this competition, their expressions were extremely nervous. It seemed that they were paying much more attention to this competition than the reporters from the Toledo Republic beside them. Only the reporters from the Earth Federation on the other side could be compared. Among all the reporters, a slender and beautiful young female reporter from the Earth Federation occupied an empty seat alone. Although the media audience was crowded, everyone else tacitly gave up the seat beside her as if they did not dare to approach her. The reporters of the United States of Meleda who were nervously watching the battle would occasionally turn around and steal a glance at her. Their expressions were nervous, but there was also a trace of excitement and anticipation. They looked extremely strange. To outsiders, the strange situation was very strange, but if it fell into the hands of those who had paid attention to this competition and seen the media reports a few days ago, they knew very well. This was because this female reporter was Yang Zaryui. The bet between Yang Zaryui and the group of reporters from the United States of Meleda 6 days ago spread throughout the entire Milky Way network overnight. Countless people knew that this beautiful female reporter from the Earth Federation and the group of reporters from the United States of Meleda were betting on whether Chu Nan could enter the finals of this competition. According to the rules of the competition, 32 participating students would enter the finals and draw lots again. Today's round was the round of 64 to 32. In other words, today's competition would determine whether Chu Nan could enter the finals and determine the outcome of the bet between Yang Zaryui and the reporters of the United States of Meleda. No one liked to see a group of men of different shapes running naked. Therefore, in the eyes of most of the ordinary audience, they hoped that Chu Nan would lose this competition. Yang Zaryui would lose this bet and fulfill her promise to run naked in public and post the video on the Milky Way network. If it could be realized, this would definitely be a piece of gossip that could best complement this competition. Therefore, the media audience, not to mention the countless reporters from other countries, secretly looked at Yang Zaryui with ill intentions. They imagined this beauty stripping naked and running around naked. Even many male reporters from the Earth Federation could not help but secretly think of this when their gazes swept past Yang Zaryui. Due to Chu Nan, Yang Zaryui was already one of the ace reporters of the Federation's Information Martial Arts World Channel. It was really exciting to see this famous beauty running naked in public. Feeling the burning gazes coming from all directions, Yang Zaryui still stood upright. Her eyes were fixed on the battle scene on the virtual screen in front of her and she did not move. Of course, she knew very well what these guys were thinking. She also knew that many people were criticizing her for using this opportunity to hype herself. Even the Earth Federation was berating her. It was naturally impossible for her to not mind this at all, but she still stood firmly here. She could not be bothered to refute them one by one. When she proposed this bet to the reporters of the United States of Meleda, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was to support Chu Nan with actions. However, she did not expect that this bet had already been spread by countless people and had already become the focus of attention outside the arena. However, she did not mind. So what if these guys around him had bad thoughts in their minds? As long as Chu Nan defeated his opponent, she would win this bet. At that time, the ones who needed to strip naked were the reporters of the United States of Meleda who had looked down on Chu Nan. At that time, she would definitely not be the one being mocked. Would Chu Nan win? Of course. Yang Zaryui definitely did not doubt her judgment. She even had extremely blind confidence in Chu Nan. This was because ever since he first met Chu Nan in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition last year, this young kid had been creating shocking and unbelievable miracles in the past year. Although he was facing so many powerful opponents in the competition this time, in fact, compared to the things he had encountered in the past and the enemies he had defeated or even directly killed in the past, what were these opponents? When she thought of this, Yang Zaryui could not help but smile. If these guys knew that Chu Nan had defeated or even captured a heaven control martial artist alone in a head-on battle, would they still dare to make this bet with me? Others were basically suspicious of the rumor that Chu Nan had killed the heaven control martial artist who had sent him into the Stargate, but Yang Zaryui knew that it was true. If others knew that Chu Nan could even capture a heaven control martial artist alive, how could they doubt his strength? Just as he was thinking about what expression those reporters of the United States of Meleda would have after the competition ended and what reason they should use to reject him when he forced them to run naked, a person quietly walked to Yang Zaryui's side. Miss Yang, I'm getting more and more curious about Chu Nan. After this competition ends, can you help me bring me to see him? Yang Zaryui turned to look at the still gentle and refined Locket. She raised her eyebrows and asked, if he loses this competition, do you plan to see him too? Locket looked at Yang Zaryui from head to toe with admiration in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the virtual screen. I think he will definitely do his best to not let a beautiful lady like you suffer humiliation. Moreover, from the looks of it, is it possible for him to lose? Chapter 839. If there were still people who felt that Chu Nan would lose before the competition began, as the competition continued, fewer and fewer people thought so. Now that the competition had already begun for 5 minutes, there was basically no one who felt that Chu Nan would lose. The reason was very simple. Although Chu Nan's opponent this time was clearly much stronger than his previous 8 rounds, from the beginning of the competition until now, the entire process was almost identical to his previous 8 rounds. Facing Salemo's attack, Chu Nan had always only dodged. Occasionally, he would reach out to block the attack, but he had never counterattacked. In the eyes of people who knew nothing about martial techniques, this was clearly Chu Nan being beaten one-sidedly and did not even have the ability to fight back. However, the audience who came to watch this competition more or less had some understanding of martial techniques. In fact, many of them were experts themselves, so how could they not see that Chu Nan seemed to be at a disadvantage? In fact, all his actions were extremely calm and he never revealed any sorry state. Every time he dodged and blocked, he completed it casually, as if it did not take any effort. On the contrary, the other party's initial attacks were filled with strength and looked like a violent storm that made it difficult to breathe. The spatial energy around him surged towards Chu Nan wave after wave with his attacks, forming a light purple fog that filled the sky and almost enveloped the entire arena. However, this attack did not last long before it clearly weakened. The light purple mist that filled the field became thinner and thinner, and Salemo's movements became slower and slower. Everyone could see his exhaustion. The violent attack had exhausted a large amount of his internal breath. If he continued, he would probably not be able to last 5 minutes before collapsing. However, Chu Nan was still calm and composed as if nothing had happened. His breathing was not hurried at all, and the spatial energy fluctuations around him still felt lazy and did not look intense or powerful. However, it just so happened that every time he pounced over, he would discover that the spatial energy he controlled easily dissipated. All the moves became without the help of spatial energy before they struck Chu Nan and could only rely on his physical strength and internal breath to pose a threat. Such a threat was still very terrifying to internal breath martial artists or low-level void break martial artists, but to Chu Nan, it was meaningless. There were a few times when Chu Nan did not even dodge and was firmly struck by Salemo. Not to mention injuring Chu Nan and spitting out blood, he could not even sway his body. 5 minutes passed. Just as Chu Nan felt that he had already understood enough about Salemo's cultivation method and had a full understanding of the natural effect of his condensed star cloud on the spatial energy around him, he suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. Chu Nan looked at him in surprise and thought to himself, could it be that this guy finally discovered that he could not defeat him and decided to surrender? Salemo looked at Chu Nan with an extremely strange gaze for a long time before suddenly saying in a low voice, Chu Nan, I admit that I underestimated you previously. Chu Nan shrugged and thought to himself that this guy was really talking nonsense. Salemo took a deep breath and suddenly raised his arms above his head before looking at Chu Nan. I originally did not plan to use this move in this competition, because I haven't completely grasped it and can't completely control its power. Chu Nan was a little amused and thought to himself that since he had not completely grasped the move, he naturally did not dare to use it. However, from his tone, this move should be very powerful? Seeing that Chu Nan still did not react, Salemo frowned and said in a low voice, Chu Nan, I'm warning you. Once I use this move, I can't easily control the power, so it's impossible for me to show any mercy. If you feel that the situation is wrong, it's best to escape as far as possible. I have no grudges against you, so I'm unwilling to kill you by accident. Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes. This guy. At this point, where did he get the confidence to still have the ability to kill him? Moreover, he had accidentally killed him? Could it be that the move he was talking about was that powerful? Alright, just use it. Chu Nan said with an indifferent expression, I'm not good at anything else, but escaping is top-notch. Don't worry. Hearing the mockery in Chu Nan's voice, another trace of anger arose in his heart. He did not plan to waste any more time with him and continued to raise his hands as his eyes suddenly kicked. Chu Nan instantly felt the aura on his body change. The spatial energy that was originally only affected by him and naturally circulated at a special frequency around him seemed to have completely changed. If the spatial energy in normal space was only like a group of scattered soldiers wandering around without any pattern, then the spatial energy around him after being affected by the star cloud in his dantian began to learn to arrange troops and move according to a certain pattern and rhythm like soldiers who had been trained to a certain extent. However, now, the spatial energy around Salemo suddenly changed its aura. The energy structure was completely different, and the situation changed greatly. It was as if he had suddenly changed from a soldier who had only been slightly trained and restrained to an elite soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles and was filled with killing intent. He had even directly become a murder weapon, looking filled with killing intent. What surprised Chu Nan, even more, was that after these spatial energies were affected, the structure changed and the originally simple structure immediately became extremely complicated. After carefully sensing it, Chu Nan could actually sense at least 3 different structure changes from a small area of spatial energy. You can do this. Chu Nan could not help but be stunned. While he was surprised, the spatial energy seemed to have completed its reorganization, forming a thick shell of spatial energy beside him. If he looked over with his eyes, he could not see any abnormalities, but Chu Nan was extremely sensitive to the changes in the surrounding spatial energy. He easily sensed that Salemo seemed to have completely fused with the spatial energy around him. If he had to say it, he seemed to have completely released the internal breath in his dantian and condensed it again, gathering into a star cloud, causing Chu Nan to be unable to sense the flow of any internal breath. His entire body was only filled with spatial energy. In the next moment, Salemo clenched his fists. Terrifying spatial energy condensed at high speed. Little purple light spots gathered and quickly formed a dark purple ball of light flickering with purple lightning. Purple lightning flash. Locket, who was standing beside Yang Zaryui, suddenly widened his eyes. For the first time, he could not help but reveal shock on his face that had always maintained a warm and gentle smile. He paused for a moment and turned to look at Yang Zaryui before saying anxiously in a low voice, Miss Yang, immediately informed Chu Nan to quickly avoid. No, it's best if he chooses to surrender. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. Chapter 840. Yang Zaryui was shocked. This purple lightning flash is so powerful. Locket's expression was extremely serious. He looked at the virtual screen with a dark expression and shook his head. If Chu Nan attacked or dodged before his purple lightning flash took shape, there's still a trace of hope. However, now, it's too late. Yang Zaryui looked at the virtual screen in surprise and discovered that the purple ball of light in his hands had already become very huge. It looked like he was holding a small purple sun with both hands. Countless dense purple lightning bolts shot out from the ball of light. Any one of them that struck the ground of the arena would create a huge pit on the ground with shocking power. However, Chu Nan, who was standing opposite Salemo, still did not seem to feel any danger. He stood there motionless and even had a trace of curiosity and inquiry on his face as if he had seen something very interesting. Can't this kid see the danger? In the office of the competition's organizing committee, a staff member in charge of monitoring the situation of the various venues glanced at the scene of Chu Nan and Salemo's competition in surprise. He turned to Supremacy Melanie and anxiously said, Supremacy, this Can you stop it? If anyone dies, it will bring a lot of pressure to our organizing committee. Supremacy Melanie glanced at the staff member with a meaningful smile. What, do you want me to interfere and directly judge Chu Nan to be defeated? Although I know that you guys can't wait for Chu Nan to immediately lose this competition and save the face of our United States of Meleta, since they've embarrassed themselves, they can only rely on themselves to earn it back. Aren't you afraid of losing even more face by using this method? That staff member blushed slightly and shook his head repeatedly. Supremacy, you've misunderstood. I definitely don't have this thought. However, Chu Nan's situation is so dangerous now, and he doesn't know how to take the initiative to surrender. If he dies under the purple lightning flash, the pressure on our organizing committee will be too great. How can there be no deaths in a martial artist battle? Supremacy Melanie shrugged with a relaxed expression and did not take the other party's words seriously. But there are no buts because it's already too late. Supremacy Melanie interrupted the other party bluntly and pointed at the virtual screen. That staff member turned to look at the virtual screen in surprise. His eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. In the competition scene on the virtual screen, the purple ball of light in his hands had already turned into a huge ball of light nearly 10 meters in diameter. From the looks of it, it was really as if a purple sun had risen in the sky above the arena. When that staff member turned around, he happened to see Salemo wave his hands. The huge purple ball of light that he was holding above his head left his hand and smashed toward Chu Nan. This purple ball of light looked extremely huge, but its flying speed was extremely fast when thrown out. Almost the moment it was thrown out, it had already crossed space and flashed in front of Chu Nan. A trace of surprise appeared on Chu Nan's face before he was completely swallowed by the ball of light without any action or reaction. The purple ball of light exploded, and instantly, countless bright dark purple lights swallowed everyone's vision. The entire world seemed to be filled with dazzling purple light. Boom! Be it the audience seats 3 kilometers away from the center of the arena or the office of the organizing committee more than 7 kilometers away from this arena, they could clearly hear an extremely huge and violent explosion. Even through the powerful energy barrier and glass curtain, they were still shaken until their ears hurt and buzzed. The audience did not expect the power of this explosion to be so terrifying. Almost everyone had no choice but to close their eyes because of the intense purple light. Then, a terrifying explosion sounded, causing the seats under their feet to sway slightly. Their bodies involuntarily swayed, and many people fell from their seats and rolled around. For a moment, screams sounded in the audience, but they were completely drowned by the explosion. They only saw many people open their mouths in fear. The situation looked terrifying but laughable. After a long time, the light of the explosion and the intense sound gradually dissipated. The people who had fallen into panic finally slowly recovered. Everyone looked at the distant competition venue in shock, but they discovered that this extremely huge competition venue with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers had actually completely disappeared. From the edge of the competition venue to the center, a huge pit that could not be seen at the bottom had completely swallowed the entire competition venue. In the air above the arena, Salemo was pale and floating weakly. Looking at the area covered by the arena, there was no sign of Chu Nan. Everyone looked at the arena in a daze. There was only one thought in their minds. Could it be that Chu Nan had already been blown to ashes by the ball of light and died just like that? The arena fell silent at the same time. All the reporters and the media audience fell silent. Even the reporters of the United States of Meleta did not look happy at all. Seeing such a terrifying thing happen with their own eyes and seeing the terrifying strike of Salemo earlier, they had lost the ability to think about Chu Nan's death and lose the competition. There was only extreme shock in their minds. Lockett was silent for a moment before sighing and gently patting Yang Zaryui's shoulder. Miss Yang, it's not easy for such a genius to appear in your Earth Federation, but he encountered misfortune here. It's really a huge loss for your Earth Federation. He wanted to comfort her again, but he was surprised to discover that Yang Zaryui had turned to look at him with a relaxed smile. She did not have any intention of being shocked or sad. Instead, she seemed to ask strangely, unfortunate? What's unfortunate? Lockett was stunned and pointed at the arena. He wanted to say, it's already like this. Do you think Chu Nan can still survive? However, just as he was about to speak, he was surprised to discover that the reporters of the Earth Federation on the other side also did not have any shocked expressions. Instead, their expressions were relaxed, as if they did not see what had happened. Lockett could not help but look at Yang Zaryui and this group of reporters from the Earth Federation in confusion. He could not understand why they had such a reaction. In the organizing committee office, the staff member who had persuaded Supremacy Melanie to attack had a pale face and an extremely ugly expression. Although the loss of the arena being blown up was huge, it was not a serious problem. The true reason was that a highly anticipated participant like Chu Nan had lost his life in the competition. In the history of the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, there was no lack of precedents of participating students directly losing their lives in the competition. If only ordinary participating students who were not noticed died, the organizing committee would at most need to make a certain amount of compensation to suppress this matter. However, now that Chu Nan was receiving so much attention from the outside world, even if everyone saw with their own eyes that he was completely courting death, the organizing committee would still be involved. He could completely imagine how much doubt the organizing committee would suffer, including him and even the United States of Meleta. After thinking for a moment, cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He turned to look at Supremacy Melanie with a long face. If the outside world knew that Supremacy Melanie was here and did not save Chu Nan, would the pressure he and the organizing committee endure be much lower? However, this thought only circled in his mind, and he did not dare to say anything. How could he dare to make a star-grade martial artist take the blame for him? Just this thought was enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Supremacy Melanie looked at him in amusement. What? You think Chu Nan is dead? The staff member looked even more depressed, thinking to himself that Supremacy Melanie was still in the mood to joke at a time like this. However, when he turned to look at the virtual screen again, his eyes immediately widened in shock. Chapter 841. Salemo lowered his head to look at the bottomless, black, and huge pit. A trace of regret flashed through his heart. He had no grudge against Chu Nan, and this was the first time they had met. In order to win this competition, he should not have used the purple lightning flash that he had yet to completely master to attack Chu Nan. When he threw out the purple lightning flash just now, he had actually almost lost control of this cultivation method. The power of the attack was impossible to predict. Moreover, this was the first time he had used the purple lightning flash with all his might. Therefore, when he really saw the power, he was actually shocked. Although his master had already told him many times not to use this cultivation method easily because the power of this cultivation method was too great, if he was not careful, he might suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. However, he had never expected that this cultivation method would actually have such a terrifying power when used by him. Chu Nan should be dead. Salemo paled and remained silent. He had never killed anyone before, but now, because of his desire to win, he had killed someone, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Apart from the fact that using the purple lightning flash had exhausted him too much, causing his breathing to be unstable, the huge psychological pressure brought about by killing for the first time was also very important. However, now that things had come to this, the dead could not be revived. No matter how much he regretted it, it was impossible for him to save Chu Nan's life. Salemo was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Forget it. As a martial artist, this day will come sooner or later. Just as this thought arose in his mind, he suddenly widened his eyes. The paleness on his face instantly turned red from excitement, and his eyes and face were filled with shock. In the deep pit, a figure suddenly slowly flew out and floated in front of Salemo before stopping. It was Chu Nan. Salemo widened his eyes in surprise and even fear and looked at Chu Nan from head to toe a few times before squeezing out a few words. You're not dead. Die. Chu Nan chuckled. Although the power of your cultivation method is indeed very powerful, it's still far from killing me. I've encountered something stronger than this before. At that time, I could survive, so how can I die now? If other people from the Earth Federation were here, they would naturally understand that Chu Nan was talking about his experience of being able to survive after falling into the Stargate. However, Salemo felt even more unbelievable. Could it be that Chu Nan had suffered an even more terrifying cultivation method attack than the purple lightning flash? How was this possible? It was impossible for there to be a cultivation method more powerful than the purple lightning flash in this world. Even if there was, it could only be the exterminating heart technique of the royal family of the Declan Empire. Seeing the "you must be lying to me" expression on his face, Chu Nan shrugged and could not be bothered to explain to him. He glanced at Salemo and asked, "Hey, what cultivation method was that just now? Can you do it again?" Salemo stared at him in disbelief. Was this guy crazy? It was already his luck that he could survive the purple lightning flash just now. Now, he actually wanted him to do this again. Was this guy tired of living? Don't look at me like that. I'm only interested in the spatial energy structure of your cultivation method. I'm very interested in your cultivation method. This is the first time I've encountered such an interesting cultivation method, so I want to teach it a few more moves. You don't mind, right? Chu Nan was not lying. Earlier, when he began to prepare to use the purple lightning flash, he had sensed an extremely special spatial energy structure from the change in the spatial energy around him. Later on, in order to sense the spatial energy structure of this cultivation method more clearly and intuitively, when he used his body to endure this attack, he discovered that the cultivation method used by him was indeed extremely special. In the purple ball of light, Chu Nan actually sensed as many as 7 different spatial energy structures. They were combined in an extremely special and ingenious way, causing the basic pattern of spatial energy to seem to have changed. Not only did it make the power extremely terrifying, but even the attributes had also changed. Most importantly, this pattern could cleverly link the different spatial energy structures and give Chu Nan great inspiration. The problem he had been troubled by previously was that he had grasped too many different cultivation methods and different spatial energy structures, but it made it difficult for him to choose when condensing the star cloud in his dantian. This was because he wanted a method that could perfectly match his situation and allow him to use every cultivation method to make the star cloud react perfectly and easily mobilize spatial energy. Therefore, it was very difficult to choose the most suitable spatial energy structure to condense the star cloud. Now that he had experienced the ingenuity of this cultivation method, he had a bold thought. If one spatial energy structure was not good, what about using many at the same time? For example, in the situation in this cultivation method, wouldn't it be able to accommodate more possibilities if he used that special method to cleverly connect the various spatial energy structures? Seeing that Chu Nan was glaring at him with eyes filled with the desire to investigate and an extremely serious expression, he did not seem to be joking at all, causing him to be speechless. Didn't this guy know that he had almost killed him just now? If not for the fact that he was much stronger than he had imagined, he would probably be dead now. Come on. Hit me again. Seeing that Salemo was silent, Chu Nan flew closer to him and pointed at himself before urging him. Salemo's face darkened and he flew back as if he had been electrocuted. He glared at Chu Nan. Damn, are you a pervert? Abnormal. Chu Nan was stunned before he said angrily, "Hey, we're in a competition, okay? How is it abnormal for you to fight me? Put on your clothes first before telling me that you're not a pervert. Salemo said angrily, then turned around and flew out of the arena. According to the rules, whoever left the arena first would be directly judged to have lost. This action was undoubtedly admitting defeat. The purple lightning flash earlier was extremely powerful. Just one strike had almost exhausted all his internal breath, so it was impossible for him to continue fighting Chu Nan. Moreover, the attack that he believed to be the most powerful and fatal was actually easily received by Chu Nan. It could even be said that he was completely unharmed. Of course, he did not feel that he had any possibility of defeating Chu Nan and might as well admit defeat. Chu Nan did not chase after him. Instead, he was stunned when he heard his last sentence. After a while, he looked down at his lower body very stiffly. A moment later, a scream sounded. Chapter 842. Looking at Chu Nan on the virtual screen, he was flustered. It took him a long time to remember to cover his naked lower body and quickly leave the arena like a thief. All the audience who were watching this competition had extremely strange expressions. After a moment, huge laughter sounded in countless places. Not only did it fill the entire arena, it also filled the front of countless virtual screens that were watching the competition. In fact, when Chu Nan flew out of the deep pit, everyone had already discovered that his clothes had turned to dust when he received the attack from Salemo. He was naked. However, at that time, everyone was only shocked by the fact that Chu Nan had forcefully endured such a terrifying strike and was still unharmed. No one paid special attention to this. It was not until Salemo took the initiative to admit defeat and left that sentence before leaving the arena that everyone diverted a portion of their attention to Chu Nan's current state. When they recalled that this genius martial artist with such shocking strength was naked in front of so many people, they naturally could not help but laugh. In the office of the competition's organizing committee, Supremacy Melanie laughed extremely happily. She fused into the laughter of the other staff who could not help but laugh, filling the entire office with a happy atmosphere. Only the staff member who had persuaded Supremacy Melanie to attack had a strange expression. After a long time, he could not help but smile and shake his head. No wonder you pay special attention to him, Supremacy. This kid is indeed shockingly talented, and his strength is even more shocking. I think not only can he be called a rare genius in the small country of the Earth Federation, but he's probably an extremely outstanding genius even in the entire Orion arm. Supremacy Melanie slowly stopped laughing and sighed. Unfortunately, such an outstanding genius does not belong to our United States of Meleta. Otherwise, I really want to snatch him from my old friend. That staff glanced at Supremacy Melanie and thought to himself that the person who could be called an old friend by the Supremacy should be another star-grade martial artist. From the meaning of the Supremacy's words, Chu Nan should be the disciple of a star-grade martial artist from the Earth Federation. However, when he thought about it this way, it made sense. It was impossible for Chu Nan to possess such shocking strength at such a young age without a powerful martial artist guiding him from behind. Only the strongest star-grade martial artists had this ability. However, this brought about another question. Since Chu Nan had a star-grade martial artist as his master, why did he still join Star Cloud Academy in the Earth Federation to study? Although there was also laughter in the media audience, it was another scene. Yang Zaryui and the other reporters of the Earth Federation laughed the most happily. The reporters from other countries also laughed kindly. Only the reporters of the United States of Meleta found it very difficult to laugh. Salemo taking the initiative to admit defeat meant that Chu Nan had won this competition. If Chu Nan won this competition, it meant that he had entered the top 32 in the finals. As for Chu Nan entering the finals, it meant that they had lost the bet with Yang Zaryui. At this moment, Yang Zaryui happened to turn around and look at this group of reporters from the United States of Meleta with a smile. Gentlemen, is it time to fulfill your previous promise? The expressions of the reporters of the United States of Meleta immediately darkened. It was not easy for Chu Nan to casually find a set of clothes to wear with the help of the staff. When he saw the staff beside him smile at him, he was so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Although he had the experience of being naked in front of countless people on planet Lepler in the past, he was still in the Lepler star system at that time. Most of those who saw him naked were Sand Eagles group and the people from the Holy Mountain of the Rand clan. However, now, he was naked in a competition aimed at the entire Milky Way. One had to know that this Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition had received the attention of the entire Milky Way. Due to him, this competition was the competition with the most attention of the 32 ongoing competitions. According to the pre-match estimation, the number of audiences watching the live broadcast had already exceeded 1 billion. When he recalled that at least 1 billion people had clearly seen his naked body and recalled that this competition video would definitely spread widely in the future, Chu Nan felt ashamed. In the beginning, he was so ashamed that his face turned red, but later on, he simply made up his mind. Damn, they've seen it anyway. It's not like I'll lose anything. Chu Nan took a deep breath and pulled a long face. He forcefully ignored the gazes of the surrounding staff and completely ignored the ambiguous gazes of the female staff toward his lower body. He left the temporary lounge expressionlessly. As soon as he went out, a group of reporters who had been waiting for a long time surrounded him. Chu Nan, what do you think about winning this competition and successfully entering the finals? Chu Nan, your opponent displayed shocking strength in this competition, but you still obtained victory. Can you tell us the extent of your true strength? Chu Nan, after winning this competition, you won the bet with the reporters of the United States of Meleta. May I ask what you want to say to them now? Chu Nan, I think your figure is very good. Even if you don't become a martial artist, it's very promising to be a model. Hearing the last question, Chu Nan's face twitched. Just as he was about to glare at the reporter, he suddenly saw a group of people surging over from afar. There were also many media reporters surrounding them. In the middle of that group were more than 10 naked men. Such a team immediately attracted everyone's gazes. The reporters who were originally surrounding Chu Nan looked in the direction he looked and immediately laughed. Ha, it seems that these reporters of the United States of Meleda are still some men. They really keep their word. Ha ha. These guys dared to make such a bet with Miss Young Zaryui. Now that they've lost, how can they dare to go back on their words? If they really dare to do this, these guys from Meleda won't be able to raise their heads in front of others in the future. Aren't they also embarrassed in their current state? That's different. At the very least, this can be considered fulfilling my promise and completing the bet. I'll more or less be praised. Hearing the laughter of the surrounding reporters, Chu Nan understood. It turned out that these guys who were running naked in public were the reporters of the United States of Meleda who had made a bet with Young Zaryui. Now that he had won this competition and entered the finals, these guys had no choice but to fulfill their promise to complete this bet. However, Chu Nan did not expect them to be so straightforward. They actually started to run around naked to fulfill the bet not long after he ended the competition. They were very straightforward. However, on second thought, this bet had long spread throughout the entire Milky Way network. If these guys dared to go back on their words, not only would they be scolded badly, but the entire United States of Meleda would probably be unable to raise their heads in front of the other countries from now on. It was impossible for them to reject this bet. Chapter 843. Seeing that a few of the naked people seemed to be a little embarrassed and were covering their lower bodies as they crawled, most of the remaining people had no intention of hiding. Their expressions were very calm, and Chu Nan could not help but shake his head and sigh in his mind. He had long heard that the customs of the United States of Meleda were open. He did not expect these guys to be so calm about being naked in front of countless people. It really made him feel inferior. Just as he was thinking about this, a slender figure left the group and ran towards Chu Nan. Chu Nan focused his gaze and discovered that this person was Young Zaryui, who he had not seen for a few days. He tapped his feet and flew over the heads of the surrounding reporters, landing in front of her. Miss Young, I helped you win the bet. Shouldn't you reward me with something as a thank you? Young Zaryui stopped in her tracks and glanced at Chu Nan from head to toe. She pursed her lips and smiled before deliberately sighing and putting on a regretful expression. You're wearing clothes. What a pity. Actually, your figure is very good. I originally wanted to see more. Chu Nan was embarrassed and was about to speak when Young Zaryui threw a provocative gaze at him and smiled ambiguously. What reward do you want? Why don't I fulfill the bet I made with them in front of you and run naked for you to see? Chu Nan was immediately defeated and waved his hand in a sorry state. Alright, stop fooling me. I'm having a headache now. Miss Young, is there any way to delete the video of my competition on the Milky Way network? I don't want so many people to see my naked butt. Impossible. Young Zaryui shook her head and said firmly, I'm certain that this competition video has already circulated on the Milky Way network. It's impossible to delete it completely. Therefore, Young Zaryui chuckled and patted Chu Nan's shoulder. It's fine, you don't have to feel ashamed. Because your figure is very good, that. Young Zaryui glanced at Chu Nan's lower body and the smile on her face became even more ambiguous. That place is not small. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If it was me, I might even be proud to be able to show my perfect body to so many people. Look at them. Young Zaryui pointed at the group of reporters from the United States of Meleda still running naked in the distance. Those guys are not good looking and their figures are so lousy. Aren't they running around naked now? Chu Nan could only roll his eyes. They're admitting defeat. I was an accident, okay. At this point, it was meaningless for Chu Nan to be embarrassed. He thought for a moment and could only make up his mind in the end, like when he faced those staff just now, and completely throw away those ashamed emotions. In any case, I've never been naked in front of a large group of people in the past. Now, I've only seen more people. After comforting himself in his mind, Chu Nan thought of his goal in taking the initiative to find Young Zaryui and asked, Right, Miss Yang, is there any way to send a missing persons search notice to the entire Milky Way for me? Young Zaryui was immediately stunned. At the center of the Milky Way, the density of the stars was far higher than the three spiral arms. The various planets surrounding it naturally far exceeded the galaxies on the three spiral arms. This was the most resourceful, most populated, and most prosperous region in the entire Milky Way. The core area of the entire Milky Way was naturally controlled by the strongest star civilizations. However, even the strongest country could not occupy the entire Silver Heart alone. The Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance, which represented the Perseus Arm faction, the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, which represented the Sagittarius Arm faction, and the Declan Empire, which represented the Orion Arm faction, more or less divided the galactic center into nearly equal three spheres of influence. They connected the three great spiral arms and were summarized in their own sphere of influence. Although there were still many other small countries in the huge galaxy, under the envelopment of the three great factions of the Milky Way, these small countries could only barely survive in the cracks. The galactic center area that was connected to the Orion Arm was naturally the territory of the Declan Empire. In a certain star system in this area, only 4 planets of different sizes were flying around the star. However, among these 4 planets, one of them had sufficient air, water, and other resources. It was actually a very suitable planet for humans to live on. However, such a pleasant planet on the outside of the spiral arm was extremely rare. Once it was discovered, it would be fought over by countless countries. Now, there were not many traces of human habitation. The entire planet maintained a nearly primitive appearance. On the entire planet, only a grassland on a continent near the equator in the northern hemisphere had been built with buildings that clearly had the traditional style of the Deccan Empire. However, there were not many people moving in this extremely vast manor. Apart from robots that were responsible for the daily cleaning and maintenance of the entire manor, one could only see a thin figure enveloped in a ball of black gas in the square in the center of the manor. Around her body, the entire space seemed to be in an unstable state and continuously fluctuated slightly as the black gas rolled. A leaf flew over with the wind and happened to fall into the black gas. It was instantly swallowed by the black gas. Even the leaf stalk completely became the tiniest example and disappeared. After a while, the black gas suddenly expanded and shrank, and then it completely shrunk into the figure's body, revealing that person's true body. It was an extremely thin and weak young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. If Chu Nan was here, he could recognize at a glance that this thin girl was the girl he had encountered on the nameless planet after escaping the alternate space. After nearly 2 months, the girl's figure was slightly more voluptuous than when she met Chu Nan. There was a trace of redness on her face, but she still looked extremely thin and her face was much paler than ordinary people's. When the black gas completely fused into her body, a blush suddenly flashed across the girl's face. Her body swayed and she grunted as a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. The girl calmed her mind and breathed a few times before her expression slowly returned to normal. She reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth and looked at the blood on the back of her hand. She pondered for a moment and smiled. She wiped the blood away, jumped up, and lightly punched out. As this punch was thrown, a trace of black aura surged out of her body and surged with the force of the punch. Then, she punched again and again, and the black aura circulated in her body. Soon, her expression actually improved. If the businessman who had originally sold Chu Nan the Long Clan's long fist was here, he would definitely be very surprised. This was because the fist technique this girl was practicing was the Hong Clan's long fist. Punch after punch, the girl actually looked extremely smooth and skilled in using this fist technique. Clearly, she had carefully cultivated it for a long time. After using a set of fist techniques, the girl's face became very rosy and her body was slightly covered in sweat. Her entire body was clearly much brighter and filled with life force than before, as if she had come alive. The girl threw her last punch and felt the active blood in the meridians in her body. She felt the surging of life and could not help but smile. Just as she was considering whether to practice again, an old man in servant clothes with a wrinkled face hurriedly walked over. "Your Highness, do you know him?" Hearing the old man's question, the girl looked at the virtual screen opened by the personal terminal on the old man's wrist. Her gaze landed on the boy with a bright smile and a bright face on the virtual screen, and she was immediately stunned. "It's him." Chapter 844. Butler Wilkerin looked at the little master in front of him in surprise, very surprised by her reaction. As the oldest servant of this family, Butler Wilkerin had watched the girl grow up and was much more familiar with her personality than others. Due to the fact that her parents had died when she was young and her relatives and friends had also left her, and she was carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, the girl had been especially mature since she was young, but she was also especially silent. It could even be said that she suffered from severe autism and had always been wary of anything in the outside world. Up until last month, she was already 16 years old, but no one outside the family could be close to her. She had never expressed her relationship with anyone or anything in the outside world. Ever since she was young, she had only focused on one thing, and that was cultivation. However, Butler Wilkerin knew very well that because her parents had died early, the cultivation method inheritance she had obtained was incomplete to begin with, causing her to be biased when she cultivated this cultivation method since she was young. The deeper she cultivated the cultivation method, the greater the damage to her body. The more this situation happened, the more silent she became. However, because of the heavy pressure she had carried since she was born, she had no choice but to ignore the damage the cultivation method brought to her. She still cultivated diligently every day without stopping. Now, in Butler Wilkerin's opinion, it was probably very difficult for this little master to interact with the outside world in her life. Now, because she saw the boy called Chu Nan displayed on the virtual screen, she actually revealed such an obvious surprised expression. In fact, she actually spoke for the first time. You know him?" Butler Wilkerin could not help but ask. The girl nodded and thought for a moment before shaking her head. Butler Wilkerin had spent a long time with her, so he naturally understood what she meant easily. He asked, "You've seen him but don't know him?" The girl nodded. Butler Wilkerin frowned slightly. When had little master ever seen this guy? She clearly rarely went out. Wait. Butler Wilkerin suddenly recalled something. A few months ago, for the sake of the major event next year, his little master had no choice but to go to a remote star system to undergo a trial review. That trial itself went very smoothly. Little master successfully passed the review and obtained the qualification she had to obtain. At that time, Butler Wilkerin did not think too much about it, but now that he saw his little master's strange reaction, he immediately recalled some things that had happened after returning from the trial. After returning from that trial, Little Master suddenly added a very simple fist technique to her usual cultivation. Moreover, her usual cultivation seemed to be a little different from before. Previously, Butler Wilkerin had thought that this was a new understanding of cultivation methods that his Little Master had obtained in the trial and had obtained a breakthrough. After all, after cultivating like this, her expression and physical condition were clearly much better than before. Although cultivating this cultivation method still exhausted her body greatly, according to a timed physical condition monitoring report later on, the various statistics of her body had actually obtained a huge increase. It could even be said that she was a different person. This huge change could not be explained by a simple cultivation method breakthrough. At that time, Butler Wilkerin, who felt that it was strange, had privately asked the people in charge of supervising and evaluating his little master in the trial through some connections, but he did not receive any positive answers. Now that he saw his little master's abnormal reaction and combined it with the strange changes that had happened to him recently, a guess that surprised him immediately appeared in his mind. Could it be that you encountered this Chu Nan in the previous trial? Butler Wilkerin asked. The girl raised her head to look at Butler Wilkerin with an obvious trace of surprise, but she was far less surprised than when she saw Chu Nan. She only glanced at Butler Wilkerin and nodded in admission. Butler Wilkerin frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly pointing at Chu Nan on the virtual screen and saying seriously, "In that case, I'm certain that his words are very likely directed at you." The girl pointed at herself and then at Chu Nan on the virtual screen with a questioning expression. Butler Wilkerin did not answer. Instead, he operated his personal terminal and Chu Nan moved from his still state on the virtual screen. About that. In fact, I don't know what to say. However, as long as you can see my recorded video, you should be able to recognize me and know what I mean. The reason why I contacted you through this method is that I can't find any news about you. I don't know where you're from or where you live. However, I know that the dangerous situation hasn't completely disappeared. If you still persist in cultivating the cultivation method I handed you previously, it should improve your physical condition to a certain extent now. Coupled with my help to the body that I've treated you should be able to temporarily escape danger. However, this is not enough. As long as you continue to cultivate that cultivation method, there are still hidden dangers. Moreover, as the cultivation method continues, the hidden dangers will continue to deepen. In the end, you'll still face the most dangerous situation again. At this point, Chu Nan was silent for a moment before continuing, "That's death." Hearing this, the girl touched her chest and revealed a surprised and thoughtful expression. She looked at Chu Nan on the virtual screen with an even more focused expression. "Although I still don't know your name, we've interacted for so long after all. You've also helped me leave that planet, so I've always been willing to treat you as a friend. I'm unwilling to see my friend die like this, so during this period of time, I've been thinking about how to better improve the cultivation method you cultivate. How can I complement your body that I've treated and let you cultivate that cultivation method better without suffering the backlash of that cultivation method?" The girl's expression changed. Her eyes, which had been calm, blinked and a strange light flashed. "However, it's a pity that the cultivation method you cultivate is too special and my understanding of it is insufficient, so my research failed. However, it's fine. Although I can't completely resolve the problem you encounter, I can think of some ways to help you resolve those problems. If I have the chance to see you again in the future, or if you take the initiative to find me after seeing this video, cooperate with me to study it carefully. I might really help you resolve the problem completely." Chu Nan was silent for a moment before he suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know if you'll believe me, and I don't know if you'll see this video, but this is the only thing I can do now. If you can see it and are willing to believe me, please watch the demonstration I'm about to do carefully. I believe you can understand it." After saying that, Chu Nan began to draw on a whiteboard behind him and explained as he drew. In the eyes of outsiders, the diagram he drew was very clumsy. The lines were crooked and no one knew what he was drawing. The so-called explanation was also unknown, but in the eyes of the girl, it was a necessary way for her and Chu Nan to communicate briefly during that period of time. It was through this communication method that the girl learned a seemingly simple but actually very simple Hong Clan's long fist from Chu Nan. Coupled with the cultivation method that Chu Nan had guided and modified in her body had not become worse because she had cultivated this cultivation method in the past month. Chu Nan spoke in detail on the virtual screen and the girl listened attentively. The video was not long. In total, it took less than 20 minutes to finish watching it. Seeing the girl look at him in doubt, Butler Wilkerin immediately understood what she meant. His name is Chu Nan. He's a young martial artist from a small country called the Earth Federation outside the Orion Arm. His performance in the ongoing Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition is very outstanding. It's very likely that he'll participate in the Garden Hunting Assembly held next year. Butler Wilkerin slowly introduced Chu Nan's information. Every time the girl heard a word, it was as if she had to savor it in her mind for a long time. Her expression was several times more focused than before. Chapter 845. Whoosh! Chu Nan let out a long breath and spread out his limbs. He lay on the bed and felt that half of his lazy fingers were unwilling to move. The competition to defeat Salemo was not a big deal to him, but it was very important to others. Chu Nan relied on this to enter the top 32, which meant that he had successfully entered the finals. To the entire Earth Federation, this was an extremely happy thing. This was because in the past, in every Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition that the Earth Federation participated in, the furthest the Earth Federation sent out was only the 4th round. It could not attract anyone's attention at all. Now, almost as soon as Chu Nan participated in the competition, he attracted widespread attention from the outside world. Now that he had successfully entered the finals, not only had he created the best result of the Earth Federation's participation in the competition, but he had also fully displayed the elegance of the young martial artists of the Earth Federation in front of the audience of the other countries, causing the effect of not many people paying attention to the Earth Federation on the Milky Way network to suddenly become a popular topic. In the eyes of many people from the Earth Federation, this was the honor Chu Nan had brought to the Earth Federation. Therefore, after the competition, countless Earth Federation media outlets surged over to interview Chu Nan in detail. It would have been fine if it was an ordinary media outlet, but there was also an interview team sent by the #1 official media outlet in the Federation who had been instructed by the Federation Council. They actually planned to directly report to Chu Nan and follow him closely. Chu Nan could not reject them, so he could only cooperate with them to do all kinds of activities in the past 2 days. Originally, with Chu Nan's current physical strength, it was not a problem no matter how tired he was. However, in order to cooperate with the interview team in the past 2 days, he felt very exhausted. Moreover, other than the official media team of the Earth Federation, the various major media outlets of the other countries also surged over and harassed Chu Nan almost non-stop, annoying him. However, in order to better spread the video he had sent out throughout the entire Milky Way and let more people see it, he had no choice but to deal with these media outlets and let them help him spread the video. Therefore, after this, he would only feel even more exhausted. Now that he could lie on the bed steadily, it was already a rare period of rest for him in the past 2 days. Phew, I hope that girl can see that video. That's all I can do. If only I could see her again in the future. Chu Nan exhaled again and suddenly frowned before standing up. He had sent that video to allow that mysterious girl to correct the problem in the cultivation method in time, but in fact, he also had a large number of problems to resolve in his cultivation method now. It was not much easier than the girl. After sitting down, Chu Nan composed himself and sank his mind into his dantian. He focused his attention on the internal breath that slowly and naturally circulated in his dantian. After a moment, a trace of internal breath flowed out of his dantian under Chu Nan's control. When it circulated in his meridians, it had already structured the circulating spatial energy according to the characteristics of a cultivation method. When this trace of internal breath carried the spatial energy of the special structure back to his dantian, a trace of star cloud of the same structure was immediately produced. Chu Nan had already done similar experiments hundreds of times, so he was naturally familiar with them and was not surprised. However, when he was experimenting with condensing a star cloud previously, Chu Nan would always take the initiative to destroy it after condensing it. This time, it was different. After seriously observing the condensed star cloud for a while, he did not directly destroy it like before. Instead, he mobilized a trace of internal breath from his dantian. When this trace of internal breath circulated the spatial energy in his meridians, Chu Nan also used his cultivation method to construct the spatial energy in advance. However, the cultivation method he used was different from before, so the spatial energy structure was naturally completely different. When this trace of internal breath returned to his dantian, as Chu Nan had expected, another star cloud condensed. However, because the two cultivation methods used were different, the spatial energy structure was different, so the star cloud formation was also different. These two star clouds condensed in his dantian. The 8 breaths in his dantian were affected by the two star clouds and transformed into spatial energy of different structures. Then, they naturally circulated in his dantian and collided. Boom! Chu Nan immediately felt as if someone had heavily hammered his dantian with a sledgehammer. His mind buzzed and the two strands of spatial energy of different structures collided, immediately triggering a powerful conflict. If other martial artists did this, it was almost equivalent to suicide. This was because this was equivalent to using two different cultivation methods to directly fight in the dantian. The destructive power produced was not something the fragile dantian could endure. Although Chu Nan's body had been tempered thousands of times and his endurance was shocking, he still suffered an intense impact because of such a result. The blood in his body surged and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chu Nan had long expected this situation and did not panic. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and circulated the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to quickly recover his dantian. In the hundreds of test experiments on condensing the star cloud, his dantian had already endured more than 100 powerful sprints after the star cloud was destroyed. In the process of being damaged and repaired more than 100 times, his dantian had already obtained a huge increase, so this was simply a small problem for him now. After his dantian recovered, a pile of data floated through Chu Nan's mind and he quickly calculated the various effects of the spatial energy transformed by the two different star clouds colliding. Then, with a thought, he mobilized another trace of internal breath to leave his dantian. This time, he used another cultivation method, causing the spatial energy that naturally circulated with his internal breath to change its structure. A moment later, his internal breath flowed back to his dantian and successfully condensed a star cloud with a different structure. This time, although the spatial energy transformed by this trace of star cloud had a different structure, it did not intensely conflict with the previous two types of spatial energy. Instead, the spatial energy of 3 different structures was mixed together and did not conflict with or affect each other. For a moment, it made 3 different spatial energies circulate in Chu Nan's dantian at the same time. The situation was extremely strange. That should be enough. After Chu Nan carefully savored the spatial energy of these 3 different structures circulated in his dantian for a few weeks, the data in his mind was calculated. With a thought, another trace of internal breath flowed out. This time, he did not use any cultivation method. Instead, as soon as his internal breath flowed into his meridians, the spatial energy that circulated with his internal breath was accurately controlled into a completely different structure model. If one observed carefully, one would discover that this brand new structure had actually fused with all the characteristics of the spatial energy structure brought about by the previous 3 cultivation methods and successfully fused the 3 types of structures together to form a brand new structure. Chapter 846. The overlapping of multiple spatial energy structures was the inspiration Chu Nan had obtained from the terrifying strange cultivation method. After being struck by the purple lightning flash, Chu Nan fully experienced the specialness of this cultivation method through the direct contact of his body and his powerful perception of spatial energy. Before this, among the various cultivation methods Chu Nan had come into contact with, the spatial energy he controlled and mobilized basically followed a specific spatial energy structure. Whether he grasped this cultivation method deeply would only affect whether the spatial energy structure was stable and closer to the most perfect form. The essence of the structure would not change much. However, after using this cultivation method, the surrounding spatial energy was clearly formed by several different spatial energy structure patterns. When Chu Nan was struck by that strike, he could sense at most 7 different spatial energy structures. This enlightened Chu Nan greatly. It turned out that the spatial energy structure was not the only one. It could actually be stacked with different structures at the same time and work together. Moreover, the effect was even more shocking and the power was greater. Chu Nan was certain that the martial artist who created this cultivation method would definitely not deliberately do this like him with his powerful data ability and super perception of spatial energy. Then, this martial artist was really talented to be able to create this cultivation method without knowing the details. Through this inspiration, Chu Nan recalled the situation when he condensed the star cloud. His greatest problem now was to obtain a star cloud structure that could perfectly match his own situation. It could allow him to use any cultivation method to enjoy the convenience of condensing the star cloud after successfully condensing it. However, cultivation methods were different, and the corresponding spatial energy structure was different. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to find a structure to satisfy the needs of all cultivation methods at the same time. Now, he thought of a solution through this inspiration. If one structure was different, another structure would be added to the foundation of this structure. Just like how the cultivation method used by Salemo contained 7 different spatial energy structures, there would not be any conflict. Instead, they cooperated intimately, allowing this cultivation method to unleash an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, after Chu Nan made some calculations, he discovered that even if he threw away 1 or 2 spatial energy structures in the Salemo cultivation method, the remaining could still be successfully combined and the power was still extraordinary. From this point, this cultivation method was indeed extremely outstanding. Chu Nan even felt that it was very likely the top S-rank cultivation method. What Chu Nan needed to do now was to use this method when condensing the star cloud. He had to stack different spatial energy structures together. This could satisfy enough cultivation method requirements and allow every cultivation method to be useful after the star cloud was successfully condensed. Now that his first experiment was successful, Chu Nan continued to work hard and pulled out another trace of internal breath from his dantian. Then, he circulated another cultivation method and successfully condensed a trace of star cloud with different spatial energy structures in his dantian. After careful observation and precise calculations, Chu Nan pulled out another trace of internal breath. Then, like before, when this trace of internal breath circulated in his meridians, he controlled the spatial energy that circulated with it to fuse with the different spatial energy structures of 4 different cultivation methods. Then, he failed. Feeling that the spatial energy naturally driven by his internal breath had completely collapsed and naturally dissipated, Chu Nan frowned. 3 was fine, but 4 was not. That shouldn't be the case. Salemo's cultivation method contained 7 different spatial energy structures at the same time. It made no sense that he could not use even 4. Something must have gone wrong. Chu Nan frowned slightly and carefully recalled all the subtle changes in spatial energy when he was experimenting. Soon, he discovered the problem. The reason why the spatial energy structure collapsed and caused the spatial energy to naturally collapse was that a few of the structures collided in some places. This discovery made Chu Nan frown even more. Just 4 different spatial energy structures had such a problem. Then, as more and more different spatial energy structures stacked, similar problems would only increase and increase geometrically. The possibility of success would become lower and lower. As for what he had imagined, it was impossible to successfully fuse with or even condense a star cloud that could accommodate everything with the different spatial energy structures brought about by more than 100 cultivation methods. Could it be that this idea is still too whimsical? Chu Nan frowned in thought for a moment before deciding to start from the most basic. His dantian circulated and he repeated the experiment. However, this time, when he mobilized spatial energy, he carefully eliminated those conflicting places. Only then did he barely successfully complete a trace of condensation of the star cloud that had fused with 4 different spatial energy structures. When he carried out the next experiment, fusing 5 different spatial energy structures, he failed again as expected. Chu Nan shook his head and was not discouraged. His idea was whimsical to begin with. It was not so easy to succeed. In any case, he had many whimsical thoughts when cultivating cultivation methods previously. He had long had the rich experience of looking for success after countless failures. Such a setback would not affect him. Chu Nan gently took a deep breath and began to modify the places that caused conflict in the fusion of the 5 different spatial energy structures before experimenting again. Failure. He corrected again and failed again. Continue editing. The next morning, the Orion Arm Martial Arts Alliance competition had been paused for a day before the finals began again. This was because they had entered the final stage. Every one of the 32 participating students could be said to be the most outstanding genius among the young martial artists of the current generation, so they naturally attracted wider attention. Just the audience who came to the scene to watch the battle was several times more than before. Many people came from other planets in the United States of Meleta. There were even many spectators from thousands of light years or even tens of thousands of light years away. Among the 16 competitions that began at the same time, Chu Nan's competition was the most popular. The audience of the Earth Federation would naturally pay attention to the last remaining participant. Due to the naked running of a group of reporters from the United States of Meleta, even ordinary people who were originally not interested in martial techniques in this competition could not help but pay attention to this competition, so there were more spectators. As for the audience from other countries, they were also very curious about Chu Nan because of the various news that had happened to him, especially the various interesting news. Naturally, they threw their gazes into this competition. However, when the competition began, the audience was surprised to discover that Chu Nan seemed to be a little distracted today. Chapter 847. Seeing Chu Nan's stunned expression and frown, his eyes were unfocused and he looked like he was daydreaming. The opponent standing opposite him immediately felt extremely humiliated and pointed at him in anger. "Hey, Chu Nan, although I admit that you're very strong, if you dare to underestimate me like this, I'll definitely teach you a lesson later." "Oh." Chu Nan nodded in confusion and casually replied. It was obvious that he did not listen to his opponent. He was indeed a little distracted, or rather, he did not pay attention to the competition in front of him. Now, all he could think about was the star cloud structure that had already troubled him for a day. Ever since he started trying yesterday and was still trying before the competition, Chu Nan had been experimenting for an entire day. In the beginning, he could still successfully fuse it by continuously deleting and modifying the spatial energy structure of different cultivation methods. However, as more and more spatial energy structures were stacked, there were more and more places to take care of. In the end, even with his extremely powerful data ability, it would take a long time to complete a calculation. If he wanted to carry out the actual spatial energy structure, there were even more things to pay attention to. Even if he had a powerful data ability and an extremely powerful perception and control of spatial energy, he could at most complete the different spatial energy structures brought about by 13 different cultivation methods. He could not take another step forward. Moreover, he knew very well that even if he could at most complete the superposition of these 13 different spatial energy structures, it was actually very difficult to actually use them. This was because such a spatial energy structure was actually very fragile. If he was not careful, it would collapse because of the internal structure. It could not be considered a successful cultivation method at all. It was even more of a joke to use it to condense a star cloud. It would only make his Dantian a mess. However, if he continued to deduce, it would be very difficult for Chu Nan to continue. Therefore, although he had originally planned to experiment and fail for a month, months, or even more than a year like when he was cultivating the cultivation method, after less than a day, he knew very well that this path could not be taken at all. If he only wanted to successfully condense a star cloud now, it was very simple. He only needed to casually choose a spatial energy structure to condense the star cloud and it could very well match the use of one or even a few cultivation methods. However, at this point, he was really unwilling to admit defeat. He clearly had the ability to do better, so how could he accept an inferior result? However, reality troubled him, preventing him from breaking through. As a result, he had been thinking hard about a solution in his mind, so he naturally did not take his opponent seriously. Seeing Chu Nan's reaction, his opponent was even angrier. At this moment, he happened to hear the announcement of the start of the competition. His opponent sneered and could not be bothered to say anything to Chu Nan. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at him. It had to be said that no one who could enter the finals was weak. This opponent only threw a punch, but it naturally carried spatial energy. Even the entire space seemed to be shocked and shook slightly. The power was extraordinary. However, not to mention comparing his strength to Chu Nan, he was actually slightly weaker than his previous opponent, Salemo. Although Chu Nan was distracted, he only diverted a small portion of his attention and could easily deal with it. He even had the time to think about the problem of condensing a star cloud in his mind while dodging his opponent's attacks. In the eyes of the audience, this naturally made Chu Nan appear powerful and easy to deal with. However, in the eyes of his opponent, he felt the humiliation in his heart grow stronger. The spatial energy brought about by his fist was even more terrifying, and the force of his fist became stronger and stronger. If it was the other two participating students fighting, perhaps some people would think that Chu Nan was unilaterally suppressed and could not fight back. However, as long as one had seen Chu Nan's previous competition, one would know that he would not fight back for the first 5 minutes of every competition until he dealt with his opponent 5 minutes later. Due to this, Chu Nan even obtained the nickname, "Persist for 5 minutes if you're a man," on the Milky Way network. That opponent naturally knew this. When he saw that he could not deal with Chu Nan for a long time, he could not help but feel a little vexed. The speed of his fist was faster and the power was greater, but his moves were simpler and could not do anything to him. After fighting for a while, Chu Nan suddenly stopped and raised his hand to block his chest, blocking his opponent's punch filled with spatial energy. Boom! Chu Nan was sent flying and instantly flew more than 2 kilometers in the air. He was ruthlessly embedded in the dome of the arena that had been built because of the finals and his body sank deeply. That opponent was overjoyed. Just as he was about to pursue, he discovered that Chu Nan had already landed and returned to him in the blink of an eye. Seeing Chu Nan's relaxed expression, that opponent's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that although his punch had landed so firmly, this guy did not seem to have any injuries. He was really terrifying. However, Chu Nan did not seem to notice these things. For the first time, a focus condensed in his eyes. He looked at his opponent with a strange expression. Your punch shouldn't have been so powerful. Why? The opponent was stunned. What kind of question was this? Then, he reacted and sneered, what? Are you frightened by my fist technique? Let me tell you, this is the only fist technique in our Fig Empire that has been evaluated as an A-rank martial technique. You've experienced it now. What do you think? A rank martial technique. Chu Nan's expression became even stranger. This fist technique is so simple, but it's actually an A-rank martial technique. Nonsense. The opponent cursed angrily, to think that I thought you were quite strong and knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to say such a thing. After saying that, he waved his fist and said with a trace of pride, the teacher who taught me this fist technique said that simplicity is sometimes the most profound. The strongest martial technique doesn't necessarily have to be very complicated. Instead, it's the simplest and most direct move that can most reflect the true essence of martial arts. This fist technique is called one punch. It's that simple. Simplicity is sometimes the most profound? The simplest and most direct moves can most reflect the true meaning of martial arts? One punch. One punch. Chu Nan seemed to have thought of a problem and muttered to himself. That opponent frowned and looked at him in confusion. Hey, kid, what are you talking about? You were fine 2 days ago. Why did you become like this when you were competing with me today? Could it be that you've been stimulated by something in the past 2 days? Chu Nan ignored him and continued to mutter with his head lowered. Just as the surrounding audience felt that it was strange and that opponent was a little impatient and planned to continue fighting, Chu Nan suddenly raised his head and laughed. Haha, I understand. Simplicity is sometimes the most profound. Haha, I understand. I finally understand. That opponent and the countless audience paying attention to this competition looked at Chu Nan in a daze. Could it be that this guy had really gone crazy? Chapter 848. After Chu Nan laughed wildly for a while, he suddenly stopped laughing and bowed deeply to his opponent. I haven't asked for your name. The opponent and the audience looked at Chu Nan in confusion. After a long time, the opponent replied in a daze, my name is Willen, and I'm from the Declan Empire. Willen, right? Thank you for waking me up from my dream and helping me resolve a critical problem that has troubled me for a long time. Can you give me a short period of time now? Give you time? Willen frowned. What are you doing? Chu Nan ignored him and sat cross-legged on the arena with his eyes closed. This action puzzled Willen and the audience. What was Chu Nan doing? In the battle just now, he had clearly not exhausted much. He should not need to sit down and adjust his breathing. On the contrary, Willen had been maintaining the fiercest attack and had exhausted himself greatly. After that strike just now, he was basically an arrow at the end of its flight and could not endure it at all. If not for Chu Nan's interruption, he would have admitted defeat. Now that Chu Nan suddenly did such a strange action, Willen hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps back. He sat down and circulated his energy to adjust his breathing. He had also benefited greatly from the intense battle with Chu Nan earlier. If he could recover his internal breath in time and fight him again, there might be a chance of winning. It was not easy for him to enter the finals of this competition. As long as there was any chance to take another step forward, he would definitely not let it go. As soon as Willen sat down, the arena immediately became an extremely strange situation. The two of them, who had been fighting intensely just now and had even damaged the arena beyond recognition, were now sitting quietly in the arena dozens of meters away. It looked as if they had suddenly changed from competing in martial techniques to competing in teasing internal breath. From extreme movement to extreme silence, the change was so great that it stunned the audience. What were these two fellows doing? This was a competition. However, no matter how the audience discussed or even protested in their hearts, the two people in the arena could not hear them at all. They still sat cross-legged, as if they completely ignored the reactions of the outside world. Seeing that Willen had also sat down, Chu Nan smiled. At first, he was worried that Willen would be unwilling to agree, so he could only temporarily suppress the inspiration that had erupted in his heart and temporarily focus on defeating the other party with all his might before finding an opportunity to resolve this problem. Now that Willen was so tactful, he did not have to worry so much and began to focus all his energy on his dantian. His internal breath circulated and instantly destroyed the few strands of star cloud that had successfully condensed in Chu Nan's dantian for experimentation. Then, a trace of internal breath flowed out from his dantian. While his internal breath circulated in his meridians, Chu Nan had already begun to further control the spatial energy that circulated with his internal breath. At first glance, this was no different from the experiment that Chu Nan had been doing since yesterday morning. They were both condensing the star cloud by directly controlling spatial energy and changing the structure. However, compared to yesterday, when Chu Nan continuously added more structures to the spatial energy that followed the circulation of his internal breath, causing it to accommodate as many different structures as possible brought about by different cultivation methods, he had taken the complete opposite action when he reconstructed these spatial energies. In order to accommodate more structures, the experiment he had done previously caused the structure to become more and more complicated, causing it to be impossible to continue in the end. What he did now was to make these structures easier and simpler. Previously, if there was a conflict between the spatial energy structures brought about by two different cultivation methods, Chu Nan would remove the conflict and barely maintain the connection between the different structures. Now, he had instead kept these conflicting parts, but he had completely abandoned the other parts. This way, only a very small portion of the spatial energy structure was left, and it became extremely simple. It could no longer be called a complete structure and was not enough to condense a star cloud. Chu Nan was not in a hurry. Next, he added the spatial energy structure brought about by another cultivation method on this foundation and reserved a portion of the conflict. This still could not be considered a complete structure. Chu Nan added another. When the different spatial energy structures brought about by different cultivation methods were stacked, Chu Nan only left a very small portion every time. However, as more and more cultivation methods were stacked, these very small parts gradually increased and were gradually connected. With the foundation of countless experiments and the support of an extremely huge amount of data in his mind, even if Chu Nan made such modifications, his speed was still abnormally fast. In just a few minutes, the small part of the structure left behind by hundreds of different cultivation methods had already become extremely huge. Soon, Chu Nan had already tested all the cultivation methods he had grasped and discovered that the structure left behind was still a little inferior to being truly perfect. It could not be considered a complete and perfect spatial energy structure. However, Chu Nan was not flustered. He had long expected this situation. Countless data floated through his mind and Chu Nan's powerful AI-like brain was activated. In just a moment, he finished calculating and quickly supplemented this imperfect spatial energy structure. After countless data calculations of this spatial energy structure, Chu Nan took a deep breath and a trace of internal breath flowed out of his dantian. When the spatial energy in his body naturally circulated with his internal breath, he carried out countless experiments. This time, his exquisite control of these spatial energies was built on this brand new spatial energy structure. Soon, his internal breath had already circulated in his meridians and returned to his dantian. As expected, a star cloud condensed in his dantian. Feeling the spatial energy transformed by his dantian's internal breath through this star cloud, the corners of Chu Nan's mouth could not help but curl into a smile. This star cloud was different from all the star clouds that he had successfully condensed in his previous experiments. It even seemed to be much simpler, but it perfectly fused with the characteristics of the spatial energy structure contained in every star cloud and took the essence. The spatial energy transformed from it no longer had the strong characteristics of their corresponding cultivation methods like before, causing the limitations to be too great. Such a simple star cloud that could accommodate all cultivation methods was the star cloud he wanted. After circulating a few internal breaths from his dantian and making some subtle changes to the energy structure of this space, Chu Nan focused his mind and activated the breathing technique in his dantian with all his might. According to the process of his previous attempts, it quickly circulated through the meridians in his body and returned to his dantian. A star cloud instantly condensed. His internal breath did not stop at all. It flowed out of his dantian again and completed another cycle. When it returned to his dantian, the star cloud in his dantian became slightly larger. His internal breath continuously circulated. The star cloud in Chu Nan's dantian became larger and more stable. As the star cloud in his dantian gradually expanded, the spatial energy in the space around him also moved. The spatial energy that was originally not sensed by ordinary people was driven by the high-speed circulation of Chu Nan's meridians. At the same time, it was affected by the star cloud in his dantian and revealed spirals of light of different colors that surrounded him. It looked extremely beautiful and colorful. Seeing this phenomenon suddenly appear around Chu Nan's body, countless audience who were watching this competition revealed surprised expressions. In the office of the competition's organizing committee 5 kilometers away from the arena, the 5-star grade martial artists who had been invited to the opening ceremony of the finals today revealed surprised expressions. Supremacy Melanie widened her eyes in surprise and could not help but speak. This kid is actually condensing a star cloud. Chapter 849. If Supremacy Melanie could tell, the other 4-star grade martial artists could naturally tell. The 5 of them looked at each other and saw the uncontrollable shock in each other's eyes. Chu Nan was clearly not even 20 years old this year, but he could actually condense a star cloud? However, on second thought, from Chu Nan's performance in the previous few rounds, he could already easily defeat an opponent with the strength of a 3rd-stage Void Break Realm expert. It proved that his strength had at least reached the 4th-stage Void Break Realm and had even broken through to the 5th-stage Void Break Realm. Then, it was normal for him to start coming into contact with the important segment of condensing a star cloud. This kid actually ignored his opponent in the competition and in public and directly began to condense a star cloud. It was too surprising. However, this was not the thing that surprised Supremacy Melanie and the other 5-star grade martial artists the most. What really surprised or puzzled them was the various strange signs revealed by Chu Nan when he condensed the star cloud. Generally speaking, when Void Break martial artists condensed a star cloud to break through to the Heaven Control Realm, they would condense it according to the internal breath cultivation method they cultivated. Therefore, the characteristics of the star cloud condensed in their dantian were basically the same as their cultivation methods. For example, when this Void Break martial artist's best internal breath cultivation method was used, it would show a phenomenon filled with red mist. Then, when the star cloud condensed, it would also show such a phenomenon. It was unlikely that another situation would happen. However, the phenomenon that appeared around Chu Nan was too strange. Spatial energy condensed around him like a spiral 7-colored light belt and looked so beautiful. The 5-star grade martial artists were quite knowledgeable, but they had never heard of such a phenomenon when a martial artist condensed a star cloud. This kid. I remembered that he cultivates the 9 revolutions technique. Sitting beside Supremacy Melanie was Supremacy Keshiri from the Tuladu Republic. He looked at the phenomenon around Chu Nan on the virtual screen and could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. Previously, Chu Nan had defeated Salemo from the Tuladu Republic in the 64-32 competition, causing him to pay special attention to this student from the Earth Federation. Now that he saw that Chu Nan had actually condensed a star cloud on the spot, he was even more curious about him. This kid was filled with mysteries and was simply always filled with surprises. How did the small country of the Earth Federation nurture such a guy? Because Su Suanshan had directly publicized the 9 revolutions technique on the Milky Way network back then, although he had limited it to the regional network of the Earth Federation. Since such a thing had been publicized, how could it be hidden? Therefore, it had long spread throughout the entire Milky Way network and was known by all the martial artists in the Milky Way. Regarding this extremely rare S-rank internal breath cultivation method, all martial artists valued it extremely. Even if they did not know how to cultivate it, they more or less knew a little. However, after hundreds of years of verification, not many people could cultivate to the 7th realm of Su Suanshan back then. Therefore, the 9 revolutions technique was also called the most useless cultivation method in the entire Milky Way. Previously, because Chu Nan had received the attention of many people, the reports of the various media outlets were extremely useful. It could be said that they had exposed all his known situations. Everyone knew that Chu Nan cultivated the 9 revolutions technique. Previously, countless people suspected that Chu Nan had already cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to the 6th level. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to perform so well. Now that he saw that he was condensing a star cloud, Supremacy Kashiri could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that this kid had already become the first martial artist in hundreds of years to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique to the 7th level after Su Suanshan? If that was the case, not only did it resolve a question that had troubled countless martial artists in the Milky Way for hundreds of years, did Su Suanshan really announce the 9 revolutions technique that he was most proud of back then? It also proved that this kid's talent was shockingly high, and it could even be said to have surpassed everyone's imagination. One had to know that even if the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Suanshan back then was real, because he had long passed away, all the martial artists who wanted to cultivate the 9 revolutions technique could only rely on the incantation he had left behind back then to cultivate. No one could guide them at all. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of cultivating the 9 revolutions technique to the level of Su Suanshan back then could be imagined. No, this doesn't look like the 9 revolutions technique. Supremacy Melanie shook her head. I was fated to see a martial artist who cultivated the 9 revolutions technique condense a star cloud, but it's not like this. Oh. The other 4-star grade martial artists glanced at Supremacy Melanie in surprise. There were many martial artists who cultivated the 9 revolutions technique, but there were very few martial artists who had cultivated to a sufficiently profound level and could even condense a star cloud. Such a martial artist happened to be seen by Supremacy Melanie when condensing the star cloud. There must be a story hidden. Supremacy Melanie clearly did not have the intention to explain to them. She only frowned slightly and stared at Chu Nan in the arena. It was not only these 5-star grade martial artists who were staring at Chu Nan. All the audience who were watching this competition originally felt that it was a little boring for him to suddenly not fight his opponent and only sit down to adjust his breathing. However, now that they saw such a phenomenon around him, it immediately attracted everyone's interest. On the Milky Way network, immediate feedback on this competition immediately became the most popular topic. In just a few minutes, countless explanation posts about the phenomenon surrounding Chu Nan appeared. Putting aside those posts that could be seen to be nonsense at a glance, in many professional explanations, they mentioned that it was very likely that Chu Nan was condensing a star cloud in his dantian, causing such a phenomenon. Since he was condensing a star cloud, it proved that Chu Nan was actually only a step away from becoming a heaven control expert. This shocked countless people. Chu Nan was clearly so young, but he was actually able to condense a star cloud and was even only a step away from becoming a heaven control expert. Such talent was too terrifying. If he continued to grow at this speed, wouldn't it be possible for him to break through again in a short period of time and become a star-grade martial artist? Of course, as soon as this idea was raised, it was immediately rejected by countless people. If it was said that a martial artist could break through the heavens gate from the internal breath realm to the void break realm, then the difficulty of breaking through from the void break realm to the heavens control realm far exceeded the difficulty of crossing the heavens gate. As for breaking through from the heaven control realm to the star grade realm, it was even worse. Although the total number of martial artists in the entire Milky Way could not be calculated, it could be imagined how terrifying the base number was. However, under such a terrifying base number, there were only a total of more than 4,000 star-grade martial artists. However, just this point could show how difficult it was to become a star-grade martial artist. This was no longer something that could be done with cultivation methods and talent. It required more luck. Of course, no one was sure if Chu Nan could become a star-grade martial artist, but he was so young now. If he could successfully condense a star cloud at this moment, no one doubted that he could break through to the heaven control realm in one go. All gazes focused on Chu Nan. Everyone watched with widened eyes. What kind of star cloud would this kid condense? Chapter 850. He could have taken the opportunity while Chu Nan was still focused on condensing the star cloud to attack and might have taken this opportunity to obtain some initiative. However, when he saw the 7-colored phenomenon around him, shock, envy, even jealousy, and other complicated expressions appeared on his face. In the end, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He watched with his hands lowered and did not seem to want to attack. Although the two of them were still in the arena, no one was paying attention to the competition itself. Everyone stared at Chu Nan and waited for the moment he successfully condensed his star cloud. On the Milky Way network, relevant information had already been sorted out. If Chu Nan really successfully condensed a star cloud and broke through to the heaven control realm, he would become the youngest heaven control expert in the history of the entire Milky Way. Before him, the youngest recorded heaven control expert was the famous Emperor Hasman in the history of the Deccan Empire. He practiced martial arts at the age of 3 and broke through forcefully all the way. At the age of 7, he became an expert who broke through the internal breath realm. At the age of 16, he broke through the cosmic heaven's gate and became a void break martial artist. When he was 25 years old, he had already successfully condensed a star cloud and became a powerful heaven control expert. He even became the youngest star-grade martial artist in history at the age of 17. Then, he led an army to end the internal strife of the Declan Empire and took the throne, becoming the most famous Iron Blood Emperor in the history of the Declan Empire. Putting aside the illustrious contributions that Emperor Hasman had made to the throne of the Declan Empire, just his achievements in martial arts had already made countless martial artists look up to him. The record of the youngest martial artist he had ever set had always been seen as impossible to break. Now, it was already impossible for Chu Nan to break the previous record of Emperor Hasman, but he might break the record of him becoming a heaven control expert. If Chu Nan could succeed, he would definitely leave a deep mark in the history of martial artists in the entire Milky Way. Although Chu Nan knew very well that he had definitely become the focus of everyone's attention, he did not expect that he would be compared to Emperor Hasman. As the star clouds in his dantian became denser and were about to spread throughout his dantian, a question suddenly arose in Chu Nan's mind. Under normal circumstances, the star cloud condensed by a martial artist was produced in the dantian. Once it was successful, the dantian's internal breath could directly transform into spatial energy through the star cloud in the future, causing this martial artist's perception and control of spatial energy to essentially increase. The main reason why heaven control martial artists could survive and fly freely in space was because of this. However, Chu Nan actually already had the ability to fly freely in the sky. Although he had relied on his extremely powerful body to achieve this, condensing a star cloud did not fundamentally help him. It only made it easier for him to experiment with various cultivation methods in the future. Can I be satisfied just like that? Chu Nan frowned slightly and felt the subtle change in his dantian. His mind raced and a bold thought suddenly arose. The reason why the star cloud condensed in his dantian was that the aura in his dantian was the densest and most direct. The reaction when it converged with spatial energy was the most direct, so it was easy to condense a star cloud. However, if he expanded this environment, as long as it was in the same environment, it did not have to be limited to his dantian. As soon as this thought appeared, it immediately grew like wild grass, causing Chu Nan to be unable to suppress it. Damn, so be it. At most, I'll try again if I fail. Chu Nan gritted his teeth and his mind circulated. The aura in his dantian and spatial energy surged wildly. The star cloud that was about to completely condense was instantly destroyed. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.